So I don't know how it ever looks like that doesn't just become corrupt themselves, but it's hard to like answer this question of what do you do when this person has a vice that is capable of defeating your virtue, and you don't have somebody authoring a story that is going to ensure that the good guy has to win at the end. It's hard to know what the answer is. It seems like people like Rashad, people like Josiah, me now, are kind of in this route where it's like, okay, well, we obviously need to anti-hero a little bit. So when we say anti-hero, what do we mean? When you talk about wanting to do things to Trump and his compatriots, when Hutch is asking, what do you charge him with? What's the crime? Hutch is operating from a virtue perspective. Hutch is saying, we have to find a way to do this the right way, guys. That's what Hutch is saying, okay? This is not wrong or bad. This is the moral perspective that he's coming from. But if you've shifted down here to the anti-hero perspective, what you thought of at this point is like, well, we just need to think of the outcome, and we can pretextualize anything we want to get there. If we've decided that Trump and all of his losers need to be charged with a crime, well, if we're going to start to embody some level of vice, which is what an anti-hero does, then getting to the charge is easy, right? I think somebody threw up the idea of like, well, what if they pardon everybody? Then it's like, okay, well, what did the Trump admin try to do? They tried to claim that AutoPen invalidated all of Biden's pardons. We could find a way to invalidate Trump's pardons. That's easy. Once you've decided that you want to effect some outcome, getting there through law or process is trivial. It's trivially easy, right? We've just seen an originalist traditional court, wholesale manufacture distinct actions that a president can take that put them beyond the reach of any criminal procedure ever, which is unbelievable. It's unfathomable, right? Or we've seen the deactivation of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment because the Supreme Court just thought it was inconvenient, right? So if you want to do something, it's trivially easy to do it. It's trivially easy to do it. You just have to make that decision. But I'm sorry. This is a long fucking explanation. But when you see people like Hutch fighting people like Crenshaw or Josiah or me now, because this is kind of where I'm at, what's happened here is that the people in the liberalism camp have split, and what they've seen is that the virtuous like hero type character here doesn't seem to be able to contend with the vicious villain here, which I think is kind of embodied in the 2024 election. Something is not working here. So it seems like we have to find a way to borrow from some vice here that the villain exhibits and then incorporate that into some kind of anti-hero behavior. And then hopefully, now when Hutch keeps saying, when you've done this, you're the same as them, you've done this, you're the same as them, the problem is that if you incorporate that, you have to find a way then to ditch it once you've gotten rid of the villain, which in media usually happens with the death of the anti-hero, or they have some radical transformation or change. But it's hard to let go of that power or let go of that vice, because vices exist for a reason. They do, at least in the short term, benefit you, right? They must. But it's hard to ditch that. All of that to say, people are like asking, like, "Oh, was Hutch right? Was the Crenshaw guy right? Or is Josiah right?" I tend to side with the other guys. I'm down here in this camp now because fuck all this shit. But like, I was here before, maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I suck at keeping track of time, and I argued very ardently for this. But this is when you heard me say on stream over and over again, when I was like, we have to have a positive outcome. We have to think that like some amount of virtue will prevail, that the human condition is set up for this. I was speaking from this type of liberal perspective, or this type of like hero embodying virtue perspective, that if we embody the right virtues, there will always be a positive outcome in the end. But in the real world, that might not always be true. So you have to figure out how to flirt with this position in the real world without letting it completely consume you. Jesus. Another part of this was when Crenshaw was talking about how liberalism exists as a concept, and then it's protected by the system that we have now, and then we live in and exist in the system, but the system is an instrument to effect the ideas of liberalism. Once the system has been sufficiently corrupted and is no longer effecting the ideas of liberalism, then we have to work outside of the system, or we have to change the system to bring those principles back in line. Because what Crenshaw was arguing was that if you want to be a Hutch that stays within the system of liberalism that's been irredeemably somehow corrupted by MAGA, Just because the system is called liberalism doesn't mean it's serving the ideals of liberalism if it's no longer capable of carrying out the ideological promises that liberalism makes. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of, it's hard to know what the correct answer is here, because generally enemies are monsters or villains that are like very clearly monsters or evil things, or we're in some kind of medium where the ending is written by an author and we know that it's always going to turn out okay at the end, but like, what if that's not necessarily the case all the time? It could also be the case that both of these roles are important and that both of these things are that work in tandem with each other. So kind of falsely, lefties like to say that this was like MLK and Malcolm X, but that wasn't a good comparison there. But maybe kind of if we think like in terms of media, somebody in chat pointed out, it would be like Batman down here versus like Dent. Or not Harvey Dent. Sorry. Well, Harvey Dent for a little bit, but like is it Jim Gordon up here? Because I think Gordon basically never. Oh, actually, Gordon's a really good example because Gordon has a moment where he almost. Does anybody remember? Gordon has a moment where he flirts with the Vice. Actually, Gordon's a really good example because Gordon has a moment where he almost. Does anybody remember? Gordon has a moment where he flirts with the Vice. This one.
Can we go someplace quiet?
I don't know if he got inspired by Batman or whatever.
Professional.
But. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is Dent. This isn't Gordon. This was Dent flirting with Vice. But Dent, like, captures some fucking crazy Joker dude. And he's like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna kill this guy.
I'm not gonna leave it up to me.
But, like, he can't become an anti-hero. That's Batman's role, right? So Batman literally intervenes here and stops him here and tells him, like, this can't be the road that you go down. It doesn't work that way, because then we have actually lost everything. Technically, this is why the Joker wins at the end of The Dark Knight, and it's kind of I don't know what you would consider this movie. But, like, the Joker technically wins because he is able to corrupt Dent here. Although you could argue maybe Gordon takes his place after as a good figure.
His life to chance.
Not exactly.
His name's Schiff. Thomas.
Adam Schiff.
He's a paranoid schizophrenic. Former patient at Arkham, the kind of mind the Joker attracts. What do you expect to learn from him?
The Joker killed Gordon. He's gonna kill Rachel.
You're the symbol of hope I could never be.
Yeah, see?
Your stand against organized crime is the first legitimate ray of light in Gotham in decades.
It's important.
If anyone saw this, everything would be undone.
There you go, right? True.
All the criminals you pulled off the streets would be released, and Jim Gordon will have died for nothing. You're gonna hold a press conference tomorrow morning.
Why?
No one else will die because of me. Gotham's in your hands now.
You can't. You can't give in.
Good luck.
No one else will die because of me. Gotham's in your hands now.
You can't.
The only issue that you have to have is the only thing where I would start to levy harsh criticisms against a Hutch type character, but I don't think Hutch makes this mistake, is when you assume that you're dealing with when it's just two virtuous actors that are disagreeing with each other. Now, in media, you would never really do that, because I don't think you have two heroes in a thing. It doesn't make any sense, right? You have to recognize that you are competing with a vicious villain here, but somehow you have to hope or think that your virtue is going to work. And there are things that Hutch says sometimes that makes me think he thinks of MAGA as being a virtuous body. Because one thing that you have to consider, for good versus evil stories is the evil is never actually restrained by anything that the good does, right? So heroes and anti-heroes might represent some constraint on each other's behaviors, or two heroes or a group of like virtuous people will restrain each other's behaviors. But the villain is very rarely restrained by anything that the hero does. I feel like there are moments in media, I should always have examples for these. I feel like there are moments in media where the hero even thinks that the villain will be constrained, and then the villain does something, and it's like, what? I can't. There's like a hostage or something happens, And the hero's like, oh, well, and he's like still kind of cool. And then the villain like kills somebody. And he's like, oh my God, what? You're fucking right? Like something like that. Yeah. Yeah, so that would be the only issue is like, how can you defeat this person over here that is embodying vice? Don't assume that they're playing in your world. Oh, the reason why I make that don't assume that thing, and why I'm saying that the villain isn't really constrained by the actions of the hero, generally speaking, is because it's because when Hutch makes an argument like, if we do this, then they'll do this in the future, that argument is always wrong. No matter what you think of being a hero or being an anti-hero or whatever, if your MO, if the way that you're operating is you're thinking, okay, I don't want to do this because MAGA will do this in the future, you're operating from the assumption that they're only going to do things to punish actions that you've done, and you've bought into their framing as hero versus hero type behavior. But that's not true. If tomorrow the MAGA movement and the politicians thought that it would benefit them to expand the Supreme Court, it would happen. They're not going to think like, well, did they get us back or did they do something to us? Like, the only constraint that exists on them now is that the lawmakers know that Trump is going to be gone in a few years. But the only thing that like really limits behavior over here is they have to ditch this vice shit and come back in line to being like real human beings and virtuous people or whatever. Yeah. Why are we looking at politics through the lenses of a story? I don't understand what the use is, and it activates my BS senses. Well, then feel free to think everything I just said was bullshit. But I think that stories map onto human experience. We tell the same story over and over again for a reason, and art resembles life to some extent, and people view themselves in the lenses of the things that art shows us, whether you agree or not. I'm pretty sure, I think this one's undeniable. We feel like we have antagonists or protagonists in our life, and we play out stories and all this bullshit, so... Okay. All right, we're done with all this shit. How is anything fixed in the long run, though? I've never seen an explanation of how you unfuck the MAGA movement. Well, because I'm down here, I would say that there has to be a broad, sweeping, retributive action against the right that makes it so that in the future, the new conservative movement that comes up out of the carcass of MAGA is existing somewhere over here. With the thought being, we can't rig our shit or lie blatantly or do this kind of unhinged shit anymore because there are going to be severe repercussions for it. So now we're going to figure out a way to play within the system. Everything is all about incentives and disincentives, I think. Okay. Massey going in.
The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congress created the Department of Justice. Congress funds the Department of Justice. And Congress is responsible for the oversight of the Department of...
Okay, nobody cares. Congress doesn't give a fuck anymore.
Funds the Department of Justice. And Congress is responsible for the oversight of the Department of...
Congress doesn't give a fuck anymore. There must be some laws and stuff the Democrats can pass to prevent this kind of thing from happening. That's not true. When you say, fuck, I don't know my pain thing open anymore, but when you say there needs to be a law that we can pass to prevent them from acting the way that they've done, it's the same thing as asking, do you think there's a law that we could have passed to make the Joker not act like the Joker in Batman? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense to say that, right? The Joker is there to break rules or break laws. The Trump administration and the MAGA movement is here to break rules and break laws. The idea of making constraints for a thing that doesn't want to be constrained or doesn't want to play within that system doesn't make sense, which is why I think you need something that's a little bit outside of the system to correct those actions, you know? Wait, what is this?
Yes, and the administration has to make its case to the American people.
What did you hear?
This is serious, and the administration has to make its case to the American people.
What did you hear?
What? Saying the situation is serious and the admin needs to justify why we're going to go bomb Iran? We're just bombing Iran again, right? We're not actually... What? Saying the situation is serious and the admin needs to justify why we're going to go bomb Iran? We're just bombing Iran again, right? We're not actually... like, invading, right? Can you give any examples of those actions? Of which actions that I think need to happen? I think every single like member of this cabinet should be somehow. We need to figure out a way to arrest every single member of this cabinet. I don't know on what pretext you do it, but if you decide, if the decision has been made to do a thing, then you can pretextualize your way to anything. But I think every member of the cabinet should be arrested and jailed. It's unbelievable to me. This is one of the things that I hate. Hutch should be against you on that? Yeah, no shit. One of the things that I hated so much when Roberts wrote on the immunity decision is Roberts spends a great deal of time talking about the threat that criminal prosecution has to the actions of the president. That there might be actions that the president would take, but it's possible that the vigorous executive that we all demand and desire would be somehow constrained by threat of future prosecution. And while that is a legitimate thing to think about, Roberts does not spend a single fucking word of his entire fucked opinion talking about, well, what is the interest on the other side of maybe having a president constrained doing things that we don't want him to do, namely crimes. It's insane to me that when the context of criminal law comes up, he would only think about the good actions that might be constrained by criminal law being enforced and not the bad actions being constrained, which is what criminal law exists ideally to put a constraint on. I have no idea why the fuck Roberts didn't write anything or address that particular topic fucking at all. It's fucking crazy to me. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck that guy. I feel like every single cabinet member, am I making this up? I think every single cabinet member was asked whether or not Trump won the 2020 election, and I think only one said no or something. I don't know if any cabinet member answered that question that Trump lost. Usually they said something along the lines of like Biden was president from 2020 to 2024, or like Biden was declared the winner or something. They hedge it like that. They would not say, I think it was every single cabinet member except for one use some kind of answer like that. They would not say that Trump lost the 2020 election. It was insane. Insane. Absolute insanity. At what point do we start questioning whether democracy is actually working? Maybe we need to consider whether a stronger, more centralized kind of leadership is what people really respond to. Democracy feels like a joke sometimes. It seems like people want direction and authority. They just don't want to admit they're being led. Yeah, but the issue is like you have to be able to broaden out the context of what you're looking at. It's kind of like when a child starts crying and complaining that their life is like completely fucked because their parents grounded them for the weekend or whatever. And then usually, depending on the parents, this is when they'll bring out the whole starving children in Africa. You're lucky to be in a household where you have access to these things, to have parents that care about you, blah, 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 right? Where it's like, okay, well, hold on. Like, and this is what I like to bring out to people who are like, you know, Trump had to bring us back from the brink. This country was completely fucked before Trump got it. I was like, hold on. When we say democracy is failing, America is failing, our failure is like more stunning than the success of any other nation in the history of the entire planet. Like America failing was still #1 GDP in the world, despite our population being dwarfed by China and India. It's still like the leader in technology, leader in military, leader in diplomatic, community with more countries on the planet than any other major power. I don't know if you consider China, Russia major powers or whatever. But like best educational institutions on the planet, like leading in corporate business, huge internet stuff. Like the idea that like America's failed is like, wait, in what ways? Jesus Christ! Like, talk about falling upwards. Like, I don't know. That's just crazy to me. What is this?
Hello.
Somebody said go to 4 minutes.
Now, I don't mean by paying for it. I mean by owning it. It's now my suit. It's my idea to put on this suit. I have to personalize it in some way. I have to understand a narrative that allows me to own that suit. And thereby, I put my suit of armor and I come out into the world. And guess what? I'm having a good time because I'm owning the suit.
Now, this is a very rock-solid philosophy. Is this something you've ever written down?
It's what? The essence of narrative. I'm a storyteller. The essence of narrative is only about this dynamic. There is nothing else in a story other than this dynamic.
So the struggle between other people's perceptions and your own wants and desires and who you truly are, your significant real self.
That's it. That's all there is. You tell me a story that we engaged in, that's famous, that's not about this journey. I'll give you an example. The Prodigal Son. Parable, Christian, seems religious, doesn't really make much sense. Do you know the story?
Sure, but why don't you lay it out?
So there's a father. He has two sons, an older son and a younger son. And he says to them, who wants to spend their inheritance? The younger son says, me, Dad, I'll go and spend it. And the younger son takes all the dough, and he runs off and sniffs coke off strippers' tits for a number of years, until he realises, this is getting pretty boring and I'm in a lot of trouble. He ends up throwing food to pigs, that's his job. And he can't even eat the food that he gives to the pigs, at which point he says, Dad, will you take me back? Dad then goes to, they don't meet, this somehow happens, not through telephones, it just happens. At which point Dad goes to the fatty...
Okay, I don't care that much about this anymore. We're good. I believe him. Whatever he said was going to be based, okay? Bessie, do you think creative justice/retribution should be a part of a Democratic candidate's platform, or is it just something they should push for after the election? I don't know. Somehow we have to make that. I feel like we need to do the anti-hero thing, but we have to get back to the hero part after, and I don't know what that looks like or how. I really started thinking about this a lot because I watched this. Hold on, fuck. I watched this clip earlier today.
We seriously having this conversation? How many hats do you think I sold last month? How many hats? I'm like, how many hats? He said like 200. I'm like, oh, well, that's amazing, Mr. President. Anyway, went on like this. This was after.
You know, Lindsey Graham probably bought most of them.
Oh, no. That's not true. Lindsey Graham bought all the knee pads for Donald Trump.
So, like, this is stuff that I think is epic and based, because you're humiliating your opponent. Like, these are things that are good to do to become influential, but I would consider this to be anti-hero behavior. I don't want my political system to look like this, right? I think that this is good to embrace even, not to just accept, but to embrace for the purposes of overcoming right now the villain, the MAGA, but I don't want, this can't be the rest of my American political system. It can't be like this. It can't be like this. As much as I appreciate this here, we have to be able to go back to like a normal political environment. As much as I appreciate this here, we have to be able to go back to like a normal political environment. Vice isn't self-limiting, though. If Democrats push the boundaries, why wouldn't they do it again when it matters again? I don't understand what you're saying. Well, it would deter that future behavior because you know there'd be a big punishment for it, right? Why do we have to? What if this sort of rhetoric is the only way to win now? Well, the issue is that I feel like conservatives have gotten themselves into the positions that they're in because they've embraced this type of behavior over actual governance, right? So how is it that you had, MAGA for 4 years and then Trump again, and Trump has basically failed to deliver on every single thing that he talked about? There's absolutely no Doge was one of the most monumental, epic fucking failures of all fucking time. The ICE deportations have been a massive fucking failure. No new wars has turned into warring against the entire fucking world. 90 deals in 90 days has turned into my own Supreme Court is trashing my tariffs, and now the tariffs just got 5 points higher. Trump's affordability is fucked. Housing prices are fucked. Every single part of Trump's plan has been fucked. But I don't think that's on accident. I think that's because the caricature of a politician, the meme bullshit, the insults and all of that are the exact things that they bought into for so long that they forgot how to elect an actual leader. I feel like the 14 years of conservative leadership in the United Kingdom, it feels like it was a little bit similar in that, you push for all of these crazy policies, none of them will ever work, and then people start electing people for reasons that aren't just, I think you can govern really well, but it becomes reactionary to dumb propaganda, to stupid sloganeering, to people standing in front of retarded fucking buses, to like this type of like you're doing this type of politics that's not geared towards actually governing your country, but it's geared towards like entertainment. Everything turns into like a WWF, WCW match. And like I said, I think that some form of embracing this is good in the short term to defeat the villain or whatever. We have to get back to normal after this somehow. Holy shit. Holy shit. I think that some form of embracing this is good in the short term to defeat the villain or whatever. We have to get back to normal after this somehow. Holy shit.
What?
Shit. What is this? Hold on. 7. Wait, didn't we watch this 7 months ago? Why the fuck was this linked? UGA professor exposes a pedophile mid-class.
Going over the weekend, my name is Angelus with the Street Sweepers. We investigate adults looking to meet kids for sex. This individual, unfortunately, was sending explicit pictures telling a 14-year-old boy that he wants to come on his face, that he wants to come to go in his eyes so he can see the contrast from his eyes and the cum. Sending all type of pictures saying how he wanted to do the child and everything like that. I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt your class, but this man is a pedophile. You feel me? Through and through. You guys can follow us at Street Sweepers TV. Yeah, I apologize for interrupting y'all education. I'm proud of y'all. Keep going over.
I was very confused.
I'm saying, okay, all right.
What is
so
No, Chrome, you can do it.
I was very confused.
I'm saying, okay, all right. So
I know. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I should have cut the conversation much earlier than that.
But I'm saying, why would you send the penis video?
Yeah, sorry, it's I don't know. Can I finish my last?
I just need 2 minutes of your time, brother.
Yeah, I also need 2 minutes. Can I finish this? This is more important than this. This is. I know this is important.
What are you trying to say?
What actually happened? Rip. I have no idea if he was bad or not, but mustache and bold combo, never good. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Okay. We're going through more UK stuff today. Oh my god. I've been getting big emails from fucking bonger losers. Okay. Did you guys know? I didn't really think about this when people said this. In the UK, they don't have a constitution, right? So I'm just like, okay, whatever. I don't know. I just didn't really think about that. In the UK, they can just pass any law they want, ever. They can just always do that. That's crazy. So like if tomorrow the parliament was like, we're going to make a law against like swear words, they could just pass that law. And it's just, there's like no restraint on that. They can just pass whatever fucking law they want. It's called parliamentary sovereignty. That's crazy. Why? That plus this multi-party first past the post thing, I don't know. It just feels. I feel like the. Am I crazy? I feel like that's not quite right. Okay, explain why I'm wrong on that. I'm curious because that's what it looked like when I was looking at, they can just pass whatever law they want. Hold on. Part 1, bruv. I'm wrong on that. I'm curious because that's what it looked like when I was looking at, they can just pass whatever law they want. Hold on. Part 1, bruv. Wait, hold on. I can't tell if people who are saying no are pointing out things that don't matter because they're fucking retarded or not. Wait, hold on.
Britain and Northern Ireland does indeed have a constitution. It just doesn't exist.
Okay, wait. So like this is a thing that I don't think is true, but maybe I need something deeper explained to me. Somebody said we can't pass laws that break the ECHR unless the UK was to leave the ECHR. I don't think that's actually true. I don't think that the ECHR matters except you adopted all of the ECHR things into your own legislative system. And if you want, you can just make a law that overturns any of the part of the ECHR stuff that you adopted, is my understanding of it. Is that not true? People are getting confused. All foreign laws have been incorporated. Yes, as in like you pass a law. So like if I were to make a thing called the Treaty of Destiny that says that everybody has to be 6 feet tall, and you quote unquote adopted that treaty, you would just pass your own law saying everybody, as per the Destiny Treaty that we are signatories to or whatever, we're going to pass a law saying everybody has to be 6 feet tall, basically, is my understanding of it. If you didn't leave the treaty, your own citizens could take... Well, yeah. Now, there's a third court. There's a higher court right now you can appeal to, the ECHR courts. But in order for any of the laws to work in the UK or whatever, you have to incorporate them into your own legal stuff. Which actually, that's not even that strange of a thing, because it's probably the same for the US or whatever, I would imagine, too. Or probably for most countries, I would imagine, too.
As a single document, like most other countries. Rather, the Constitution is a collection of official laws, royal decrees, treaties, legal cases, and statutes, all loosely tied together like a children's cardboard sculpture, except one that directly governs 66 million people and influences the laws that affect billions more. I obviously can't cover them all in depth, so over the next 2 videos we'll discuss what I think are the top 8 most important documents governing Britain today. And if you live in the United States or a former British Empire country, you too will probably have at least 1 or 2 of these documents copied into your own constitutions or local laws. Sorry and or you're welcome in advance. We will start with the oldest and most influential of these documents. King John I was one of the worst kings in English history. The English nobility hated him because he taxed them to pay for things like castles and private armies and hookers. The Pope hated him because he would reject bishops appointed by the Vatican and appoint his loyal supporters. The French hated him because he would constantly declare war on them. And the ordinary people hated him because his hobbies included imprisoning and torturing people for fun. Eventually, the English nobles had enough and laid siege to King John's castle, forcing him to sign a document putting limits on his power as monarch, so he would stop being such a massive cunt. 806 years later, this charter is still in force. Most of the clauses concern medieval taxes and feudal disputes, which have been repealed over the centuries, by the Vatican and appoint his loyal supporters. The French hated him because he would constantly declare war on them, and the ordinary people hated him because his hobbies included imprisoning and torturing people for fun. Eventually, the English nobles had enough and laid siege to King John's castle, forcing him to sign a document putting limits on his power as monarch, so he would stop being such a massive cunt.
I think the historical significance of the Magna Carta, is the Magna Carta is the only time, or is the first time in all of history where a monarchy wasn't just overthrown or wasn't overthrown for a new one, but rather there was some document that for the first time recognized some constraint on the powers of the monarchy, right? Basically saying like, okay, listen, you could be the king, okay, but we're not doing this, the king that can do fucking anything he wants to all of us anymore, okay?
806 years later, this charter is still in force. Most of the
which is why I think in the U.S. historically you jerk off the Magna Carta a bit because it represents like a constraint on the power of, what would you consider the king to be the most analogous to? Probably just a chief executive, I guess, right?
Clauses concern medieval taxes and feudal disputes, which have been repealed over the centuries, but 3 of the original 63 clauses remain. That's probably for the better, though. Some of these clauses are really anti-Semitic. Clause 1 guarantees independence for the Church of England to stop the monarch stacking it with political priests. Clause 9 guarantees legal independence to the City of London, which is still respected today. But there's also Clause 39, and this is the big one. No free man shall be seized or imprisoned or stripped of his rights or possessions or outlawed or exiled or deprived of his standing in any other way, nor will we proceed with force against him or send others to do so, except by the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. Jury trial.
Okay, but for the counter of this, apparently a lot of DGGers are saying the Magna Carta doesn't mean fuck all, so I don't know. Maybe they're right. There you go. I'm going to be honest, I don't know literally anything about anything that happens in Europe at all prior to... When the fuck was the Enlightenment? Was that like 1700s? I don't even know if anything even happens in this godforsaken continent before then. Fuck that.
The 13th century?
I think the church ran everything, and they killed witches.
This was pretty revolutionary. A right to a fair trial in the age of locking up blasphemers and burning them at the stake. So revolutionary, in fact, that when the American revolutionaries after their revolting revolution set up their record of revolvers and unrestricted writing, they copied many of the Charter's provisions into their own Bill of Rights, particularly the bits about guaranteeing trial by jury and the ability to petition the king. The Magna Carta is not really a proto-constitution, despite some people saying so. It's a peace treaty between the monarch and free men, aka, lords and gentry. But because the government now represent the crown, and the notion of free men has been extended to all living people, Parliament is bound by the treaty as if it was law. It's neat.
Are you actually debating UK politics with Kissin, or is that background in case he tries to bring it up as example? It's just good to know the structure, the underlying structures of things. I don't like to have just like a discrete fact of a thing. I would at least have, I don't need to know everything, but it's nice to have some bedrock underlying stuff so that I can navigate the argument instead of us just rattling off talking points at each other. Well, I won't be, he will be, but.
The only place the Magna Carta has never applied anywhere in the British.
I'm a resident of the constituency where Matt Goodwin is running for MP. Which party do you think might be better for my local area? I don't know fuck all about how the MPs govern your local areas. That Matt Goodwin dude seems like a fucking retard, though. These are all like Trump light people, in my opinion, all the reform people. Also, by the way, pretty sure that Matt Goodwin guy said like a year and a half ago, he's like, oh, I'm not even conservative. I would never even, I'm not even reform at all. I'm just blah, blah, blah. And then, oh, lo and behold, he's running for fucking reform now. Who could have fucking guessed? Whoa!
British Empire was Scotland. Yes.
However, your Green Party fucking platform, at least the shit that I saw on immigration, those guys seem fucking crazy. Those guys seem unhinged. So I don't know. Fucking, I'm just a labor kind of guy. I'm just a center-left dude, especially now that that fucking weirdo Corbyn is gone. Okay, what do you want me to say?
As if it was law. Neat. The only place the Magna Carta has never applied anywhere in the British Empire was Scotland. Yes, by a quirk in the law, the Magna Carta has never applied north of the border, because England was an independent country from Scotland at this time. But they aren't missing much, because London is in England and Scotland is Presbyterian, not Anglican. Further still, a 1603 legal case says that Scots in England have all the rights guaranteed under the Charter anyway, even though it doesn't apply. Don't ask me to explain that, laws aren't real. So, the right to a fair trial. This cornerstone of freedom was the only right that English, Welsh and Irish people had for centuries and centuries, until the 1680s, when this list of liberties was about to get a whole lot bigger. Fast forwarding 4.5 centuries now to the Glorious Revolution, as with many of the
Actually, I changed my mind. Vote Labour, please God, vote Labour, because I don't want the fucking whole debate between me and Constantine to boil down to like it's either Farage or that Zach Anakliakis guy, whatever the fuck the Green leader guy is. So just please God, just let Labour win in that thing, so I don't have to ever learn anything about this dude. Because I have a feeling that if I start digging into the Green Party head guy, that he's gonna be a fucking crazy loser. So please God, no. Oh, Polanski, that dude. Jesus Christ, isn't that the name of the fucking movie Raper dude?
Problems, this started with religion. At this time, this gentleman was king of both England, as James II, and Scotland, as James VII. But he was a Catholic king of Protestant countries, and ever since Henry VIII split the church and his marriages and his wives, papists were super unpopular. One of his first priorities as king was to flip these countries Catholic again.
Just search up Polanski's favorite economist. What does that mean? Polanski favorite economist. His political views as, oh god, I saw eco-populist. Oh my god. What? That sounds like the worst hyphenated thing ever. Linking issues such as high cost of living with climate change, spending a wealth tax to reduce inequality. When you said his favorite economist, is it going to be that one weirdo, the one guy that we watch? My sister is a fucking brokey fuck, and she's dying right now, and I've made millions trading. Gary's at no shot. Shut the fuck up. No, it's not. Zach Polanski. Gary's economics. Shut up. No.
The moment I launched this podcast,
No! How Labour sold their soul to billionaires. Just don't. Please just vote Labour. Forget what I said earlier. Please vote Labour. Please, God. They're all close in the polls, okay? Jesus Christ.
Introducing a law to Parliament supporting greater freedoms for Catholic religious leaders. The Protestant, English and Scottish Parliaments said, no way. And so King James did the next logical step and disbanded Parliament, ruled by decree.
What about the Lib Dems? I don't know. Those guys have like no support in the polls. Fuck Lib Dems, okay?
Did whatever he wanted, raising taxes, confiscating land, having his own personal...
Also, the Keir Starmer dude, he just seems like my kind of guy. Boring guy. Does government shit. Been relatively stable. Not super cucked out to the far left. Not making all the radical, crazy concessions the far right. Seems like he's doing an okay job, okay?
Military and forcing Catholic worship in Protestant churches. The nobility were, of course, not happy. Only a few decades before, the Civil War had determined Parliament was superior to the Crown. King Jimbo over here was trampling all over that. Fortunately, he had a lovely Protestant daughter who was married to the really wealthy, also Protestant King of the Netherlands, Will.
Okay, I don't care about this. I don't think it's ever going to come out. Okay.
King Jimbo over here was trampling all over that. Fortunately, he had a lovely Protestant daughter who was married to the really wealthy, also Protestant King of the Netherlands, Will.
Okay, I don't care about this. I don't think it's ever going to come out. Okay. Oh boy. Have you studied up on any personal attacks on Constantine in case he tries to... I don't think he would. but I feel very confident on the subject matter here, so I don't think that would happen. I would be more comfortable. I would be more comfortable yanking this back to the subject matter than trying to do just like a mudslinging contest. I would be more comfortable. I would be more comfortable yanking this back to the subject matter than trying to do just like. Okay, I'll look at this stuff later. Let's see, we did a little net zero yesterday. The net zero sector is growing 3 times faster than the overall UK economy, analysis has found, providing high-wage jobs across the country while cutting climate heating emissions and increasing energy security. The net zero economy grew by 10% in 2024 and generated £83 billion in gross value added, a measure how much value companies add through the goods and services they produce. To the GDP or to what? Does this also take into account like any subsidies they get, or? The analysis by the Confederation of British Industry found that 22,000 net zero businesses, from renewable energy to green finance, employ almost 1 million people in full-time jobs. The average annual wage in the business is £43,000, also £5,600 higher than the national average. The analysis showed, yes, GDP, okay. Economic growth and climate action go together. One thing I will say, and the thing that sucks is I can't argue any of this to fucking Constantine because conservatives don't give a fuck. My impression coming into all of this was that the climate change shit is kind of like a joke in the UK, and it's probably hurt them quite a bit because we get rid of like plastic straws or whatever the fuck. But it does seem like the United Kingdom has made unbelievably astounding gains in terms of actually like making progress to net zero in ways that were unfathomable to me. Like what was this? I think that they like consume on average like less than half as much energy per person as any other OECD country. The amount of energy consumption, in this country, and then especially given like the GDP, and it's per GDP per capita as well, is lower than every other developed country on the planet. They actually made like an unbelievable amount of progress in this direction. Now, is it worth it, or what are the reasons for the high energy costs right now? I guess there are different things that people are bringing up, but I'm a little annoyed because every time Constantine or other people bring up the net zero stuff, they always say like it hasn't even done anything anyway, or it's just been a massive failure. And it's like, well, that's absolutely not fucking true whatsoever. But yeah, I don't know. Have you looked into North Sea drilling gas? No, but I think we'll probably do a little bit of that today. I don't know what technology looks like in terms of transmitting high amounts of energy, high wattage over long distances. I don't know if that means you just need higher voltages and then thicker lines, or if you need more lines, or what. I don't know what that looks like, what the issue is from that. But apparently transferring high amounts of wattage over long distances is an issue. And one of the problems with like one of the problems with wind is you run into this issue of the where the power is generated. It has to travel long distances or whatever. Constantine will probably argue that the UK should leave the ECHR. I have to look into this more particularly, but I think the issue is they always say they should leave the ECHR, that they should leave that just because of immigration-related stuff. But it seems like Keir Starmer has been able to bring down the immigration numbers by a substantial amount without leaving the ECHR, and that a lot of the other ECHR, like human rights stuff, has been incorporated into British law. So are they going to ditch all of that? And then also, if they leave the ECHR, there might be other negative effects because they would just have less cooperation in general with the European Council. There might be downstream negative effects of like, are they going to be able to cooperate as much on intelligence sharing when it comes to things like terrorists trying to enter countries or asylum seekers or whatever else like that? Are you going to look at migrant hotels in the UK? Yeah, I'll look at them, but it seems like fuck. Some guy sent me a whole huge thing of this. I think I have all this down here. I have to look into all these things, but one of the emails was sent to me. The obsession with small boats, migrant hotels, and asylum-seeking criminals is where the main focus of the issue is in the media. It's more visceral than selling to people that there's been an X% change in net migration figures, etc. These issues are the fault of the previous conservative government, alongside not having enough safe and legal routes for asylum and defunding the judiciary during austerity. They passed the Borders and Nationality Act of 2022, the Illegal Migration Act of 2023, which expanded the authority of the Home Secretary to suspend the processing of asylum applications under the auspices of deterrence. They used this power and then built a significant backlog of applicants to the point to where we don't have room to house asylum seekers, and then we had to put them in hotels. The Labour government is now processing these claims to cut the backlog, but it takes time, and they're not seeing the progress so far on illegal migration specifically that they would like to. The Tories also brought in the Rwanda plan as a form of deterrence, which they knew wasn't a real solution, but it sounded like a great policy to campaign on for their most salient issue. I don't know if this same emailer told me this or if somebody else said, somebody emailed me and said that apparently, I don't know if this is real or if he was being hyperbolic, but he said there were more flights to Rwanda from English politicians setting this deal up than there were actually migrants that were flown to Rwanda. So I don't know how true that is or not, but also, apparently what you guys are saying that the Rwanda plan got axed, but you didn't actually get the money back from Rwanda. And apparently Rwanda is suing the United Kingdom now because they were promised more money. I don't know. The Rwanda plan got axed, but you didn't actually get the money back from Rwanda. And apparently Rwanda is suing the United Kingdom now because they were promised more money. I don't know. Small nitpick, but European Council is not the same as Council of Europe. Sorry, I was translating from French in my head, you fucking cuck. Small nitpick, but European Council is not the same as Council of Europe. Sorry, I was translating from French in my head, you fucking cuck. I don't know if you have time, but I think that if even people like Lonerbox, who are definitely a sharp leftist, is in favor of intervention in Iran, for what? A regime change or just bombing? Bombing the country. Regime change or just bombing? Bombing the country. Now explain the difference between European Council and Council of Europe. I don't fucking know. Council of Europe probably sounds like the thing that has to do with the ECHR, and the European Council, is that the EU Council? Or am I thinking of the EU Commission? Fuck, you guys have, make some different names, you fucking losers. Like the upper chamber of the, it's like the EU Council, and then the bottom thing is your European Parliament or whatever. Would it be possible to reform the US system to a more standard European parliamentary system? Bro, the UK system sounds fucked, okay? This shit sounds fucked. I don't know if I would want this shit in my country. God damn. Bro, the UK system sounds fucked, okay? This shit sounds fucked. I don't know if I would want this shit in my country. God damn. Okay. Sorry, what were we doing here? Can somebody link me? Can somebody link me where the UK gets its energy from, like on net? Like their sources of energy? Can somebody link me where the UK gets its energy from, like on net? Like their sources of energy? National Grid Live. Like, this is this actually accurate? Am I reading? This is like crazy if this is true. Or is this a normal day? Like, is the United Kingdom... Like, this actually accurate? Am I reading? as a whole right now getting almost 60% of their power from renewables? A lot of EU states have mixes like that. Can you link me other... What does a normal EU state look like? What does the United States balance look like? This has an overtime graph. What does the United States balance look like? This is energy consumption per person. How much energy does the UK consume each year? Like, this is crazy that it's less now. This is absolute, like not even per capita. This is energy consumption per person. How much energy does the UK consume each year? Like, this is crazy that it's less now. This is absolute, like not even per capita. How much electricity does the UK generate each year? Total generation is down. One thing that I need to, I wish I need to know this. Is there like a quick thing on this? So one argument that I've heard an argument and a counter argument, but I don't actually know which one is correct. One argument I've heard is that energy consumption might be down per person, but the energy generated is down. It just means that people are having to be more frugal with their energy. This isn't actually good. This is like energy austerity. It's bad. But then I've heard the counter example of, well, actually, when you make, I wish I had a word besides green because it's associated with so much bad baggage right now. But when you make an energy grid more green or more smart, you're actually saving a whole bunch of energy. So however much energy you would need from coal or even from like gas or whatever, if that same energy grid had been built out for renewables and it was a more modern energy grid, just in terms of the energy you consume to power the exact same shit, it would be less because it's just a more efficient grid. I don't know. Because I don't have a magnitude in my head, I don't know if it's more efficient. Like, it is more efficient, but it's more efficient by 1%. Or, like, it is more efficient, it's more efficient by, like, 30%. Like, I don't know what the, I don't know what the actual answer is. For that. Or, like, it is more efficient, it's more efficient by, like, 30%. Like, I don't know what the, I don't know what the actual answer is. For that. Free headset injury. Thank you. Heflocken. Thank you. Thank you, Heflocken. Thank you. Kino clip of...
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by saying I hope all colleagues had a happy Christmas. It probably feels quite a long time ago now, but not for reform, of course, because today is the day that they celebrate Christmas in Russia. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Got him. Okay. Check out this website for other power sources in the EU. What the fuck is it? What is this? My fucking calc homework? What is this? What's the difference between carbon-free? Oh, this is carbon-free just renewables plus nuclear? Oh, I gotta read it here like a fucking retard. God damn. Oh, France was the one, we read about that a long time ago. God damn. France. Are fucking nuking away over there. God damn. Oh, France was the one, we read about that a long time ago. God damn. France. 72% of electricity available in France comes from nuclear. 70% of Britain's is carbon-free, 51% of renewables. France is, I'm sorry, the UK is 11.6% from nuclear. Okay. What else do we got? Germany. Very dirty. Not good. They're green people and everybody hated nuclear and they got rid of it all, right? They were like, fuck that. Very dirty. Not good. They're green people and everybody hated nuclear and they got rid of it all. Okay. Why is South Central Sweden, why is Sweden broken up into so many different, are these like different grids or? Damn. North Central, okay. South Central would have Stockholm, right? Damn. Damn. Wait, when did Sweden, oh wait, 34. Okay, wait. Oh, they're importing energy. Wait, does that count as carbon-free if you're importing it? Or do they take into account the sources you're importing it from? This map shows live. It's nighttime in EU. Oh shit, true. Well, then what's going on with like Poland? Hmm. Oh shit, true. Well, then what's going on with like Poland? Grams of CO2 equivalent per kilowatt hour. Okay. Bottom slider for time of day. Grams of CO2 equivalent per. When is going to be your highest energy consumption? Is it going to be around noon, or is it going to be like early evening when people are home from work? I guess I can just look at the thing, huh? When is going to be your highest energy consumption? Is it going to be around noon, or is it going to be like early evening when people are home from work? I guess I can just look at the thing, huh? Peaks around 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. Okay, let's go to 11. Are you sure? Peaks around 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. Okay, how's our boy? Oh, and then this is not going by country. These are just power grids that it's looking at. How's our boy? Damn, California. Oh, and then this is not going by country. These are just power grids that it's looking at. Damn. Wait, that's kind of crazy. I had no idea that. Holy shit. 50% of California's energy at what time? That's at 8 a.m.? Holy shit. 50% of California. Half of Southern California's electricity comes from solar? That's insane. Holy shit. That's actually like crazy as fuck, right? Half of Southern California's electricity comes from solar? This is one of the largest economies in the world, right? Like 5th or 6th. That's actually like crazy as fuck, right? This is one of the largest economies in the world, right? Like 5th or 6th. Highest energy consumption is going to be between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. EST, since that's when everybody's watching your stream. Missouri, what's going on over there, guys? my Florida. Wait, where am I? I don't know who I pay my bill to. I don't remember. Is this actually efficient to have all of these like different grids? Or would it be better to have like one giant super grid? Or would that expose us more to like Skynet shit? Is this actually efficient to have all of these like different grids? Or would it be what does California look like at nighttime? What does California look like at hydro, wind, and nuclear? I didn't know there was a nuclear reactor up there. Still pretty good. What is this? What does the candlestick represent going up and down? Is that like the max capacity? What is this? What does the candlestick represent going up and down? Is that like the max capacity? They're all connected, but the grids illustrate different utilities that maintain their grid. China. Okay, 6 a.m. EST. I don't know what the fuck. China. Time that is in China. EST to Chinese time. Oh, 7 p.m. Damn, they got that max coal power going. Whew, they're stuck in the early game of Factorio. Damn, they got that max coal power going. Whew, they're stuck in the early game of Factorio. What's going on in Nepal? Oh, they just have lots of fucking rivers or some bullshit. This is these countries are bullshit, okay? I think Iceland gets off on this shit too, don't they? Hold on. They have like all geothermal or hydro, whatever. Yeah, fuck you. Does it really count? God damn. This is like a starting bonus or continent bonus or whatever. What, you just don't have to worry about energy? I feel like it's kind of a hack, no? God damn. This is like we should take over Iceland. Fuck Greenland. Wait, is that Greenland? Oh yeah. What are these places that nobody in their life has ever heard? Do you guys know about these in Canada? Do you ever talk about Nunavut or Northwest Territories? Do you guys know about these in Canada? Do you ever talk about Nunavut or Manitoba? Northwest Territories? Newfoundland and Labrador Retriever? The fuck is that? Cringe. Okay. Wait, what about Antarctica or whatever? Aren't there some bases on there? Okay, fuck you guys. How are we doing in Cuba? Clean energy. No. Okay, just kidding. Maybe it's better during the better time of the day. Okay. Unknown. What are they, like harvesting souls? Oh wait, that's not making. That's just high capacity. Damn. Okay. Damn, South America. Are they like harvesting souls? I see you. I see you. Oh, hydro. Hydro is cheating. You didn't even do anything to deserve that. You just happen to have a lot of rivers, or whatever, or waterfall. I don't know what the fuck. Whatever. Fuck you. Hydro is cheating. You didn't even do anything to deserve that. You just happen to have. Like what? Does this count? Paraguay? You just have all this water? Is hydro pretty steady? Is there like, does the moon or the fucking day-night cycle affect like the intensity of the river streams or whatever? Or, oh, you know what? Once we start global warming you guys up and the rainfall is less, oh, all you motherfuckers are going down. Once we start global warming you guys up and the rainfall is less, all you motherfuckers are going down. Okay. Every time you like me a funny meme, I send it to people and I take credit for it. So thank you. Okay, get me the fuck out of here. Part of net zero is the nuclear framework too. Advanced nuclear framework. Part of net zero is the nuclear framework too. Advanced nuclear framework. Oh wait, I didn't even, okay, hold on. So, wait. Take me back to that website. Fuck, where was it? This? Oh wait, I didn't even, okay, hold on. Okay, so the UK, the UK, Jesus Christ. Electricity flows. These are the countries that you guys are importing from, right? Okay. Electricity flows. These are the countries that you guys are. What is the during this time? Okay. What is the okay, who has to get all their energy from Russia that's driving up the prices? Or is that does the Russian market affect these other markets? Because it looks like right now this shouldn't have too big of an impact on the UK at all, no? Am I? Is it Germany? Okay, click Germany. Does the Russian market affect these other markets? Because it looks like right now this shouldn't have too big of an impact on the UK at all, no? Is it Germany? Okay, click Germany. Am I missing it? Am I retarded or? Is this post 2022? This is today, 2026, no? It's gas. Chat is retarded. Where do you see that utilizing 45.69% of installed capacity? It doesn't look like they're anywhere near their gas capacity. Remember, you're looking at electricity. You keep mixing energy in general with electricity. Most possible use for transport, not electricity, I think. Oh, true. True. Okay, this is the coolest site I've ever seen in my entire life for electricity. Is there a site like this for fuel, I guess, or what would you say? Electricity versus what were you saying? Is there a site like this for fuel, I guess, or what would you say? Electricity. It's quite complicated. Okay. What is Reform's position on, I guess, nuclear? What is Reform's position on, I guess, nuclear? Everyone is pro-nuclear? Nigel Farage, nuclear. Everyone is pro-nuclear? Strong support for expanding nuclear energy in the UK. Okay, that's good. Strong support for expanding nuclear energy in the UK. Okay, that's good. What is a pylon project? What does that mean? Learned. What are you doing? Are you okay?
Okay. Myth number 1. Nuclear power plants emit...
Nuclear? Nuclear?
Myth number 1.
The things that carry electricity.
A ton of radiation. Josie.
Dude. A nuclear power plant emits about 100 times less radiation than a coal...
Than your mom. Got 'em!
A nuclear power plant emits about 100 times less radiation than a coal...
Than your mom. Got 'em! Okay, last thing on this, and then...
This might look like a bunch of pipes.
It
but
does.
This video isn't about plumbing.
Oh.
It's about this weird graph that shows all of the energy made and used in the United States in 2022.
Okay.
I know it looks complicated and a little boring, but bear with me because it made me realize that there's something fundamentally wrong with how we talk about energy. See, this graph has something in common with this one from Germany and China and India and Australia and basically every country on Earth. It's this part right here, and it could single-handedly reshape how we think about switching away from fossil fuels to cleaner forms of energy, like sun and wind. Because it turns out, we don't need to replace all of the fossil fuels we're burning. We actually only need to replace a third of them. Here's why.
Okay.
This type of graph is called a Sankey flowchart. It's a bird's eye view of how energy flows into and through modern society. Let's break down what's actually going on. The graphs measure the amount of energy at 4 different stages in the energy chain. They're called primary, secondary, final, and useful. Primary energy is the original stuff that's used to produce power, whether it's a piece of coal or the wind that turns a turbine. That primary energy is converted into secondary energy, which basically makes it transportable. That's the electricity that goes into the grid, or the petrol that gets sent to your local petrol station. When that electricity or petrol gets to you, it's called final energy. This type is going to be really important later on. And then, when you actually use it, it's called useful energy. Now, if we look at where the vast majority of our primary energy comes from, things look really bad. Despite decades of activism and investment in renewables, fossil fuels still supply 80% of the world's energy. That's a figure that people who are skeptical about renewables bring up a lot. They use it to say we're stuck with fossil fuels because it's impossible to replace them in time.
Fossil fuels right now are 80% of the world's energy. All these plans involve using all solar and wind in the near future, and I think there's no evidence that's doable.
Solar and wind can be a nice add-on. It can help somewhat, but it's not going to be the main supplier.
We are, and for a long time we shall remain, a fossil fuel civilization. Period.
Wow. But the 80% number is really only half the story. This graph also shows something that the skeptics aren't talking about very much, and that's all these grey lines. See, every stage of this process is inefficient, and some portion of the energy is wasted. It ends up in this huge section here, the fifth type of energy, which is called rejected energy. And all these flowcharts from around the world show pretty much the same thing. The majority, 2/3 of the energy we produce, is wasted.
People are always shocked by the amount of what we refer to as rejected energy or wasted energy.
That's Kimberly Mayfield, a research scientist who leads the team at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory that makes these charts. Scientists here have been drawing them since the middle of the 20th century.
Let me go find my oldest, dustiest one in here. There's yellowing paper and even in the page protectors here. Let's see, we got 1970 U.S. energy flow. Look right at the bottom. You gotta see it.
She says that despite the data going back over 6 decades, most people just aren't aware of how inefficient our current systems are.
It's not something that you can see. It's not like there's a garbage bin where rejected energy goes into. I think that if there was a garbage bin where everybody saw wasted electrons piling up, they might really take notice and see the rejected energy and see the impact that efficiencies have, right?
So what happens when we do start to take notice of all this inefficiency? Is any of this actually fixable?
From an engineering point of view, it's good fun.
That's Emma Mooney. She's an energy efficiency analyst at the International Energy Agency, one of the biggest trackers of how our modern energy systems work.
It's like being a detective sometimes. Like, how can I make this better? What can I do to improve the system?
Let's go back to the graph. It's pretty easy to see one of the biggest culprits is generating electricity. When coal or natural gas is burnt to move a steam turbine, the majority of that heat is lost to the environment.
Whoa. These are huge plants. These plants cost a lot. The equipment costs a lot, and they can be in use for maybe 20 or 30 years. So they might start off as being efficient, but by the time...
Wait, is that true? That seems like our designs have not improved in any way, size, shape, or form? Really?
These are huge plants. These plants cost a lot, the equipment costs a lot, and they can be in use for maybe 20 or 30 years. So they might start off as being efficient, but by the time they get towards the end of their life, they're getting more and more inefficient.
And while most power plant operators claim to run 24/7, plants do need to go offline, whether for planned maintenance or due to unexpected outages, and that creates a lot of wasted energy.
It takes time for the systems to warm up, and you get a lot of heat loss just in the system getting warmed up. So you can imagine you'll have a huge burner, for example, and a huge boiler. It's full of metal that needs to heat up itself before it can start getting to the temperatures that it needs to generate the electricity. So there are lots of losses.
And that gets even worse when we push the electricity grid to its limits. That's called peak demand. And when we reach or exceed it, utility companies start to turn on older, less efficient plants to keep up with the demand.
Even if it's only a tiny, tiny amount over what we normally use, we have to bring online some of the older plants. And when we bring online the older plants, they're inefficient, and they're not generating at their full capacity.
But we're not just losing energy on this side of the graph. A lot of it, the majority in fact, gets lost when we go from final energy to useful energy. And that's because of how inefficient fossil fuel-based appliances and engines are. Think of putting your hand over a gas stovetop. Even if you're heating something up, most of the energy from burning the gas is lost as ambient heat in your kitchen. Only around 40% of that heat is actually being used to cook things. That's similar to what happens in a car engine. For every litre of petrol that goes into your tank, only about 20 to 30% is actually used to move your car. The rest is just wasted, whether it's thermal losses from the engine or to power other parts of the car's system. And when you add up all the ways in which energy gets lost, from heating your home to big industrial processes to moving all of our stuff around with trucks, we get to this crazy number at the end. Around 2/3 of the energy that goes in serves absolutely no purpose for us.
Not
so that sounds
good,
pretty
guys.
bad. But in reality, this is really good news.
Oh,
that's because renewable
good.
energy generators like
Just
solar
kidding.
panels, wind turbines, and hydropower plants don't need to burn anything to produce electricity.
It's not that they're more efficient, it's just that we use them straight away. So we use fossil fuels to generate heat that drives a turbine that generates electricity. When we do a wind turbine, we're skipping those first two processes and going straight to the turbine which generates the electricity.
Even when you factor in the losses that come from the grid, battery storage, or hydroelectric turbines, the vast majority of the energy generated from these sources ends up becoming electricity that you can use. And something else really important would happen if we got rid of fossil fuels. All of the machines we rely on today that burn gas or petrol to work would now have to use electricity instead.
Whoa.
And that makes them way more efficient too. Let's take that same gas stovetop from before. If you swap it out with an induction stovetop, which wastes very little energy as heat, you end up using around a third of the primary energy that a gas stovetop uses. How about switching to an EV? Well, they're now using around 90% of the energy that goes in to move your car. And some electric options, like heat pumps, are able to do 3 or 4 times as much work for the same amount of primary energy used as their fossil fuel-based alternatives.
If we had to replace all our current energy use with renewables.
This is how you know you're in poverty Europe, is when you step into even middle class houses and they have these stupid fucking things along the wall. That's when you know you're going to be fucking freezing that night. Fuck!
Work for the same amount of primary energy used as their fossil fuel-based alternatives.
If we had to replace all our current energy use with renewables, I really would be very pessimistic.
Look at all the Europe's fucking spamming question marks, okay? Like, it's not ordinary for... Even our trailer trash homes have fucking central heating and heat pumps and all that. Oh, God. Fuck you guys. Oh, Europeans soying out right now. What, mate? You don't turn on the heaty-weedy boiler when you're trying to get the hotty-waddy air through your house?
We can replace half our current energy use with energy efficiency, and then the other half with renewables, then it looks a whole lot easier.
That's Nick Eyre, an energy and climate policy researcher at Oxford. He wrote a paper in 2021 that worked out how much energy we would be using in a fully electrified society.
People have done it for individual bits of the transition, but no one had been stupid enough to try to plough through world energy statistics and do the whole lot.
What he found was that we would be saving a lot of energy. In fact, we need about 40...
What is the radiator thing, just for show? No, the radiator's not for show. The dial on the radiator is for show. So what Europe's will tell you is they've got this retarded fucking dumbass heat pipe that probably came from an old computer that they don't use anymore, okay? Because in Europe, all the shit is like 10 years old anyway. And what happens is there's some dial over here, and supposedly, if you turn it up more, there's gas or fire or some bullshit goes through this, and it's supposed to heat the pipes up that heats your house up. The reality is, though, this never really gets that hot, ever. Every European, this is really funny. Go into your European friend's house, okay? Put a blindfold on them, all right? And then put like a PVC pipe, like next to the wall, and then they're going to have something in their bathroom that's made of metal that all of their nasty, wet, moldy towels are hanging on. They call this thing like a heater or whatever, right? Give them a PVC pipe here, have them grab that, and then have them grab the metal. Say, which one is warmer right now? Because these things also, they never heat up. They never get warm. Nothing is hot in Europe. Nothing is cold in Europe. Okay? It's all just whatever the fuck nature provides. But they put these little illusory pipes and radiators and metal things or whatever that are sticking out of the walls. They put them around and they pretend that they're actually doing it. They're not. Go to your European friend's house, walk into the bathroom, find their towel hanging on whatever stupid thing they have here. Go, mate, why is your towel still damp? And they'll go and they'll touch it, like, oh, it feels dry to me, because that's just how they live.
40% less final energy than we currently do. And remember, that's this side of the graph, not that side.
The switch to renewables involves a switch to electricity, which helps energy efficiency. So you've got this synergy between efficiency and renewables. So it's not just half doing one, half doing the other. When you look at the whole system, that the two halves sort of help each other.
It's easy to feel like we're moving way too slow when it comes to transitioning away from fossil fuels. But if we shift our thinking away from the amount of stuff we need to put in to the amount of stuff we need to get out, the picture looks a whole lot less bleak. Switching to renewables gives us a lot more bang for our buck.
How do you dry your towels? In America, we just hang them on our non-heated, not anything towel racks, but because we have air-conditioned, wonderfully, atmospherically perfected air inside of our homes, the moisture naturally wicks away into the air and then is carried off into the outdoors with our superior central heating and air systems that maintain the perfect level of humidity at all points in the day inside of our homes.
That means we have to electrify most of the things we do, which makes those things less energy intensive in the first place. And for a lot of us, there's not much we can do individually to change where we get our primary energy. But focusing more on how to efficiently get what we need is something that everyone can do. So the next time you hear climate skeptics say it's simply too difficult to switch to renewables, and that we simply have to depend on fossil fuels for the foreseeable future, think back to this graph. So what do you think? Is getting rid of fossil fuels easier than it seems? Let us know in the comments below.
Wow, that sounds so easy. Let's just replace all of it. Okay. All right. Decoupled. How Spain cut the link between gas and power prices using renewables. What the fuck is this? Spain has some of the lowest power prices in Europe, largely thanks to solar and wind. Is that true? Spain's wind and solar growth has reduced the influence of expensive fossil generators on the electricity price by 75% since 2019. The decline in the hours where the electricity price was tied to gas power cost was faster than in any other gas-reliant countries, such as Italy and Germany. As a result, Spain's wholesale electricity price is 30% lower than the EU average for the first half of 2025. Spain remains reliant on gas for grid services, the cost of which doubled since the April 28th blackout. These services accounted for 57% of the electricity price in May of 2025, up from an average of 40% in the year. Spain lags behind its European peers in grids and battery storage. As Europe's fourth biggest power market, it only has the 13th largest battery storage fleet. However, post-blackout reforms aim to remedy this. Despite having the third largest gas power fleet in the EU, the country experiences the lowest impact of gas on electricity prices among these gas-heavy European countries. And European power markets, the most expensive generator operating at demand, typically fossil gas or coal, sets the hourly wholesale electricity price. When the generation from lower-cost technologies like wind and solar grows enough, it displaces gas and coal, and fossil power determines the price less often. Thanks to strong solar and wind growth, this fossil displacement is already happening in Spain. Okay, whatever. All right. Okay. You can't tell me you support Keir Starmer after this. UK government announces ban on incest simulation in porn. The fuck does incest simulation mean? Is actual incest banned? Okay. Is there anything else for energy-related stuff that I need right now? Down here, what do we got? Oh, what is this North Shore oil drilling shit that... Well, now, after reading all this, now this seems like it's kind of shit, no? What is it? North Sea oil drilling, Britain... Well, now, after reading all this, now this seems like it's kind of shit, no? Uplift UK. Don't know anything about these guys, but... New drill. Okay, as the debate over North Sea oil and gas intensifies, this briefing examines the main claims being made and sets out the evidence why expanding new oil and gas drilling is not in the UK or Scotland's national interest. New drilling will do little to boost energy security. For 6 years, UK has burned most of its gas and most of the oil is exported. By 2050, the UK will be almost 100% reliant on gas imports. Even if new fields are developed and new licenses issued, new drilling will not lower bills or protect workers in the long term. With the number of jobs supported by the industry more than halving in the past decade, despite the previous government issuing hundreds of new licenses and approving new fields, new drilling is incompatible with the UK's climate commitments and the international goal of limiting temperature. Okay, conservatives don't care about that one. The UK has burned most of its gas. The North Sea is a mature basin with reserves in terminal decline. Uplift UK are the super far right newspaper. They're the super far right one, and they're talking about commitments to climate change. Is that true? Uplift UK are the super far right newspaper. They're the super far right one, and they're talking about commitments to climate change. Is that true? Most of what's left is oil, roughly 80% of which is put in tankers and shipped overseas, therefore doing very little to contribute to our energy security. After 6 years of drilling, the UK has burned most of its gas. Industry claims that half of the UK's oil and gas demands could be met from the North Sea are extremely misleading. They are based on a no-constraint scenario, which the industry itself admits is considered to be beyond realistic assumptions. It would require massive tax breaks, bigger even than today's generous allowances, sustained high oil prices, which hurt consumers and are anyway unlikely, with oil price forecasts to stay low in the foreseeable future and major industry changes, which are highly improbable given the declining nature of the basin. According to official projections, even if new North Sea fields are developed, the UK's reliance on imported gas is set to rise from 55% today to more than two-thirds dependent by 2030 and over 90% dependent on gas imports by 2050. If no new fields are developed, the UK would be 97% dependent on gas imports by 2050, just fractionally higher than the new drilling. Damn. Nigel Farage can want the UK to be self-sufficient in gas. Kemi Badenoch can promise to max out the North Sea, and Donald Trump can urge us to drill, baby, drill. It doesn't change the geology or economics of the aging North Sea.
Member is completely turned on its head. So the Labour Party that used to stick...
Is this kind of... fracking is a pretty dead issue here too, as in people don't want to do it, or there's not much to frack out? Is this kind of... fracking is a pretty dead issue here too, as in people don't want to do it, or there's not much to frack? People don't want fracking? Not much to frack? No one wants to do it? People don't want fracking? Not much to frack? No one wants to do it? Give me your current UK take on why Constantine's saying the UK didn't fuck up by going full net zero. I don't know what the sentence means. Destiny, give me your current UK take on why Constantine's saying UK didn't fuck up by going full net zero. By going full net zero. I don't know what the sentence means. I can't. I don't even think I can. I can't translate that sentence. Destiny, give me your current UK take on, and you want the UK take on why Constantine saying the UK didn't fuck up by going full net zero. Does Constantine say the UK did not fuck up? I thought Constantine hates net zero. Why is going full net zero not a fuck up? Oh, I guess my premature takeaway right now is that it seems like all of the upgrades and the pursuit of renewables and other forms of energy generation have helped the UK economy in some ways, and that it's a big industry right now. They're getting a lot of jobs and everything there. It seems like the alternative pursuit of just mass drilling and trying to do their own energy is never going to be possible anyway. So no matter what, they're always going to be relying on import markets from other countries. Regardless, there's literally no way it's even possible for them to create their own fossil fuel industry that will meet any of their rising energy demands. And then if you care about things like national security or whatever else, it seems like, I mean, it doesn't get much better than being able to generate most of your energy from renewable resources that are somewhat decoupled from energy imports from at least scary places like Russia. But that's my preliminary takeaway right now. New fracking has essentially been banned by the UK High Court. Is there a lot to frack, though? Like, my understanding is fracking techs in the United States unlocked a fuck ton of energy that we could get to very, very, very easily. Is there, if fracking was allowed in the UK, would there be a fuck ton of energy that they could frack out of that basin or whatever, or? That we could get to very, very, very easily. Is there, if fracking was allowed in the UK, would there be a fuck ton of energy that they could frack out of that basin or whatever, or? Okay, I'll read this next. New drilling is a bad deal for UK taxpayers. North Sea oil and gas is increasingly uneconomic and an unattractive prospect for new investment without generous tax breaks. Former BP CEO Lord Brown has said, "It is hard to believe that finding and developing the very limited oil and gas resources that remain will be economic. For years, the UK has presided over one of the most generous tax regimes for oil and gas, leading to major oil companies paying negative tax. In 2024, Shah reported a negative UK tax figure of £12.5 million. Does that mean they got that money back? While posting global post-tax profits of £18 billion. Based. Despite the windfall tax, generous tax breaks also means the UK public shoulders more than 80% of the cost of developing new fields. In the case of Rosebank, the UK's largest undeveloped oil field, assuming a base case scenario with a long-term average oil price of $70 a barrel, Rosebank could result in a net loss of over £250 million to the UK Treasury, while the field's owners Equinor and Ithaca would earn £1.5 billion in profit. Jesus. We'll just post these in here and assume they're correct. Okay, what do these guys say? Why Britain needs the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Why Britain needs an energy strategy reset. The most effective contribution that the United Kingdom can make to tackling climate change is to reset its energy strategy. It's not a departure from the UK's commitment to reach net zero by 2050, but a recognition that delivering it will depend on building an energy system that is affordable, reliable, and capable of supporting electrification at scale. Energy policy is not an objective in itself. It is an example of infrastructure policy. Its purpose is to provide the power needed for homes, industry, transport, digital infrastructure, and the next generation of energy-intensive technologies from AI to advanced manufacturing. And it needs to be available at a cost that households and businesses can afford with a level of reliability that society expects. As it stands, a single organizing mission sits at the heart of the government strategy, Clean Power 2030. The objective is to decarbonize the electricity system as far and as fast as possible within this decade. Success is being measured in gigawatts, contracted, and projects approved, with progress measured against a headline delivery target. This is February of 2026, 11 days ago, so this is very recent. That framing makes the strategy legible and mobilizing, of course, but it also restricts the definition of success. This narrow focus on whether power is clean means the system is lost sight of whether it is cheap, secure, and capable of powering a modern economy. There's no question that Clean Power 2030 has been implemented with discipline and consistency. The problem comes down to what the system is being asked to optimize for. Policy success is measured by proxies rather than the outcome that ultimately matters. Abundant, affordable electricity that sustains growth, enables electrification, and maintains public consent for climate action. Let's see, what do we say? Rising electricity demand is the key to economic performance and climate delivery. Electricity demand sits at the heart of economic growth, industrial competitiveness, and decarbonization itself. For much of the past 2 decades, advanced economies such as the UK were able to grow while using less energy, driven by efficiency gains and structural economic change. Its final energy consumption peaked in 2001, while electricity demand has declined by about 25% since 2005. The rise of AI. Ooh, electricity is fundamental to the AI era. Wow. Because many of the ingredients required to be a serious global player in the AI area, but cheap and available electricity is the critical constraint. While the UK should not aim to host all of the compute capacity needs domestically, the government's plans still envisage that the country will need more than 6 gigawatts of domestic data center capacity by 2030. I love you, Metaloid. Maybe tomorrow or the next day, okay? Are we watching the State of the Union? Isn't it in my stream title? Watching the State of the Union. Isn't it in my stream title? For much of the past decade, renewable energy costs fell rapidly. Policymakers have grown accustomed to a world in which adding clean energy or clean capacity reliably reduces prices, and where scale alone can be relied upon to deliver affordability. The reality now is that the cost of creating new clean power has risen across much of the system. Inflation, higher interest rates, constrained supply chains, and global competition for key components have pushed up capital costs, as is evident in the upward trajectory of strike prices at offshore wind auctions in recent years. In 2019, 2019's allocation round 3, offshore wind cleared at the lowest prices recorded, about £55 per megawatt hour, based on 2024 prices. By contrast, allocation round 5 in 2023 failed to attract a single offshore wind bid, as no project could be delivered below the administrative strike price. Is this a strike price to buy energy or to do new capital investment for new plants to generate power? Do you think that the AI and tech companies should be paying dividends towards the increasing energy costs? No, but we should just be asking the AI how to make the energy cheaper. Easy. Boom. The direction of travel is clear. Offshore wind costs have risen materially from the 2019 low, reversing the assumption that scale alone will continue driving prices. In addition to pure capital costs of renewables, the cost of integrating them in the energy system also proved to be higher than expected and higher levels of penetration. As a result, electricity prices are now shaped less by the marginal cost of generation, more by the total system cost. In this environment, adding clean energy at the margin can raise costs rather than lower them, especially when deployment is rushed, poorly located, and poorly integrated. Energy is a strategic determinant of hard power. When Farage talks about getting rid of net zero or whatever, is Farage talking about abandoning like any new green energy investment? Or what is his position, I guess, on this? Or what is the reform position on... is it literally, are they just like, we need to bring back oil and gas? Is that it? Or coal? How does coal even work? Do you just like... What the fuck do you even make? Do you make your own coal? Do you fucking mine it? Do you buy it from other people and then burn your own? Or what the fuck? What the fuck do you even make? Do you make your own coal? Do you fucking mine it? Do you buy it from other people and then burn your own? Or what the fuck? All of the above. You can eat it. Ha, Santa Claus. What about that guy? Richard Tice pledges to end net zero madness. Richard Tice pledges to end net zero madness. Oh, true. I did play Factorio. You just mine coal. Okay. Based. And Minecraft. You mine it. Climate change is a blah, 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 okay. Oh, true. I did play Factorio. You just mine coal. Okay. And Minecraft. You mine it. Climate change is a blah, 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 okay. Additional group needed. Okay, sorry, hold on. It's quicker to screen in my head. What do they say about utilizing the North Sea? A cheaper power objective requires realism of the wider energy system, including fields that are already embedded in it. North Sea oil and gas not materially reduce UK electricity price, and they should not be defended on that basis. That does not make them irrelevant to an energy strategy grounded in economic and political durability. The UK has been a net importer of energy since 2004, after decades as a net exporter powered by North Sea oil and gas. North Sea production peaked in 1999 and has since fallen by about 68%. As reserves have matured and investment has lagged, there's no doubt the North Sea is in decline. In 2022, the UK replaced only 3% of production with new reserves, but current policy is accelerating that decline beyond what is economically necessary. The energy profits levy known as the windfall tax, raised the effective tax rate on oil and gas producers to 78%, swung highs globally. What is the current Labour government doing with regards to, they are licensing out new stuff for the North Sea, right? What is the current Labour government doing with regards to, they are licensing out new stuff for the North Sea, right? Okay. I'm not in the UK, IDK. Well, fuck you, bro. Labour has banned new oil and gas licenses. Oil and gas license, United Kingdom. I'm not a robot, I swear. Oil and gas license, United Kingdom. I'm not a robot, I swear. Offshore Energies UK says today's offer of 31 new oil and gas. When did the new Labour government take over? Because this is May 3rd of 2024. When did the new Labour government take over? Google the North Sea Jobs Service. North Sea Jobs Service. Google the North Sea Jobs Service. North Sea Jobs Service. Government sets out plan to manage existing North Sea oil and gas fields, protect jobs, and grow clean energy industry. So this is probably not good, right? They should be issuing new licenses. Have they said why they won't? Do they have to say this to like win green voters or some bullshit, or issuing new licenses? Have they said why they won't? Do they have to say this to like win green voters or some bullshit, or? This plan implements the government's manifesto commitments to manage existing fields for the entirety of their lifespan and to not issue new licenses to explore new oil and gas fields. Why? That seems cringe. Okay. I need to hit up this 2024 meme. I shouldn't call it a meme, but Richard Tice pledges to end net zero madness to reindustrialize Britain. Oh wait, I had some video with Tice open. Fuck, did I close it? 5.5 minutes. They said humiliates. Uh-oh. What's this?
Now, I'm not a fan of Julia Hart-Brewer. She spends most of her day drumming up hate and division, and it's only very occasionally that actually says something sensible. So in the clip I'm about to show you, she absolutely shreds Richard Tice to pieces over his support for Donald Trump and Putin's call to end the war but take some of Ukraine's territory. See, she's very articulate and very clever, and she's worked out that hating on people is the best way to tap into people's emotions, which in turn gets people talking about her, feeding her content. In boosting her fame, it's a vicious cycle. She gets more famous, richer and angrier, and the people that she's hating on get more and more abuse thrown at them. It's usually the marginalised society, which already have it hard.
It was a year ago. It's just about Ukraine. Is this
But
relevant
sometimes,
to this, or?
just sometimes, she can actually use her platform and her rage to do some good. And it's normally Reform get an easy ride on Talk TV and GP News, giving them platforms to spout their nonsense unchallenged. Yet Julia Hart-Brewer was having none of it, and what she said is spot on. You see, Nigel Farage has aligned himself for many years with President Trump and is a big fan of Putin, saying that it was NATO's fault that Russia invaded. So when your leader of your party is aligned with Trump and Putin, you're going to have to go along with his position, otherwise you risk your own position in the party. And that's what exactly Richard Tice finds himself in, defending an utterly ridiculous stance and then making himself look like a complete fool, tying himself up in knots, trying to defend that rubbish. Julia Hart-Brewer is absolutely right that Reform talk about sovereignty, and yet Richard Tice says he would defend his country until he died, but in the next breath saying that Ukraine should give up their territory to stop the killing. If only she would put this much effort into holding every politician to account, regardless of the colour rosette. But for now, we'll have to cherry pick out the best ones, and this is a very good one. Enjoy.
It's Russia that's killing people. If Russia stopped fighting, if Russia wanted to end the war, if Russia stopped fighting, Russia could just stop fighting. There wouldn't be a war, no one would be killed.
And that would be
hey,
great.
our job done.
Yeah,
well, why doesn't the West say that to Russia?
Ultimately, maybe that's what the negotiations
Which part of Britain would you give away if we were invaded and you wanted to negotiate peace?
None at all.
Oh, so we wouldn't give away any of Britain. But it's okay to give away a bit of Ukraine.
Hang on, it's not us giving it away, Julia. Right? It's Ukraine, and Ukraine
doesn't want to give it away.
Of course it doesn't. But ultimately, as everybody said, it is Zelensky's decision. But ultimately, we've got to stop killing people.
If we were invaded and our close allies in NATO, like the United States, basically supported us for a bit, but gave us just enough support so we could actually not lose, but not enough to win. Yeah. And after 3 years, whoever was president of the United States said,
"Oh, great."
So at which point Donald Trump, whoever, no, let me finish. Says, "Oh, well, we're going to have a negotiation. We're going to let the Russians, whoever invaded us, keep our territory." Just to clarify, just how much of British territory would you be willing to give away in those negotiations?
Ultimately, in Northern Ireland, there was a negotiation to stop the killing. It involved horrendous compromises that lots of people didn't want to make.
Give away territory.
We stopped killing people.
We didn't give away territory.
That's also
correct. We didn't give away territory to invade wars. That's a ridiculous analogy.
It's a completely valid analogy.
Sorry, who invaded Northern Ireland?
Wars stop when people stop killing people.
No, wars stop when one side is defeated. Sorry, have you heard of the Second World War?
Yes.
Did we negotiate the ending of the Second World War?
There are lots of other wars where ultimately people negotiate a peace. Otherwise, you just carry on. How long are we going to carry on with this?
Falklands.
Yeah, Falklands we won.
Oh yeah, we didn't just negotiate with Argentina and give them some of the...
Okay. This is not relevant. What is this just, is this just drill baby drill? Bro, dude, Reform really is literally just fucking MAGA. Okay, whatever.
So he's been giving a...
What is this? Why was I linked this?
Speech. He's been talking about the North Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get the North Sea operating, he said. Let's have a look at some of the new onshore gas fields.
Who has served as Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero since July 2024, and currently is, right, for the Labour Party, this guy.
That have been found in this country that will produce tens of thousands of well-paid jobs. I mean, you're not fond of drilling in the North Sea. What is the answer?
Look, here's the point about the North Sea. The North Sea is what they call a declining basin. Now, we've said we're going to keep existing oil and gas fields open for their lifetime, but we're not going to issue new licenses to explore new fields in the North Sea. Now, why is that? Because we both want to have a just transition in the North Sea to protect the workers there, and we want to make sure that we do the right thing environmentally, and I think we can do both. Now, what Nigel Farage sounds like he's talking about onshore is fracking, which your viewers will be familiar with. Fracking, and by the way, this is true of the oil and gas produced domestically also. It's really important to say this. It's sold on the world market, right? Why did energy bills go through the roof when Russia invaded Ukraine? They went through the roof because we were reliant on fossil fuels, and whether they came from domestically or came internationally, they were priced at the same level. So Russia invaded Ukraine, there was a massive shock in those markets, the prices went up, and the British people paid the price direct to the oil and gas companies. Homegrown clean energy offers something different, because it offers a fixed price for wind or nuclear or solar, where we get to control it. And so, then on fracking. Well, people don't want fracking. I mean, go around the country and suggest to the people, to the areas that want fracking, whether they want it. They say no. It won't take a penny off bills for the reasons that I've set out. And frankly, I don't believe some of the fantasies of Nigel Farage about the scale that we could produce from that. And why go for expensive...
Jesus, so he's talking about that clearing price in the same way that we just argued last night about them for all the mixed energy. Could you not tell your energy manufacturers that you're not allowed to export the energy if you nationalize the fields? But then I guess that could end up being a huge... Could you do that? If it was selling for more somewhere, oh no, because then you would just be fucking yourself, right? Because then you could be making a lot more money for your country by exporting the energy, but then your own prices would increase. Yeah, fuck. Oh shit, that is an issue I guess I never really considered. Huh. Well, but then you could be exporting it. That'd be good too, though, no? Because then you'd make money on it, no? Your country would, if it was nationalized, or I guess your companies would. But I guess this wouldn't really help your average citizen, maybe.
Secure fossil fuels when we can have homegrown clean energy that we control ourselves.
So when he says that bills are going to get cheaper if you do grant these exploration licenses, is he lying?
He's just talking nonsense. He's just talking nonsense. And also, in a sense, to the viewers who are watching this and thinking, well, you know, Ed might say that, the last Conservative government said more North Sea production is not going to affect bills, not going to cut bills. That was what they said. Greg Hands, Kwasi Kwarteng, two previous Conservative ministers said that. Now, it's really important. The oil and gas is going to be with us for decades to come. We do want to make sure we have a just transition for those workers. By the way we do that is in the new technologies as well. Carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, offshore wind. Because under the last government, they lost 70,000 jobs in the North Sea because they didn't build that future for them.
What other projects are you embarking on? What can people expect to see over the next year or so?
I think it's so exciting this because we just unveiled our Clean Energy Jobs Plan, which essentially forecasts an extra 400,000 jobs in clean energy by 2030. So that's a doubling of clean energy jobs. And what jobs are they? We're building new nuclear at Sizewell C, 10,000 construction jobs, and jobs also running the nuclear power plant. Jobs in offshore wind, jobs in carbon capture and storage, net zero at Teesside. So the point is, for such a long time, people in this country have said, where are the good jobs of the future going to come from? And I had this experience the other day of going to Sheffield Forge Masters, which is a company in Sheffield, and just talking to the young people there about the opportunities that manufacturing for clean energy provided. You know, they feel they're building the future and doing so in a way that provides them with a living. And, you know, that's the point, I suppose. I feel like we're doing the right thing for future generations. And as I say, talking to young people this morning, they want us to act on this. But we're also about better lives today, good jobs, energy security and lower bills, cleaning up our air so we tackle air pollution. And I think we can do both of these things.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because I suppose you've got a brief that is a long-term brief, and we're not very good at, as a country, actually, in accepting long-termism. You know, is that frustration for you when you're working in the department? I mean, you know, you talk about Sizewell C, the construction job, it's a long way off, isn't it? You know, you think back to that clip of Nick Clegg, quite an ill-fated clip of him now saying that it would take 10, 15 years to build it, so there's no point in bothering.
I don't know that clip, actually. Nick Clegg has a number of great hits. I mean, look, we are in the long-term business, and I think that really matters. But I suppose we're also in the better lives business now. When I meet people who are working in clean energy, they're saying, these are great jobs for now. When I think about Great British Energy, that's put solar panels on the roofs of 250 schools, 250 hospitals, that's making a difference now to public services. You know, it's releasing money from energy bills into frontline public services. And by the way, I think we're just in the foothills of what this clean energy revolution can achieve. Only 1 in 20 is my current personal obsession. Only 1 in 20 homes in the UK have solar panels on their roof. 1 in 20. In other countries, it's much more. One of the things we're working on is how can we help make it financially viable? And this is the thing I would underline. We're all about making it in people's interest, financial interests, to make the switch to clean energy. Because there's no point in asking people to pay through the nose. People haven't got the money to do that. And so whether it's solar on rooftops or heat pumps or helping people with the batteries or insulation, it's finding ways in which we make this economically viable for people.
And that is sort of the push for heat pumps, right, and for people to get one in their home. But I just want to bring you back onto, you know, transition into good clean energy jobs. Yeah. I look at someone like Port Talbot, and I've reported from there multiple times, the botched sort of closure of Tata Steel that has left many people without a job. And there's a government promise to get those people back into work. Do you see them going into, say, a clean energy solution or a clean energy factory in that area? Is there going to be anything built there, or will they be retrained for something else?
One of the things that we're engaged in is investment in the port in Port Talbot, so it can be a centre for clean energy. There's huge opportunities in floating offshore wind, for example. So the answer is 100% yes.
That steel would have been good there for that offshore wind, no?
Indeed, but that's why the plans on the electric arc furnace are important. And look, you know, our job is to make sure this transition is just. And I get that there'll be people who are really worried about the way the world is changing and what is it going to mean for them. And we totally accept, whether it's in the North Sea or elsewhere, our obligation, and this is what I take so seriously as part of a Labour government, our obligation to make that work for people. But what I know in my heart of hearts is, I just think about my constituency in Doncaster, ex-mining constituency. Lots of people voted for Brexit there, almost 10 years ago now. And so many people said the same thing to me, which is, we're voting for a better future for our kids and grandkids. Now, what they meant by that was, we felt like we used to have good jobs here, good jobs that paid a decent living. And that is, if you like, the kind of unanswered question that so many people in our country have had. And there is this answer staring us in the face. And we've got to seize that answer. And
I don't hate distractions, but this green energy dude used to lead the Labour Party and try to act tough in an interview, but critically misspoke, and it's one of the most cringy, embarrassing things ever.
A bloke on the tube said to me last week, Ed Miliband goes into a room with Vladimir Putin. The door is closed. 2 minutes later, the door is opened again, and Vladimir Putin is standing there smiling, and Ed Miliband is all over the floor in pieces.
Was that David Cameron who you met on the tube?
No, it wasn't. I don't think he uses the tube very much. But
that's rather unfair to him, I think.
It is unfair.
Yeah.
But you understand what the point is here. The point is people think you're just not tough enough.
Well, let me tell you, right? Let me tell you. Okay.
Come on.
Let me tell you. Okay, in the summer of 2013, this government proposed action in Syria, the bombing of Syria, right? I was called into a room by David Cameron and Nick Clegg because President Obama had been on the phone, the leader of the free world, right? I listened to what they said, and over those days I made up my mind and we said no, right? Now, I think standing up to the leader of the free world I think shows a certain toughness, I would say.
Proud of what's happened in Syria since?
I'm not proud of it, no. It's a failure of the international community. But what I'm not going to do is repeat the mistakes of the 2003 Iraq War, which happened when Labour was in power, which is a rush to war without knowing what your strategy is and without being clear about what the consequences would be. I'm not a pacifist, so I did support action in Libya, and David Cameron talked about how I supported action against ISIS. But am I tough enough? Hell yes, I'm tough enough.
Was that, am I tough enough? Is that?
Tough enough? Hell yes, I'm tough enough.
Okay. That was a 9 out of 10 meme? Okay. Okay. On July 29, 2024, a mass stabbing targeting young girls occurred at the Heart Space, a dance studio in the Mills Cop area of Southport, Merseyside, United Kingdom. 17-year-old Axel Ruda Cubana killed 3 children and injured 10 others at a Taylor Swift-themed yoga and dance workshop attended by 26 children. 2 girls died at the scene, 6 injured children, and 2 adults were taken to hospital in a critical condition, and a 3rd girl died the following day. Wee. 17-year-old Axel Ruda Cubana killed by stabbing. 3 children and injured 10 others. Ooh, that's relevant. Okay, hold on. Day after the attack, rioters clashed with police in Southport and damaged a mosque after misinformation about the attacker's identity, which had not been publicly released, was spread online. This is a huge deal. We heard about this even in the US or whatever, right? Nigel Farage's leader in Wales was arrested for we already got this. Stop. This motherfucker had ricin? Jesus Christ. Jesse. After Ruda Cubana's guilty pleas, it emerged that he had a history of violent and concerning behavior and had been referred to the Home Office Anti-Extremism Program PREVENT 3 times between 2019 and 2021, but was not accepted into the scheme as no terrorist ideology was identified. Prime Minister Keir Starmer promised to overhaul terrorism laws to include non-ideological acts of violence and appointed David Anderson to lead a review of the PREVENT program. I feel like you should probably just get rid of the... Maybe I was gonna get rid of the concept of terrorism and just treat it all as like mass killings or mass whatever the fuck.
Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Good afternoon.
We have limited time, so I hope you won't mind if I jump straight in what you've been saying in the last few days. You began with a video in the immediate aftermath of the Southport stabbings that engaged in conspiracy theories about who did this and about whether the police were telling the truth. You said, and I'm quoting here, some reports suggest he, the man charged, was known to the security services. Which reports?
This is the problem, isn't it? One of the reasons the Southport riots were as bad as they were is we weren't told the truth. There were stories online from some very prominent folks with big followings, Andrew Tate, etc., suggesting the man had crossed the English Channel in a boat in October 2023. Other suggestions that he was an active Muslim. And much of this led to the riots that we saw.
But you amplified that because you said some reports suggest.
I asked a very simple question. Was this person known or not? Now,
Dustin, I haven't heard this at all. He's going to obfuscate like Trump did with Russia, 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 and more British language. Wait, what? You didn't hear about this? I think this led to the big, there was like a mosque burning, and people were really mad about this because I don't know if Farage was at the center of this or other people were, but like there was a lot of misinformation spread about the attacker.
To the security services.
Absolutely.
And that's a perfectly legitimate question, which was raised by Yvette Cooper. But, Nigel Farage, you didn't just
ask a very simple question. Was this person known or not? Now,
to the security services.
Absolutely.
And that's a perfectly legitimate question, which was raised by Yvette Cooper. But, Nigel Farage, you didn't just do that, did you? You said some reports suggest he was known to the security services. Those reports were from a fake news website amplified by Russian state TV and, as you mentioned, Andrew Tate. Which ones were you looking at?
Which adds to what I was asking for. Give us some clarity. Had we had... I mean, remember, the London Bridge attacker, we knew within an hour that this person was known to the security services. Whenever in Northern Ireland there was a terrorist outrage, very quickly people were told the background of the perpetrator.
But you didn't
I
just
asked
stop
a very simple question.
You said some reports suggest he was known to the security services. Those reports were a fake news website, Russian state TV,
Well,
and
I could
Andrew
have said.
Tate.
I could have said.
So which one was it, Nigel Farage?
I could have said some reports suggest he crossed the channel last October. Some reports suggest he's an active
And all of
Muslim.
that was unfounded.
I did none of those things. What I asked for was clarity. We didn't get clarity, and I would argue that what happened in Southport would not have been of the same magnitude had the truth been told, and told very, very quickly. It wasn't for many hours that we learned more.
No, you're right, but that was the chronology of it. But you don't need to amplify the mystery.
I asked the question.
To cite, quotes, some reports suggest the reports are fake, and you accept that now. They're misinformation.
There were thousands.
I just don't understand this. Well, I mean, if I just treat him like a bad faith actor. But taking this argument on its merits, what is the obsession with needing to know every single thing about the attack in the first, like, couple hours? Like, what are you waiting for? Do you have, like, a poly market bet waiting to clear? Are you about to make a big investment in knife defense systems in your hometown that's near the stat? Like, why do we need to have this? Jesus, so stupid.
Thousands of fake reports everywhere,
you cited
all of which puts the emphasis on the questions being answered, which they weren't.
So did you accidentally fall for that misinformation?
No, I didn't believe any of it.
Or did you know it was wrong from the get-go?
I hadn't got a clue.
So why did you cite it?
Because people wanted to know the truth, and if they had known the truth, Tom, the riots would not have been of the same magnitude.
But you're not just people. You are an elected representative of the people in a position,
representing a question
of authority.
Representing a question that was being asked by millions at the time, which regrettably did not get answered. Now look, here's the point.
Ever, or just in the first, like, 12 hours or whatever? Like,
right, there are people out there suggesting that in some way, despite after 30 years of fighting all sorts of different elections, of believing that the democratic process is the way to deal with arguments, debates, and solve problems. I have never been involved in street protest. I have never been involved in violence. I have always been 1,000 miles away.
Well, literally, in this
from
case,
far-right agitators, from conspiracy theorists. I've always been as far away from those people as I can possibly be.
Well, you had some in UKIP, which I think is one of the reasons why you left UKIP. Paul Waters.
Well, actually, I left UKIP after 25 years.
So back to what you
said. I left
said.
UKIP after 25 years because the leadership at the time encouraged Tommy Robinson to be a part of it. I did more to get rid of the BNP as a political force in Britain than anybody else in the country.
You amplified this misinformation.
No, Tom,
you did.
you were getting this wrong.
I said,
give us clarity.
You didn't just say that, though, Nigel.
I did.
You also said the internet was awash with all sorts of theories, all of which proved to be unfounded.
Yes.
But that's what led to the riots in Southport. But you indulged in those theories.
By the way, I've still not been told whether this person was on a list or not. I don't know the answer to that. Do you?
No, I don't know. But this is
what? Was what?
Wait, I've still not been told whether this person was on a list or not. I don't know.
On a list. Okay.
The answer to that. Do you?
No, I don't know. But that's why it's a legitimate question.
Do you think we deserve to know?
Absolutely. I think the police need to give us the
So my
answer.
question is still valid.
Your question is valid, but not in the way that you put it, because you know what you're doing. You suggested some reports suggest that he was known to the security service, that he came on in a boat, that he was an asylum seeker. That's not true.
And I didn't.
And my question to you is, did you know that was not true?
I don't know now whether this man was known to
So
the police
why are
or
you
not.
promoting those reports?
Because I want to know the truth. I wanted to know it then, and I want to know it now. And I get the feeling we're not always being told the whole truth.
Okay, let's come to that, because you also said that. You wondered whether, and I'm quoting again, the truth about Southport was being withheld from us. What evidence do you have that the police are lying to people?
The evidence was withheld on Southport. Had we been told very quickly, as we could have been, that in fact this fella had been born in the United Kingdom, that his parents were Rwandans, that he didn't come from an Islamist type background, had we been told he hadn't arrived by boat, I suggest to you that what happened that night in Southport would not have been of the same magnitude.
What a wild... That's wild. Okay.
Would you not agree?
I've got no idea.
Would you not agree?
That's a counterfactual.
Well, if you think,
what evidence do you have, Nigel,
if you
that
think,
police are misleading people?
I don't know.
Well, so why did you say it? Why did you say the truth about Southport was being withheld
you
from us?
tell me whether this man was on the suspect list or not. You don't know the answer to it. Don't we deserve to know it?
But that's not to say that people are lying.
To know it?
That's to say that we don't know. You don't know yet. So you could just wait rather than tell people.
Well,
that the police might be lying.
I've now waited nearly a week, and and that question has still not been answered.
So what evidence did you? Back to my question. You have no evidence that the police are withholding
utterly
information.
legitimate to ask questions.
It is
utterly legitimate, and that is all that I did.
But not having an answer and filling the silence with "they're lying to you" is not legitimate.
I don't believe we're being told the full truth yet about this person. I want to know. I think we all want to know.
So police are lying.
I didn't say that. Not telling the truth is not the same as lying.
The truth about Southport was being withheld from us. Do you still think the truth is being withheld by the police from the people?
I still don't know who this man is.
Truth that you thought people already knew because you cited some reports
I
saying that you come on a
who
boat.
this man is, and I repeat the point, had those questions been answered, far from stoking riots, it would have actually calmed them down considerably.
But you allowed it to be stoked because you cited the fake reports and you used the fake reports
I gave the police the opportunity.
to say the police are not.
I gave the police the opportunity to dampen down speculation. They should have done it, and I bet they regret not doing it.
Do you want to retract the comments and delete that video?
No, I want to know the truth.
You don't want to retract the comment that the police are lying to people?
I never said that.
The police aren't giving you the full information.
I'm sorry. I've come in and have an honest conversation. Don't make it up. Don't twist it, because that's what other people are doing. And by the way, yes, you just have. You twisted.
Told people. I'm quoting
twisted
you,
the words.
You wondered whether the truth about Southport was being withheld from us.
We have a situation in this country, right, where ever since Black Lives Matter, there is increasing distrust of the police in this sense. The idea that there's two-tier policing is now widespread in society. That is something that very urgently needs to be dealt with.
I'm going to ask you about that.
Very urgently.
But I just have to issue this clarification because you have said in the course of the conversation something that could be sub judice, and we just need to be very careful about the charge that has been laid against this person.
Police in this sense. The idea that there's two-tier policing is now widespread in society. That is something that very urgently needs to be dealt with.
I'm going to ask you about that.
Very urgently.
But I just have to issue this clarification because you have said in the course of the conversation something that could be sub judice, and we just need to be very careful about the charge that has been laid against this person. I think this has been described in the course of it. So we pause there to be very careful about what we're going to say about an open case. What is...
Were there BLM riots in UK? I think there were BLM riots all over the world, but there were really bad riots, I think, with respect to this thing that happened.
Two-tier policing.
Two-tier policing is you deal with different types of protests and different types of crime in different ways. One of the classic cases is stop and search. Stop and search. By the way, a policy that is wildly popular across the country. Doesn't matter whether people are on the left or the right of politics. The idea that the police should randomly stop and search people for knives in the streets is extraordinarily popular whenever I say it.
You
and
have
yet,
said that in Hare Hills in Leeds, police ran away and allowed a riot. Is that two-tier policing?
I think if you look at the way the police dealt with the Hare Hills protests,
the rights of British people to not be stopped and frisked or whatever don't exist. So I think, like in the United States, you don't have to say shit to a cop or whatever. But I think in the UK, but it's also like generally accepted. People, like cops, can walk up to you and ask you for your the flimsy paper ID, YE, or whatever. I don't know the fuck, whatever. They can get your ID card. I think you have to give it to them or something. It's not it's called stop and search or whatever for whatever the fuck. I don't think they need like a probable cause standard or any bullshit.
And dealt with the Southport protests, I think any fair-minded person would think there were two different police reactions. Now, let me be clear.
But aren't they because two different incidents? They're two different types of protests.
Well, yeah, but they're both violent. They both set fire to things. They both threaten property. They both threaten law and order. And so, look, I tell you something. The perception of two-tier policing is very, very dangerous indeed. And by the way, we've got a situation now with violent riots going on. By far the worst we've seen since 2011. But actually, I think 2011 was a mass outbreak of criminality, opportunistic criminality. This is different. These are two sides with deeply entrenched positions.
Back to two-tier policing.
All right.
What you're really saying is not that there are different operational decisions appropriate to the severity of the situation that police.
Yes, I am saying that.
But that's what policing is, isn't it? Here's Graham Wetton, who spent 30 years in frontline public order roles with the Met. Of course, there are tiers in police response. I'm quoting because you make operational decisions appropriate to the severity of the situation. But there are not tiers based on preference or favouritism.
Well, I tell you something. Look, what we know are the police forces in this country are terrified of being accused of being racist, and therefore police things differently. And stop and search, which I began with a moment ago, is a classic example of where we've downplayed stop and search in areas with higher black proportions of the community. By the way, despite the fact the majority of those that die of knife crime are black people themselves.
But the operationalising of police decisions is something that the police have to answer for. They need to be accountable for those decisions. But it's not two tiers based on the colour of someone's skin or the favouritism the police might show one type of community, is it? We agree.
No, we don't agree.
Right.
No, I think we use a softer approach on some groups than others.
Okay,
and
an example for that is?
Well, I think Black Lives Matter, the way that was policed, is very interesting. I mean, people tearing down statues and chucking them in the dock with police just standing by and watching. And I think if you contrast the police,
those people were arrested.
Yes, and never even got a criminal charge.
Because the jury
just extraordinarily.
But that's what the jury is there for.
The police made no attempt to stop that from happening. We even saw Winston Churchill's statue being defaced. We saw the cenotaph being abused. All of those things happened with the police literally just watching. And I tell you something. Out there in the country, there is a white. We saw the cenotaph being abused. All of those things happened with the police literally just watching. And I tell you something. Out there in the country, there is a white.
Somebody just said that it has to be on reasonable grounds. And they linked something, and it says, a police officer has powers to stop and search you if they have reasonable grounds to suspect you're carrying illegal drugs, a weapon, a stolen property, something which could be used to commit a crime, such as a crowbar. You can only be stopped and searched without reasonable grounds if it has been approved by a senior police officer. This can happen if it's suspected that serious violence could take place, you're carrying a weapon or have used one, or you're in a specific location or area. So is that the same probable cause standard, or I can't tell if you're a British person, if you're just an American. Sometimes you guys will like Google a thing and you immediately, like if I have a question or if I say something I'm not sure and you Google a thing and you find the very first link you immediately come to and then you just throw it in chat. And sometimes you don't even read the link. I don't know if that happened here or not, but sometimes you guys do that. It fucking drives me crazy. But I don't know if that's the same as the probable cause standard or whatever else. But your IP address is from the UK, so I'm going to assume you know what you're talking about. You better, motherfucker. Okay.
Widespread perception that we have two-tier policing.
That might be the perception.
Well, perception and reality.
I'm going to give you this quote from Graham Wetton, who spent 30 years doing the job you're telling him how to do. The Met used, on BLM policing, the Met used in advance of the mounted branch, one of their most impactful tactics, which I've only seen deployed a couple of times in my whole career, and not at any of the incidents in the last week. So there's an argument to say the Met went in quite hard in some forms on the BLM protest.
I'm sorry.
In a way that they didn't do in the last week.
They took the knee in the street. You know, we can argue over fine points, but here is the real point. At no point in the last week or in the previous 30 years have I ever encouraged the use of violence. Have I ever encouraged the use of anti-democratic means? And yet, you know, you get the internet and people saying things on the internet. We have senior Labour politicians like Andy MacDonald saying, I wanted the riots to happen. We have former Conservative MPs like Anna Soubry saying that I orchestrated the riots. We have LBC presenters like James O'Brien calling them the Farage riots. I have had nothing to do with any form of street violence now or at any point in my career. And this level of incitement to violence against me, which is utterly baseless, has led to a huge increase in my security uptick.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that
No. You as a broadcaster too have that responsibility. LBC as a broadcaster have that responsibility. You're splitting hairs.
I'm not splitting hairs, Nigel.
You are splitting hairs.
I'm keeping you to the words that you use.
I am telling you that in this country there is a widespread perception of two-tier policing.
But you're also in a position to give them the reality, Nigel.
Yes,
and the reality might be very different from their perception.
No, I personally believe that we police different communities according to their racial backgrounds in different ways, and I want it to end.
And the examples of that are?
The examples of that are, for the third time,
The Black Lives Matter protest?
For the third time, the way that stop and search is implemented, or, frankly, not implemented.
There are people being arrested, obviously, for what they did in protesting on the streets. There are people being arrested for whipping up racial hatred online, for encouraging violence online. Do you worry that based on what you've said in the last few days, you might get a knock on the door from the police?
No.
You don't think that's going to come your way?
What, for asking the truth about the perpetrator of a heinous crime?
For suggesting that the police are lying without any evidence.
I didn't say they lied. You've done that. That's the third time you've done that, and you are irresponsible and wrong to do so. You are irresponsible and wrong to do so.
I can give you the quote again, Nigel. That you said the truth about Southport was being withheld from us.
I didn't call them. I didn't say they were lying.
So they're deliberately not giving people the truth.
That's a very different thing to lying. So don't use that word again, please. You've done it 3 times and you're wrong.
In Hare Hills, you said the police ran away and allowed a riot. The police say they pulled back temporarily as they have become...
What's the difference?
As they have become...
Wait, can somebody give me this Farage quote? I want to hear this full thing in context. Can somebody... Is there a video of this, or was it a tweet or a fucking Instagram video, or what? Can somebody give me this Farage quote? I want to hear this full thing in context. Is there a video of this, or was it a... Oh, good one.
The sole target of those intent on causing trouble, and then went on to arrest people. Again, coming back to Mr. Wetton's comment, who did the job for 30 years, on Hare Hills, it started out looking like a standard call that many officers will go to, an incident at an address with social services trying to remove children, and then it blew up with officers coming under attack, and because of how quickly it escalated, withdrawal is the best tactic. Why do you think you can tell police how best to do their job?
All I can do is what all of us do, is to look at the facts before us, the evidence before us, as we see it, and draw conclusions. And I draw the conclusions.
Why do you think you can tell police how best to do their job?
All I can do is what all of us do, is to look at the facts before us. A young girl has died as a result of the... Well, it's pretty horrendous. The 3rd young girl has died as a result of the stabbings yesterday in Southport.
Yesterday.
I obviously join everybody in my horror at what has happened. I know the Prime Minister went to lay flowers and was heckled, and it shows you how unhappy the public are with the state of law and order in our country. I have to say there are 1 or 2 questions. Was this guy being monitored by the security services? Some reports say he was, others less sure.
Some reports.
The police say it's a non-terror incident, just as they said the stabbing of an Army Lieutenant Colonel in uniform on the streets of Kent the other day was a non-terror incident. I just wonder whether the truth is being withheld from us. I don't know the answer to that, but I think it is a fair and legitimate question. What I do know is something is going horribly wrong in our once beautiful country.
Okay.
Conclusion that we have 2-tier policing. And Mr. Weston, I'm always prepared to accept that I'm wrong, which is why perhaps a bit more engagement the other way from the police might be useful. You see, when Sir Mark Rowley, the boss of the Metropolitan Police, is asked this very question by a reporter yesterday, all he does is manhandle the microphone away, which leads to that suspicion becoming even deeper. Tom, you know, we've got these riots going on. We've had horrendous standoffs, appalling behaviour, setting fire to hotels, I mean, things that are almost unimaginably ghastly. On the other side, we've had Muslim intimidation of LBC reporters, amongst others. All right? So there are some terrible things happening on both sides, albeit the thuggery of...
But we don't know that they're Muslim.
Well, look, we know the communities they come from. We know the face masks they're wearing. I think we know.
No, it was terrible.
I think we know. I think we know it's pretty bad. All right. And when they're shouting, you know, free Gaza and genocide, I think it's a fair bet to say who they are. Here's my real big point. Okay, we can quell the riots. The police can do whatever they need to do. We can bring the army in. We can do whatever. Unless we solve what's really at the heart of this problem, our danger is we become like France, where these things don't go away. They flare up every 3 months, 6 months, every year. There are, right at the heart of this, some very, very fundamental concerns about societal breakdown in our country. And there is no doubt that we have to address issues like uncontrolled mass immigration and division of our communities. And what I'm looking for is a long-term solution, not just a short-term.
I don't know what any of that has got to do with Southport.
Don't you?
No, because the man charged was born in Cardiff.
Do you know what? You want to get out more. You want to get out more. You want to get out more.
The man charged was born in Cardiff.
Well, why didn't they tell people that? And then maybe the riots would not have been that bad.
You jumped to conclusions.
They did not tell people.
You jumped to conclusions based on having looked at Andrew Tate's Twitter feed or
They did
whatever.
not tell people before those riots sparked who he was and where he came from. And if they'd done that, this would have been far less serious.
But do you think you could have said in those circumstances, we don't know yet who this person is, so let's not jump to conclusions. Let's wait and see and condemn how awful the attack was.
All I could have said, tell us the truth, and maybe this will calm down, which is what I did.
The people rioting, some of them look to you. They see you as someone who espouses their worldview, their politics. Would you speak to them directly now to tell them to stop?
As I've done repeatedly over the last week. You know, I mean, there is the reason that we fight, and I've fought for 30 years in European elections, by-elections, general elections, is I believe that parliamentary democracy is the way we stop violence overtaking our society. So I condemn all acts of political violence, whoever they're committed by. And let me tell you, the idea that devotees of some of these extreme figures are fans of mine is a long way from the truth.
The Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, was on LBC the other day, and she was asked about the responsibility that politicians have in these moments. She says we have a responsibility to hold the community together and say, let's get the facts, and then let's look at what the actual solutions are and what we can do about the horrific situation that we find ourselves in, not to stir up this fake news online. But that is in part what you did.
No,
Whether
it's
knowingly
not.
or
No,
accidentally,
that's
you lent
completely-
into some of the fake news.
I asked for the fake news to be knocked down. I asked for the truth to be told. And Angela Rayner, you know, I mean,
You
talk
said
about...
our country is being destroyed. By who?
Oh, yes, I mean, literally, our communities are being separated and destroyed.
By who?
I think the political process, and by the way, it may be Labour in government, but the Conservatives are far more responsible. I think the fracturing of society because of mass immigration is one of the most serious social deconstructions we've ever seen in the history of these islands. And I honestly, I think there is a way we can deal with it. We won't solve it overnight, but we have to try.
So when Elon Musk says that civil war is inevitable, do you agree with him?
I pray that he's wrong.
Do you agree with him?
I pray that he's wrong.
So you do disagree with him?
No, I don't agree with him.
No, so you disagree with him?
I pray that he's wrong. How much stronger can I put it? Yes, social deconstructions we've ever seen in the history of these islands. And I honestly, I think there is a way we can deal with it. We won't solve it overnight, but we have to try.
So when Elon Musk says that civil war is inevitable, do you agree with him?
I pray that he's wrong.
Do you agree with him?
I pray that he's wrong.
So you do disagree with him?
No, I don't agree with him.
No, so you disagree with him?
I pray that he's wrong. How much stronger can I put it to you? I pray that he's wrong. Because you see, I see France, I see Paris, I see Marseille, and they are cities that are in a sort of permanent state of truce, and that truce breaks occasionally, and horrendous riots happen, and there is no prospect in those big French cities of any of this improving. I don't want us to go down that route. I really do not.
Wow. Thank you very much indeed for coming in. Nigel Farage, leader of Reform UK and the Reform MP for Clacton.
So was I guess so. Was this guy ever a terrorist, or what the fuck? What was the motivation for this eventually discovered to be? Was there motivation, or did anything come out about it? What was the motivation for this eventually discovered? Mental illness? Was there motivation, or did anything come out about it? Where do you see that? Let's see. He was born in Cardiff, Wales, to Alphonse Ruda Kobana and Letitia Muzairi, Jesus, who are evangelical Christian Tutsis, originally from Rwanda, and who moved to the UK in 2002. One is a British citizen and has an older brother. Oh, the kid is a British citizen. Family lived in the Thornhill area of Cardiff before moving to the Southport area in 2013. He was mentally ill, but also happened to be a Muslim. Wait, was he a Muslim? It says his parents were Christian. Did he become Muslim? First became known to officials in 2019, initially due to anxiety and social isolation, but then due to increasing destructive behavior. On October 4th, 2019, aged 13 in year 9, he contacted Childline and asked, "What should I do if I want to kill somebody?" And in the following days, explained he wanted to kill someone who was bullying him at school. Jesus. The incident was referred to the police, who visited him shortly afterwards. Ruda Kubana had been temporarily excluded from school by this point, and he was expelled after he disclosed that he had taken a knife to school on about 10 occasions. From October 17, 2019, Ruda Kubana attended the Acorn School in Ormskirk, a specialist education center. During his admission meeting, Ruda Kubana was asked why he had taken a knife into his previous school, to which he replied to use it. In November 2019, he was referred to the Anti-Extremism Prevent Scheme for researching school shootings during an IT class, the first of what would eventually be 3 referrals over the following 18 months. On December 11, 2019, Ruda Kubana booked a taxi to take him back to Range High, where he threatened pupils and teachers with a hockey stick on which he had written their names. He struck one pupil with a hockey stick, breaking their wrist. When the police arrived, a knife was found in Ruda Kubana's backpack. Am I making this up? I thought in Bongerland, if you have a knife, it's like illegal or some shit. Or like, is it over a certain size, or if you're outside of a fucking kitchen, or what? His mugshot. Jesus. That's a villain. What the fuck? Okay. Banned from the premises, and instead sent him to schoolwork to complete at home, which he failed to do. Was diagnosed with autism in February of 2021. He was referred to Prevent twice more. once in February for uploading 2 images of Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi to Instagram. And again in April after a teacher noticed that he had left 2 internet tabs open researching the London Bridge terror attacks on his school computer during a lesson. Police were involved with Ruda Cubana multiple times over the following year due to various incidents, once in November 2021, where he kicked his father and damaged his car in an argument, and then in March of 2022, where his mother reported him missing before a bus driver called the police on him for failing to pay his fare, and again in May of 2022, in an argument where he was denied access to a computer. He wore an outfit July 2024 on the 22nd, 1 week before the attack. Booked a taxi to a high school. Wore a green hoodie and a surgical mask. However, his father spotted him and pleaded with the taxi driver not to take him to his former school. Jesus Christ. All right, well, this kid is like a super fucking school shooter material. Or at least you don't have guns, I guess. Super fucking school shooter. And he had fucking ricin. He had a PDF copy of a military study of an Al-Qaeda training manual. What year was this? Did ISIS not make training manuals? I feel like you're using dated material. Just kidding. Video games. Watched graphic videos of murders and was absolutely obsessed with violence and genocide, including the Rwandan genocide, Adolf Hitler, and Genghis Khan. On his devices were found media relating to violent themes such as the Muammar Rebellion, clan cleansing in Somalia. Hey, wait a second. What the fuck did I say about this shit a while ago? That, I feel like we've had a spring of weird shootings, killings, mass murders in the U.S. where, like one was trans and one was, against like Charlie Kirk, and you just have these like scattered incidents, but there is like a small unifying thing for a lot of these that nobody ever really talks about, and it's like really young people who seem to be getting into a very weird headspace because of consuming very weird shit online, and I feel like nobody ever really talks about that much. This kid sounds like he was going to fucking watch people die every day after school, and was like on the fucking school shooter path, I guess when he was what, 13? Jesus. What was the first incident? He contacted Childline when he was 13 years old and asked, what should I do if I want to kill somebody? God damn. What was the first incident? He contacted Childline when he was 13 years old and asked, what should I do if I want to kill somebody? God damn. Well, On May 8th, 2025, Ruda Cubana is alleged to have attacked a prison officer. It was reported that he had boiled water using a kettle in his cell. You guys you're that addicted to tea, even your prisoners can do it in their cell? Is that real? And threw it over the officer through the hatch in his cell door. He was taken to the hospital as a precautionary measure and was discharged on the same day. Jesus. Can I see anything about the claims of the shooter, or I'm sorry, the claims of the, I'm so America brained, the claims of the stabber that were circulating online like in the days after, like July 29th, 30th, 31st, assuming there's a July 31st. Like, how strong were the claims that he was a Muslim asylum seeker and all this shit? Damn. I remember feeling at the time this was kind of fucked up because people were spreading misinformation, but I hadn't dug into it that much. But they were really off on this. Jesus. Damn. Oh, man. Oh, man. Here's a Guardian article about it. An account called Europe Invasion. Okay. Known to publish anti-immigrant and Islamophobic content, posted on X at 1:49 p.m. Soon after news of the attack emerged, the suspect was alleged to be a Muslim immigrant. Known to publish anti-immigrant and Islamophobic content, posted on X at 1:49 p.m. Soon after news of the attack emerged, the suspect was alleged to be a Muslim immigrant. Are these tweets still up at all, or are they gone? Are these tweets still up at all, or are they gone? They deleted most of them? Ooh, did Constantine say anything about this? Did he speculate on this at all? Does anybody know? Ooh, did Constantine say anything about this? Did he speculate on this at all? Does anybody know? Damn. What is Channel 3 now? 17-year-old Ali al-Shakati from Banks has been arrested in connection with the Southport stabbings and is currently in police custody. Ali al-Shakati was on the MI6 watch list and known to Liverpool Mental Health Services. Review what these people were arguing.
They were right.
Destiny crashes Lawrence Heather's panel to confront panelists on UK rats. Uh-oh. No, not our queen. We can't besmirch her by looking at anything she has to say about immigrants. Hearing Destiny pronounce Cardiff as Cardiff. Listen, I've been there. I don't give a fuck. You're fuck Bongerland. I will call it Cardiff. Cardiff? Hearing Destiny pronounce Cardiff as Cardiff. It even looks and sounds retarded, okay? Another tweet. This is the man from Cardiff that murdered little girls straight off a boat. Wait, is this just a random fucking is this just a random person? This is not the man that killed / attacked the children and adults in Southport. This image is of Kasonga Mobuto, who was arrested in Ireland in 2023 for a random knife attack at Dublin Airport. Okay. Is this guy 17? Maybe he did crack for a long time. 4.3 million views. God damn. Maybe he did crack for a long time. 4.3 million views. God damn. Ship the lot BK. Does that mean back? Ship the lot back? Here he is. What a surprise. Our fellow hello, 17-year-old black child. Here he is. What a surprise. Jesus. Our fellow this was the 17-year-old boy? Jesus. This was the 17-year-old boy? The riots had limited formal organization. Instead, rioters assembled around individual far-right social media personalities with the aid of far-right Telegram group chats affiliated with Active Club England, the Terrorgram Network, and football hooliganism firms. Groups involved in the riots included supporters of the defunct Islamophobic group English Defence League, including its former leader, Tommy Robinson, Members of the neo-Nazi hate group Patriotic Alternative and the fascist political party Britain First. The riots were also supported by the neo-Nazi organization British Movement and the far-right political party National Front. Rioters clashed with local Muslims and counter-protesters who were mobilized by Stand Up to Racism and other anti-fascist, anti-racist groups. Blah, 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 blah. Well, what are you going to do? Wait, what is this? I really hope that the rumors I am hearing about what happened in Southport aren't true, because if they are, this will not end well. This is in November. What is this referencing? Probably worse than what you're hearing. Everyone thinks it is one scandal or another, but it is not. It is scandal upon scandal upon scandal. This is, in fact, what I am hearing. The real story behind the Southport murders were these 3 little girls and how Keir Starmer played a critical role in it. This is, in fact, what I am hearing. The real story behind the Southport murders were these 3 little girls and how Keir Starmer played a critical role in it. His father is Alphonse Ruda Cubana. He is known and tried by the International Criminal Court for participation in the Rwandan genocide in the 90s. Is that true? Or Ruda Cubana. He is known and tried by the International Criminal Court for participation in the Rwandan genocide in the 90s. The link provides a searchable document. When searched, the name Starmer does not appear, and the Alphonse mentioned has a different surname. Yeah, I thought the Tutsis were the people killed, but maybe they were collaborators? I don't even know if this is... but okay. Alphonse's wanted in connection with the crimes committed here. Yeah, I thought the Tutsis were the people killed, but maybe they were collaborators? I don't even know if this is... but okay. Alphonse's wanted in connection with the crimes committed here. This is a conspiracy theory? Okay. Who is the lawyer representing this war criminal wanted for genocide? None other than QC and the current Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer. Keir was the man who represented Alphonse and got his extradition removed and ensured his status and asylum in the UK. Keir was in The Guardian publicly advocating for this alongside benefit. Why? What would be the conspiracy? Why would you want to do that? So he personally escorted a warlord, African warlord criminal to the United Kingdom so that that guy could raise his future son to kill... to kill little white girls in a squad? What? Why? This is why the UK government has completely suppressed this story and won't let any media or anyone talk about it. Why? And have the police raid anyone talking about it.
To you right on Southport. All I can say to you right now is...
Bro, these guys are the king of vague posters. He's the king he vague posts about everything, about his policies, about what he wants to do for the country, about what when he talks about fake news. Like, I feel like this guy's like the king vague poster.
I know a hell of a lot more than the British public know. A hell of a lot more. I've been completely silenced. I dared, the day after Southport, to do a video to say, can we please know who this man is? Was he known to the authorities? Why do I feel we're not being told the truth? The level of demonisation I came under for that from both front benches was astonishing. From media commentators. Demonisation on a level that I'd never even experienced. Now I'm told by the Speaker of the House of Commons, I can't ask questions about it in the House of Commons. Parliamentary privilege is out of the window. Even rumours today that the court case, which is due in January, every effort is being made to defer it. Right? Yeah, this is what's going on. We are witnessing...
Why is he doing this? At least it's his left hand, I guess. I'm sorry. I'm so American brain. I was just, why?
One of the biggest cover-ups we've ever seen in our lives. And I won't say any more than that. I genuinely would never wish to be in contempt of court. I have respect for our legal system. It's not perfect, but it's a damn sight better than most of the rest of the world. I won't say any more than that. I genuinely would never wish to be in contempt of court. I have respect for our legal system. It's
what?
Not perfect.
So did anything ever come out about all the stuff they knew about this? Or was this all just vague posting retarded shit? What is this? Page 43 of this. Racialized grooming gangs. Elon Musk X and the implication of Islamophobia in the UK. Page 43. Konstantin Kisin, host of the podcast Trigonometry, claimed that the issues had been covered up by the mainstream media through its stranglehold on information. Tommy Robinson made a similar allegation against the legacy media covering the sentencing of rioters in Rotherham. Robinson claimed that Sexual assault and him had not been covered in the press, which is demonstrably untrue. Jack Montgomery, former deputy head of communications for the Leave EU campaign, made a similar claim, falsely alleging that the BBC had not covered the Rochdale grooming gang trial. Okay. The terms multiculturalism, political correctness have become dog whistles for the existence of persons of color, right alongside other contemporary terms like diversity, equity, inclusion, critical race theory, wokeness, and others. Okay. Oh, Constantine explicitly denied this conspiracy theory. Well, what was he hearing? I really hope that the rumors I'm hearing about what happened in Southport aren't true. Did he say? What the fuck? Hello? What was he hearing? I really hope that the rumors I'm hearing about what happened in Southport aren't true. Did he say? Okay. All right. What the fuck? Hello? The excuse that the Southport killer's jihadi links were not revealed to avoid prejudicing the investigation and trial does not seem to have been applied to the rioters who were tarred and feathered before they were even arrested. Strange that. But what jihadi links though? Because he had the Al-Qaeda manual? But it sounds like the kid was looking up a whole bunch of fuck shit, no? But what jihadi links though? Because he had the Al-Qaeda manual? But it sounds like the kid was looking up a whole bunch of fuck shit, no? Okay. Obviously, you don't know how much classified info conservatives get. This is referencing the Al-Qaeda handbook. Okay, well. Obviously, you don't know how much classified info conservatives get. Hutch Gigamad. How? I gave such a nice take earlier. I said that Hutch's position is understandable. I don't even think I attacked his position necessarily. I just said I feel like we've moved on from conservatives playing in our liberal playing field. What is this? He hates your Batman analogy. Oh, well, then he's going to have to find a better analogy to fight back on. Good luck. You spiked his cortisol. In real life, I don't know what that ever looks like. That doesn't just become corrupt themselves. But it's hard to answer this question of what do you do when this person has a vice that is capable of defeating your virtue, and you don't have somebody authoring it.
But they're not defeating our virtue, though. This is what I mean.
Oh no, he's going to say. He keeps going back to this point. He's going to say they're not defeating it because they're losing at the polls and they're going to lose in the midterms. They've already won a huge amount, though. Like, them losing in the midterms is not the victory that we're looking for, right? It was never the victory we were looking for. Trump won the 2024 election with a popular vote. Winning, like, just to call that a victory, I just feel like is so... I don't agree. But I'm pretty sure that's what he's going to say. We're winning. The popularity and everything is in our favor right now.
Like, I feel like he is playing into the propaganda. He's trying to use the DOJ to go after his political enemies. How's that working out?
Well, he managed to get his attorney general to put a fake lawyer in to fabricate indictments against people. I mean, he was able to do that. The judges worked as like a backstop. But this is almost like a Ben Shapiro tier argument of like the guardrails are holding. My argument is not so much that like Trump is successfully executing on all of his desires. It's more that the Republican establishment around him is allowing it, and the American public, in my opinion, I would say, are largely indifferent to it. Now, I know that his popularity is low, and I know that he doesn't poll well around these issues like he did before. But in my mind, this would be a thing where it's like, oh, the polls should be like 96-4 against him. Like, I understand having big 20-point leads is nice, but like, this shouldn't be even remotely close. This should be like you just lost like 35 seats in the Senate type of shit. Not like, well, we took back the House and we're close in the Senate now. Like, I feel like that's the lost fight. I feel like that's the bad framing, in my opinion.
How the fuck is that working out? They've had cases laughed out of court for Comey, for Letitia James. Pam Bondi Janine Pirro, who's now like a fucking prosecutor, and I don't even remember, announced that she's giving up on trying to find charges for the like seditious six. Like Donald Trump is trying to do a lot of things, and he's being constrained by the girthy fucking cock of American liberal democracy.
He's being constrained barely, solely by just the judiciary. But our Congress should be restraining him as well. But they're not. There's no restraints whatsoever. And the administration should have some self-restraint, but they have none. And the American people are nowhere near as far against it as they need to be, I think is the issue. We can't be happy to just keep testing the guardrails over and over and over again.
And he's paying a political price for all of this corruption and overreach.
He's a lame duck.
Zavehi, thank you so much for 2 months. Appreciate it. Decepticon with the tier 1 membership. Maple Cobra with 83 months. McMitty with $10. Oh, I think I already got you for that. Domba, I don't think I got you for the tier 1 membership.
Okay. I don't have time for this right now.
Oh, I think I already got you for that. Domba, I don't think I got you for the tier 1 membership.
Targeted Roma families. Wait, what? Since Ballymena erupted in 3 nights of anti-migrant riots last month, was this in response to the stabbing? This is in Northern Ireland. Last month. This is July of 2025. Wait, Ireland, Ballymena. Why am I even being linked this? Okay. Here's the woman that was prosecuted for inciting riots after Southport radicalized on Facebook. Woman 53 jailed over blow the mosque up Facebook post after Southport riots. Keyboard warrior Julie Sweeney sentenced to 15 months on busy day for rioting cases in England's courts. A 53-year-old woman who lived a quiet, sheltered life has been jailed for 15 months for posting a comment on Facebook which said, "Blow the mosque up with the adults in it." Well, at least she said adults and not children, right? She was part of a Facebook community group which had 5,100 members, responding to a photograph which showed a number of white and Asian people involved in the cleanup after disorder in Southport. She posted, "It's absolutely ridiculous. Don't protect the mosques. Blow the mosque up with the adults in it." God damn. He jailed her for 15 months, telling her, "You should have been looking at the news and media with horror like every right-minded person. Instead, you chose to take part in stirring up hatred. You had a big audience. You threatened a mosque. It truly was a terrible threat." Wait, what was her... She was part of a Facebook community group. Okay. The judge said so-called keyboard warriors like Sweeney have to learn to take responsibility for their language. She lives a quiet, sheltered life in Cheshire, like a cat, and has not troubled the courts in her long life. She lives a quiet, sheltered life in Cheshire, like a cat, and has not troubled the courts in her long life. Wait, what is like how do the charges work in the UK? If I go over there, they can't like arrest me for some shit I posted on Twitter like a month ago, can they? How do the charges work in the UK? If I go over there, they can't like arrest me for some shit I posted on Twitter like a month ago, can they? Okay. Let me chew through this one real quick. Political backflow from Europe. The European discourse can be, for lack of a better term, America-brained. We hear stories of Black Lives Matter marches in countries without significant black populations or defendants demanding the First Amendment rights in countries without constitutions. Why shouldn't the opposite phenomenon exist? Europe is more populous than the US and looms large in the American imagination. Why shouldn't we find ourselves accidentally absorbing European ideas that don't make sense in the American context? In my post on baby boomers, I argued against claims that America keeps raising taxes on the young so it can award larger pensions to the old. In fact, Social Security payouts per person have become less generous over time, not more. Although total subsidies to the elderly are rising because of increasing longevity and health insurance costs. Several European readers wrote in to say that whether or not this is happening in America, it definitely happens in Europe. Am I going to care about this? The anti-boomer take has been imported in part from the EU plus the UK, where the pension system is not the same. There is a lot of similar things in France that I could dig up, such as all attempts to tax benefits being defeated. Scott seems genuinely confused by the origin of a lot of the boomer hate, which is explicitly tied to European welfare systems and how they redistribute money away from young, middle-class earners into the pockets of the wealthiest generation, i.e. boomers, by means of pension transfers. If Scott had broadened his research horizon a bit, he would see that the average pension in France is now higher than the average salary, which is obviously an unjustifiable disaster, especially when old people are way less likely to rent at high prices or experience childcare expenses. So maybe this is one example of European issues leaking to a less appropriate American context. Are there any others? In Understanding America's New Right, Noah Smith asks why American conservatives are so interested in European affairs, especially in their immigration policy. He answers that conservative ideology centers around the idea of Western civilization. This is kind of him. A more paranoid analyst might make a similar argument around white identitarianism. Since Europe is the home of Western civilization, it is especially galling for it to be ravaged by immigration or whatever. This may be true, but I propose a simpler explanation. The American conservative narrative on immigration is mostly true in Europe, mostly false in America, and it is more pleasant to think about the places where your narrative is mostly true. The conservative narrative on immigration is, to put it uncomfortably bluntly, that immigrants are often parasites and criminals, as our news sources love to remind us. This is untrue in the American context. The average immigrant is less likely to commit welfare, or to claim welfare benefits, and less likely to commit crimes than the average native-born citizen. This is a vague, high-level claim. The answer can shift depending details of how you ask the question, and it is certainly not true of all immigrants or native subgroups. Still, taken as a vague, high-level claim, the news sources are right and the conservative narrative is wrong. In Europe, the situation is more complicated. There are still some ways of asking the question where you find immigrants collecting fewer benefits than natives. For example, because immigrants are young, natives are old, and pensions are a benefit. But there are also more options for asking the question in ways where, yes, immigrants are disproportionately on welfare. The European link between immigrants and crime is even stronger, especially if the conservatives are allowed to cherry-pick the most convincing European countries. Wait, hold on. New schizo, conspiracy, anti-vax just dropped. Declassified. CIA files reveal chilling blueprint to manipulate Americans' minds through covert drugging with vaccines. Oh, shit. Declassified. CIA files reveal chilling blueprint to manipulate Americans' minds through covert drugging with vaccines. Oh, shit. True. Have you read The Triple Lock Problem in the UK in regards to pensions? No. But I've heard people bring it up a lot. Mm-hmm. What? The AI Scott Adams podcast? Oh my god, kill me. I do not consent to that ever being made of me. Fuck you guys. The AI Scott Adams podcast? Oh my god, kill me. I do not consent to that ever being made of me. Fuck you guys. Wait, what is MS? Sorry. Member states of the European Union and extra EU immigrants. What does extra EU mean? Outside of the EU or? Wait, what is MS? Sorry. Member states of the European Union and extra EU immigrants. What does extra EU mean? Outside of the EU? Mortal strike, multiple sclerosis. Thank you.
The context. Miss Lala.
The Rev Ice drama explained in 4-ish minutes. Don't ever. Jesus.
The context. Miss Lala.
The Rev Ice drama explained in 4-ish minutes. I ain't got time for this shit. Jesus. It wouldn't surprise me if there was more propensity to drain welfare though in European states versus the U.S. I think I would just accept that as a default, just because their welfare is more generous than ours generally. This goes to 2021. Asylum seekers in Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. Where's the UK? Mm-hmm. Ministry of the Interior estimated that 67.5% of all offenses involving foreigners are committed by irregular residents, more than 2/3. With regard to this figure, it is important to highlight that irregular migrants are much more exposed to criminality as they live in illegality and are thus prevented from finding a regular job or accessing social security measures. According to a 2016 study, if we only consider regular residents, the criminality rate would seem to be analogous among foreigners and Italians. Why is that to compare? I'm just kidding. It's probably about Italy, I'm guessing. Tend to commit. It's worth noting that foreigners, both regular and irregular, tend to commit different types of offenses. They mainly commit offenses that are considered less serious, and this is reflected in the length of their sentences. So probably like some kind of fraud or whatever, as opposed to like violent crime or something, I guess. Okay. Obligatory.
Bring in Her Majesty. It's time to knight Mr. Farage. If you would like to kneel there.
Come on then. Don't hurt me. Well, thank you.
You are now Sir Nigel Farage. We're also making you honorary British ambassador to America and honorary MP for South Thanet because they didn't elect you for real. So arise, Sir Nigel.
Thank you very much. I'm honoured.
My mummy says you hate foreigners.
No, no, little girl. No.
Quite right.
You're not supposed to say that. That's very naughty. That's it, everyone.
The Queen has to be non-political.
Nigel Farage has been knighted. That's the end of the show.
God damn. Not good. Josiah and Hutch are arguing again. What? Josiah and Hutch are arguing again. What? Okay. Oof. Jesus. Okay. Did I have any other things that I wanted? Okay. Oil and stuff. Parliamentary sovereignty is a good meme. What is this fucking like British steel shit? Like, is it possible for the Brits to make their own steel? Is that even like realistically possible, or is that like a fucking pipe meme dream, or what? Like, is it possible for the Brits to make their own steel? Is that even like realistically possible, or is that like a fucking pipe meme dream, or what? Smaller countries in the UK Still make steel. Yeah, but how much do they need? They don't have a license for that. Hmm. I think it's nostalgia from one of the largest producers.
I think they're all looking at government
you see
decisions.
Gary Stevenson as a sort of pseudo-academic economist, or a...
I don't think he's pseudo-academic. I think he's literally an economist. That's his job.
What about you mentioned? It's not his job. He's a city trader. He studied an undergraduate degree in economics.
Who aren't working for the government. I think they're all looking at government
you
decisions.
see Gary Stevenson as a sort of pseudo-academic economist.
Is he calling? Do you call Gary Jerry? Is that? Do bongers really do that? What?
Economist or a...
I don't think he's pseudo-academic. I think he's literally an economist. That's his job.
What about you mentioned? It's not his job. He's a city trader. He studied an undergraduate degree in economics.
Right.
Okay, he's not a professional economist.
But I think if you do a degree in economics, it's fair to say you're an economist.
Where are the people with graduate
Wait, what? Is that how that works?
level degrees in economics that you're focusing on here? Where are the professors? Where are the people for whom this is their academic speciality?
So this underlines some of our conversation too. We're not in government right now. When you're in government, you have an entire civil service to go, here are our principles. Here's how we get to the exact questions that Alistair's fairly asking me about what does the legislation look like and how do you make this happen. I think the point to do right now is to get the principles. Can I highlight something I think is interesting? So I did a debate the other night with BBC. I came off stage and a woman came over to me. And it's a story I'm hearing lots. It was lovely. She said, my 4 kids are so happy with what you're saying. You're giving them hope again. They're feeling really excited. And I said to her, like your kids, what about you? And she was like, I think you're brilliant. I think you speak with compassion and values. But I'm not...
Wait, am I missing memes? Hold on. Uh-oh.
That is a possibility.
That's what don't you want to avoid?
Oh, no, not the paint document. That is a possibility. Oh, did he finish watching my whole Batman thing?
Talked in the past about... This is a debate that I've had for years. I'm not entirely sure that I think the President of the United States, no matter who it is obligated to always obey the Supreme Court. Because and it's a notion called non-acquiescence, and it really has its genesis for all intents and purposes during the Civil War, because President Lincoln disregarded a court order by Chief Justice Taney about habeas corpus, and his logic was at the time like...
Hutch called you a pussy and dared you to call him. Link the clip, or you're banned for 1 month. Virgil GC. Good luck.
If I obey this order, it's basically going to jeopardize the war effort. Do I have to forego my duty to take care that all the other laws be faithful for the sake of this one? And so it's something that's been debated by judicial scholars for centuries. It's something I absolutely think about, because the entailment there is that the Supreme Court is the boss of Congress and the president, and it's actually intended to be the weakest of the 3 branches, weaker than the president, certainly weaker than Congress. So yes, this is something that...
Can you give me a real world application? Give me a hypothetical where you think it might be appropriate. Yeah. Like a realistic kind of real world application.
Bitch.
In the modern context.
Oh, I probably couldn't give you one offhand. I don't think I've ever called for non-acquiescence in like the modern time. I can't think of like a single example, but it's a philosophical notion that there are Supreme Court orders that, in theory, I think the president should just ignore. Like, again, like civil war and things of that nature.
Well, I mean, tell me how it came up in the context of you talking about it recently.
There is one modern example. Well, no, because Peaceful and I talk about this shit all the time, because we talk about balance of power, separation of powers, which branch is supposed to be dominant over the others. These are like common conversations that we've had, just like structural conversations about the system of government. But there's one example actually I can think of where I flirted with non-acquiescence, and that was during the Biden administration about the debt ceiling. Okay, so I can't remember all the details at the time. So it was like 2022, 2023, when we needed to lift the debt ceiling, and there was a potential government shutdown because the Republicans weren't going to, necessarily give the votes, and there was a lot of debate about whether or not Biden should mint $1 trillion coin or something like that in order to knock off enough debt so that we have some room before we hit the debt ceiling. And there was a debate about whether or not the Supreme Court would force President Biden to default on our debt. If you can't come to an agreement to satisfy the statutory obligations to raise or suspend the debt ceiling, if the Supreme Court said, yeah, we got to default on our debt because the president is still spending money that he's not congressionally authorized to use, maybe the president should just ignore them and continue to do that. You're going to have to try to order me to default on the national debt and trigger a global economic catastrophe. And Lawrence Tribe, Harvard professor Lawrence Tribe, one of the most reputable in the business, also made the case that the president might just want to ignore what the Supreme Court says.
Listen, you're my boy, and I love you.
This fucking saying, bro, needs to stop. It needs to stop.
Just want you to know that.
Appreciate that, buddy.
That's really online, buddy. That's really online.
Whoa. You asked me for an example. What the hell does that mean?
You're talking about ignoring the Supreme Court, Josiah. This is a really online, not serious thing. Okay, like if you start advocating for, why would it stop there? At that point, if you just ignore the court that blatantly, that kind of way, why would you stop there? And at that point, you are speed.
Are you telling me there are no circumstances, under no circumstances, can the President of the United States or Congress disregard the Supreme Court? You can't think of any.
No, yes, but
then shut the fuck up. It's just a matter of where the line is wrong. So fuck your condescension, bro.
You invoked the Civil War.
Josiah,
you invoked the Civil War.
Fuck it. You're right. So there's a line, Hutch.
Yes.
So again, fuck your holier than thou shit.
No,
fuck it. You asked me for a specific example where you asked me for a specific example outside of Civil War, and I answered.
We were kind of almost there, right? An insurrection is like the first part of a civil war, maybe J6, right? Maybe, yeah, maybe.
There was one that I was flirting with.
Josiah.
And by the way, it's not just me, asshole. Highly educated
judicial
scholars.
People.
Also,
I understand. There's a
lot
of
Lawrence Tribe, famous and not serious person.
It's not serious. You're not thinking about it. Like you invoked the last time that happened.
Oh my god.
You gotta let me talk, bro. I let you talk. You invoked
I answered your fucking question, and you're spending all this time condescending me. I answered you in good faith. I don't give a fuck if you don't think. I don't give a fuck if you don't think that it's a serious example.
Relax, calm
in
down,
good
calm
faith.
Down, I'm playing with you with banter. It's banter. Chill.
It's not. No, it's not banter.
I'm being half serious, but it is banter. But you're saying
I know you're being. I know you well enough to. I know you well enough to know when you're being serious, and you just admitted I'm being half serious.
Let me respond to it then. Let me respond to it.
Wait a minute.
If you're
just going to condescend me, no, thank you.
What? Are you pulling out of the conversation then? I won't condescend you. I will be so nice and civil.
Then proceed.
Okay. You brought up the last time that this happened, non-acquiescence, in the context of a civil war. Obviously, that is a totally different calculation. If we are at the point where we're in a civil war, then, dude, so many bets, like, all bets are off. Like, you try to preserve the system as much as you can, and you at the same time, you're in a war with people that want to take it over and maybe do like a fascist takeover and do like a coup or whatever and like basically destroy the system. At that point, you have to make all kinds of compromises. I mean, of course, like there were illiberal things that happened when we were fighting the Civil War, but we're not there right now. We are like 20 steps removed from that. And I just want to ask you if you think that it's a realistic solution to just start ignoring the Supreme Court. And I'm just asking you, like, do you not think at that point that the right wing in this country are gonna take up arms and it's just on like Donkey Kong at that point, right?
That is a possibility.
That's what don't you want to avoid that? Don't you want to avoid that, bro?
Do you remember how this topic just came up?
Oh no.
You asked me about me saying that you were too online.
Right. So I asked you a question, a very specific question. You said, well, it's based off something I heard from Pisco about the Supreme Court. And I said, well, there is this notion called non-acquiescence, and it's happened in the past. It's just very, very rare, and it's something that's being discussed and has been discussed for centuries by judicial scholars. And I gave you a specific example. Then you wanted to focus on non-acquiescence. And you said, well, why would you be talking about that with Pisco? Well, again, Pisco and I have conversations, like broad, abstract conversations about separation of powers and checks and balances all the time.
Right.
And then when you asked me for what non-Civil War example could I possibly conceive of, where non-acquiescence might be permissible, I said, I remembered the one about the debt ceiling.
Yeah.
Because if we defaulted on our debt, it would trigger a domestic and global economic catastrophe that would probably make the Great Depression look like a walk in the park, which is why at the time there were judicial scholars like Lawrence Tribe and others suggesting that maybe if the president forces the issue to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court says you need to default on the debt because you didn't statutorily meet the terms of raising or suspending the debt ceiling, that the president, for the sake of the domestic and global economy, should just give the court the finger and keep spending money to pay off the debt. Now, I said that was an example where, of course, I considered it. And you responded with the most unhinged, condescending rant. How dare you even think in such a scenario about violating or disregarding the Supreme Court? And if we did it, wouldn't the right, raise up in rebellion? I'm not suggesting that that is something that any president, Democrat or Republican, invoke on the regular, but I can imagine some extraordinary crisis like either a civil war or a domestic or global economic catastrophe where the court could probably be ignored for the greater good. Now, having reiterated that all again, do you really think that responding the way you did was appropriate?
Listen, the context. Listen, what you're saying right now is reasonable to me, okay? If you're helping...
Well, then deal with that.
Josiah, let me talk, okay? The context of all of this was, I was in a debate last night with Rashad, and Pisco started to do the thing that he does with me, where he tries to trap me in hypocrisy or something like that. He brought you into this, and he said, Josiah's been talking about, like, ignoring the court. That's what he said to me. So that was my impression, right? That's what I'm thinking, right? And so you come in and then you talk about the Civil War, and then you mention this other thing. I'm still in my head thinking, like, this is not the only application that it's come up. I mean, are there other times where you've suggested that possibly Biden should have ignored the Supreme Court, or the next Democratic president should possibly ignore the Supreme Court? Was that the only time it came up?
I can't think of any other example where I told Pisco, like a specific example where the court should be ignored.
Okay, then I had the wrong impression then, bro.
But here's the frustration. I gave you all that information before you responded the way you did. And this is actually part of the problem, right? Which is going back to my initial question about where you said where I'm too online. And I've said this to you before, and wait a minute, I've said this to you before, and I've said this to you in multiple conversations before, including the one earlier today, where you and I can just exchange straw men about one another if you want.
No, I'm glad you clarified.
Okay.
Listen, I'm glad you
Okay.
clarified.
I appreciate that.
Hang on, I'm giving you like insight into why I was thinking this. The reason I said anything online, I was responding to Pisco said, you are quote, and I think I quote here, he said Josiah is starting to talk about like possibly ignoring the Supreme Court. So that's what I'm working off of, bro. That's what's in my head. And so in that context, I hear that and I'm like, that's way too online if we're just casually talking about ignoring the Supreme Court. If you're talking about a potential hypothetical where it's, you know, like the global meltdown of the entire like interconnected economy, if it's like avoiding that, then it's the same like fucking trolley problem harm reduction principle. I would totally be willing to entertain. But again, my impression of where you were at and you being too online. Wait, can you acknowledge that though? If I'm told.
No, I can't. No, respectfully, I can't. I understand you having that impression going in, but then when you asked the question the first time and I answered it, then whatever misapprehension you were under or implication you got from Pisco should have went out the fucking window.
No, come on, bro.
No, yes, because Pisco didn't give you specific examples. Now, if you'll allow me to talk about the context that Pisco and I have talked about this in. So one of the issues that I wrestle with all the time in my version of the Supreme Court, or my assessment of the Supreme Court, is the fact that we don't have 3 co-equal branches. We have 3 coordinate branches. And the founders were very, very clear that the Supreme Court was intended to be the weakest of the branches, weaker than the president, and Congress was supposed to be stronger than both. It's supposed to be Congress, then the president, then the Supreme Court. And one of the things that I wrestle with all the time is, in practice, it's actually the Supreme Court on top, because the Supreme Court can effectively issue commands to the other 2 branches. And the expectation since Marbury versus Madison, and particularly since the Civil War, has been if the Supreme Court issues an order, the other 2 branches are obligated to obey. So the Supreme Court can strike down federal statute and can also strike down executive orders. Well, what options do the other 2 branches have? Well, Congress really can't do anything. Right? If Congress passes a law and it's signed into law by the president, so you have 2 branches versus 1, the Supreme Court reviews that law, passed by Congress, signed by the president, and says, oh, it's unconstitutional, we're striking it down. The only way to get around that at that point, other than getting the court to change its mind or packing the court or something, is to do a constitutional amendment. And we've had 27 constitutional amendments in 250 years out of literally more than 10,000 attempts. We have the hardest constitution to amend in the world. And the president by himself is effectively totally powerless against the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can tell the president no, and then under our current system, the president is obligated to obey. So as I've talked with Pisco multiple times, how is that, if anything, other than a total inversion of what the founders intended? If I can tell you no and you're obligated...
I don't know. I imagine Josiah has talked to more people and read more theory on this than I have, considering I've read basically no theory on it. But, like, in some ways, the Supreme Court can check the other 2 branches, but, like, couldn't the president, I guess the president can't really do anything, but Congress could pass a law regarding the Supreme Court, right? Is that not like a check? Like, let's say the Supreme Court says, oh, you're not allowed to tariff, and then Congress is like, okay, well, we're going to pass a new law, so now he can tariff. Like, is that not? Or I mean, there's impeachment as well, right? And the president nominates judges, too. I don't know.
Obligated to obey. We're not equals. I'm your boss. So we've had that conversation. Yeah. But I've never, that I can think of, ever advocated, other than the debt ceiling situation, for a president to just simply disregard the Supreme Court. But philosophically, and in terms of checks and balances and separation of powers, yes, I think it's a really good fucking question, because the Supreme Court is ultimately, in our current system, the most powerful branch.
But you know, so hang on. I just want to, hold on. I'm pulling up the transcript from the podcast last night. I just want to get exactly what was said, okay? If memory serves correctly, where is it? I do a Control F search for Josiah and it's not popping up. I don't know the exact timestamp.
Yeah, I remember what he said. I understand. So I think Pisco was a bit overstating my position. All right. But we have talked about the notion of non-acquiescence.
If they're captured enough, couldn't the Supreme Court just deem it unconstitutional? I mean, I guess, but then couldn't the president just disagree and just do whatever anyway? Like, if we're going to go on that route, no? What the fuck? Are these new mobs? What do they do?
And as far as the specifics, again, the only one I can think of ever publicly flirting with is the debt ceiling example. But again, Hutch, I love you. You're a friend, and that's part of the reason why I was like, I'm not playing. You really pissed me off. And the reason you really pissed me off is I understand if you had a certain conception of me based on what Pisco said, but as soon as you asked the question, and I'm like, well, I can't think of a single example. And then I'm like, okay, well, here's this one specific modern example. And for you to react the way that you did, it was incredibly disrespectful and condescending, especially for a guy who doesn't like, you say all the time, you've said in conversations with me about how you feel that, you know, you're being strawmanned or misrepresented. You ask people to, you know, give the steel man of your impression. I feel you do that to me. And so that's why I came in here actually just asked the question.
But you're steamrolling right now. Let me just say real quick. I had a totally different impression, and it was not my intention to strawman you. And it does look like I was mischaracterizing your perspective. And I wasn't doing that intentionally. I was working off of, in my head, again, I'm being told that the impression is that you're starting...
Yeah, we're having a lib and learn institutional crisis right now, okay? But they're resolving it.
...to talk about non-acquiescence in a more general sense. Okay, so that's where my head is at. And when you gave me your one specific answer, that doesn't like nullify what I heard. Like that wasn't you.
Wait, is this like the hottest Josiah's ever come in before, or have they ever like super fought on issues?
Saying this is the only time I would ever entertain that. I'm still in my head going off of what Pisco told me, which is that he's starting to talk about doing that. Okay, so if for misrepresenting anything you said, I apologize. I really do. I
appreciate that.
I don't
Next time you could just ask. Next time you could just ask. Besides the debt ceiling crisis, Josiah, since I was given to believe that this is something you really want to do.
It was a throwaway line. That's all it was. It wasn't even. You know, I have like strong disagreements with like Steven right now, and I said the same thing about him. But it's not. It is kind of like half banter. Okay, but I was not working off of it sounds like the reality of the situation. If you're saying that the whole non-acquiescence thing came up in the context of this particular thing, and the greater harm in this case could be like a global catastrophic meltdown, then sure, I would entertain that, and I would say that you're not too online, okay? I did not have the correct impression of your attitude with respect to non-acquiescence. And I agree with you on like 99% of your prescriptions when it comes to the courts.
Right, and so again, the only other time this has come up is just broad structural philosophical notions like are the other two branches obligated to obey the Supreme Court, and if so, doesn't that necessitate that the Supreme Court be the most powerful branch if they can tell the other two branches what to do, but neither of the other two branches can tell it what to do? Seems to be a vertical relationship and not a horizontal one.
I agree with the binding code of ethics. I agree with the binding code of ethics. I agree with term limits. I would be open to back in the courts. Like, you know this about me, right?
I know, and that's not. But I'm not talking about that. I'm trying to give you the context of when non-acquiescence has come up in conversations with Pisco. The only specific example are the Civil War example with President Lincoln and Chief Justice Taney, and the debt ceiling crisis under Biden. Okay. Now, that aside, as far as the two online part, because I remember you saying this, it wasn't even just about the Supreme Court, but again, about the strength of Trump. So that's actually, it wasn't even about the court why I came in here. I came to ask you why you think I'm too online when it comes to Trump. And I'm curious if you could clarify a bit more. I'm trying to figure out where we're missing each other. You touched on it a bit earlier, but I had to go and record some video. So now that I have time, can you talk about it a bit more?
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to reiterate again that I apologize for disrespecting you in that way.
I appreciate it.
Mischaracterizing you, okay? I genuinely apologize for that. So I will for sure remember this conversation and make more of an effort to be respectful of you overall in my rhetoric, okay? But a lot of it is kind of like half friendly banter, but touching on some very real frustrations. But if I ever cross any kind of line like that, I do apologize. I do consider you like a friend. I respect you. I respect your work ethic. I like the relationship that we have offline, and I want to protect that friendship. So truly, I apologize.
No, likewise. Okay. I'm in the same boat. So go ahead.
Okay. So in the context of what you're touching on, I think there's a big problem with not just like the populist left or like the typical lefties that I have a problem with. I think there's a bigger problem going on in terms of the way that people talk about Donald Trump. I think he is mischaracterized.
Is the Constitution debate going to be live streamed? I have no idea.
In a way to suggest that he is much stronger than in reality he actually is.
Project completely.
It's like I get frustrated because I feel like when we talk about Donald Trump in this way and describe him as having more power and having more influence and having more effectiveness as a leader than he actually does, that we are actually playing into his propaganda. Because his whole thing is, I'm so strong, I actually won California, it was just illegal immigrants, and that's the only reason. And I probably won Maine, and it was all the voter fraud, and everybody...
I won Minnesota three times.
Everybody respects me now, you know, like, I feel like so many people are adopting that framework and ignoring the fact that while his individual threats to the liberal order are real and alarming, and we should, be vigilant about that, him and his overall political movement have been remarkably weak for the entirety of his time as president. I don't know if you watched the conversation that Brian Tyler Cohen had with Barack Obama, but he gets into a lot of the structural imbalances, and he talked about the asymmetry between the parties right now. We talk a lot about
the rest is boring. They don't fight anymore. How can you possibly know that? This is a live stream that I'm like 1 minute behind on. Are you reading the future?
Asymmetry in terms of media coverage. He talked about the structural asymmetry, and he also talked about our aspirational asymmetry. And I know we've talked about this a lot. He was talking about the fact that the things that Democrats want to do, like we want big healthcare reforms. We want, constitutional amendment to get rid of Citizens United. We want to like codify, protections for queer people and, codify protections for women to have abortions and these kinds of things. These are things that require consensus. And more importantly, these are things that require 60 fucking votes in the Senate. The things that the Republicans want to do are things that they can largely do with executive power. I mean, and then you have tax cuts through budget reconciliation, okay? Boom, you just like knocked out like 50% of what you promised. And it just doesn't require the same amount of consensus, the same amount of like making that
that's why I said for years,
work.
just for to piggyback off that, that's why I've said for years to like Wick and others when they say, the Republicans have a principled commitment to the filibuster. It's like, no, not really. They recognize the filibuster is more useful to them in place because it blocks the bulk of an ambitious Democratic agenda, whereas most of what they want to do, to your point, are tax cuts and judicial appointments, which you can use either reconciliation or with a simple majority vote.
Yes, so we talked about this. So like the conversation with Rashad last night is touching on, it kind of intersects with what I'm talking about here. Because if it was correct, if it was true, that Donald Trump has basically already ended our liberal democracy, that the guardrails are not there, that he's not constrained by the system. Say, for example, if we get to the midterms and he sees his voter machines, right? Like at that point, it is on like Donkey Kong, and we're doing a civil war. That's what it's going to look like. I mean, just like similarly, I said that they wouldn't take it lying down if you started to ignore the Supreme Court or do what Rashad suggested, just like, arrest judges or whatever. The same thing is like on our side, we're not going to take that lying down either. I mean, like that is going to be a civil war at that point, right? my whole thing is like, we are not there yet. And so the solutions that he was suggesting last night would be necessary if the system had already fell, but that's not what's happening here. And the reality is that Donald Trump has been a spectacular failure. He has been an incredibly weak president. He has never been in a weaker position than he is right now. So why are we doing this thing where it's like, we need to start getting creative and we need to start like thinking about maybe like working outside of the liberal rule set? You know, me and IRI were pushing back like, what are we talking about?
What is this?
Fucking Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill won by 15 points. Just do what they did. Mamdani, you know, like came out of nowhere and made, not only won the mayorship, but now has like elevated his national profile to the point where I can see him being governor one day or senator one day, you know? Like just go, like do what they did, like borrow from their campaigns and focus on affordability and focus on Trump's corruption and focus on bringing prices down and these kinds of things. Why are we talking about like, we need to be prepared to, you know, throw Rupert Murdoch in prison and then, you know, dissolve the courts if they have a problem with that? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so again, I'm not proposing dissolving the courts. I definitely want to pack the fuck out of it and with all the binding codes of conduct that we talked about. So certainly I want to do things that are constitutionally permitted to change the composition and disposition of this court for, you know, a more pro-democracy and quite frankly pro-democrat posture, right? So I'm unambiguous about that. But even as far as like the Rupert Murdoch thing, it is interesting as far as Fox News is concerned because, you know, the Biden era FCC actually tabled certain investigations and probes into Fox News precisely because they had a very laissez-faire pro-First Amendment posture towards speech. And so they would table certain probes into like NBC and CBS, but also Fox News. They were fairly even-handed in that respect. Now, we have a very different FCC under Brendan Carr, who will resurrect probes and complaints against CBS and NBC and, you know, networks that Trump hates, but he'll keep the Fox ones buried, right? So they've certainly weaponized the FCC, and I've said this in multiple videos I've done. You know, I'm not familiar enough with the law. And Pisco seemed skeptical that there was a colorable case to be made against Fox News, but I've heard other people say differently. But just, you can imagine that right after they paid the biggest defamation settlement in American history, $787 million, you could conceive of a Biden administration, even if it didn't come from President Biden himself, but whoever his FCC chair was at the time, you know, saying, you know what? They just paid the biggest defamation settlement in American history, signal boosting Trump's defamatory lies about the 2020 election. And that's not just like, it's not just like even run-of-the-mill defamation. Like, that does go to the heart of American democracy. So we're going to use our FCC powers to launch certain probes and inquiries and investigations, stuff like that. I think you could make a colorable case for the FCC to have investigated Fox News.
But you'd be looking, but in that case, Josiah, you would be looking for something to investigate. Instead of something landing on your desk and then investigating it, you would be, you know, starting an investigation in search of a crime, right?
Well, no, what I'm saying is, again, I'm not familiar with the law there, and maybe there's absolutely no colorable case to be made, but I can imagine a timeline in the multiverse, given that was, you know, public news at the time. It's not like you had to go searching for it, right? It was a high-profile story about that defamation settlement, that the FCC would be aware of that. And I mean, given the standards and practices and how they're supposed to regulate the conduct of, you know, people of agencies and networks under the FCC's remit, I could see a case. What I'm saying is, I would not immediately dismiss a case brought by the Biden FCC against Fox News following the Dominion lawsuit. I could easily conceive in the abstract. But maybe an FCC chair would be like, hey, Josiah, I know that sounds like there's a relationship here, but in fact, no, there's nothing that Fox did under in the Dominion case that comes even close to an FCC violation. Then in that case, I'm not proposing that the FCC should go digging around for a separate issue after Dominion to punish Fox for Dominion. Does that make sense? I could see that the Dominion facts could potentially violate FCC guidance and FCC rules. But it never happened because, you know, the Biden FCC didn't want to touch Fox with a 10-foot pole. Like, they actively dismissed probes against various networks, including Fox, because they had a very laissez-faire free speech posture.
I mean, I think this example gets at the core of the conflicts that you and I have had in the past, the arguments that you and I have had in the past, which is that you are more comfortable with
doing crazy shit.
Tactics. I mean, what you're describing, you're trying to dress it up and find some kind of like a legal rationale for it. But, you know, you are talking about launching an investigation in search of a crime. You are talking about politicizing the FCC. And before you say it, like, I understand, like, that's happening right now. But I want to make a different argument against it besides it being illiberal, because, you know, I think the merits of that argument are good. You should just not generally do.
Can you clarify something for me though? Because you said that I would be weaponizing the FCC. Can you make how so?
Because Josiah, you are not describing, you're not citing any statute that you think they violated. You're just assuming that they did something wrong, and therefore you're going to open the books and look into them. But what is that based on?
Well, wait a minute. I didn't call for them to open the books on Fox for the Dominion case. What I'm saying is, and I conceded this off the bat, that there may be no statute, which case I said repeatedly, and I'll say it again, if there was no violation of FCC rules by the Dominion conduct, then they shouldn't do anything. I'm saying, based on what we have seen from the Trump FCC about these like technical violations, like how, you know, this network or that network may have.
Thoughts on the nerfs? I think all of them are good. I didn't know the Venator nerf was so hardcore. Or was it? Does it shoot slower, or was I hallucinating there? Also, I think the Wolfpack was definitely too strong. I think adding all the supply requirements for everything is probably good, but some people are molding, so fuck them.
Technically violated FCC guidance, and they're using it to as a pretext to go after Jimmy Kimmel.
That's illiberal.
It's a fishing expedition.
Yes, yes.
I'm saying if what Fox did with Dominion violated FCC guidance, then I do think it's fair game. Now,
well, of course.
If instead if instead what they're doing is we don't like what Fox did during Dominion and we can't get them on the facts of Dominion, so we need to go hunting for something else to hit them with to punish them for Dominion, I don't support that. That I agree would be an illiberal fishing expedition, but I do not agree that if, and that's the key word, if, that during the course of the Dominion case, Fox breached FCC guidance or FCC standards and practices, whatever it is, that the FCC probing that, I don't concede at all that that's illiberal or weaponization of the FCC.
But again,
do you agree or disagree?
But again, if that's the framing, then I don't disagree with that. Like if we lived in one of the universes in the multiverse where
hell yeah,
because of this trial and because of information that came out during the trial, or the trial that was eventually settled, the lawsuit with Dominion thing. Like if we live in the infinite multiverse where the Biden FCC at the time became privy to information that implied some
short trials because you get hotshot. I didn't even do my trials. Fuck trials.
Violation.
I'm waiting for them to rework that system.
Of a regulation or violation of the law or whatever. Then obviously that would be justified. But what I would not co-sign is being like, you know, this case against Dominion sure does seem to show like some real fuckery from Fox News. Let's take a look at their books. You know,
but that's not what I'm advocating for.
But if you're looking for a crime, that would be illiberal. But I want to make a different argument. I think a lot of the dialogue these days is about tit for tat, and so it's like, well, Donald Trump is doing it to us, so like we have to let them know that, you know, we're going to fight back and whatever. And I'm not saying this is what you're saying. I think this is really kind of short-sighted and misguided and wrong, because when you look at what Donald Trump is doing right now with his FCC, they're losing that in the culture. They're losing that fight in the culture. They're losing that fight politically. They are paying a price for this overreach, for this corruption. Like, why do you think the Texas Senate is in play in 2026? Like, why do you think we are massacring?
Well, because they gerrymandered the fuck out of it, right?
This Republican Party right now, like all over the country. It's all death by 1,000 cuts. Like the public has lost confidence in this administration. They view this administration as corrupt about the Epstein stuff.
Only because the economy is not good right now, though. There's a world where somehow the economy is actually turning out okay, and all of the American public, or enough of them, signs off on this, that we don't get any huge changes in House allotment or anything, you know?
They see them trying to initiate a grand jury charges against Comey and Letitia.
Senators aren't. Oh wait, did he say the Texas Senate is in play? Do we feel like that's the case right now? Is that possible? I haven't heard that. That might be true. I just haven't heard it.
To James and failing. They say, you know, there was just announced that Jeanine Pirro today is abandoning her efforts to try to find
against
some crime
the
for
seditious
this.
six.
Right. So like all of that adds up. All of this, the public is like, not everybody is super engaged
one
enough
hatch key?
to know about all this stuff happening, but all of it is hurting this administration. It's not helping them. And so you can argue that there's short-term gain for them being politically corrupt and weaponizing their agencies to go after political enemies. And
Beards?
I can understand the impulse to like want justice for that, or want retribution, or want some kind of like balancing kind of action from Democrats. But I'm just cautioning people to pause for a minute and just like look at this administration and ask, like, where is it getting them? Like, are they actually benefiting from this stuff? I don't want to emulate that. Like, I don't want Gavin Newsom to be a year in his presidency in, we get to like 2030. And, he's tried and failed like 5 times to get his AG to go after this person or that person or this person or that person. That's why I think it's important to preserve the independent nature of the DOJ and our agencies. We should not weaponize and politicize our agencies. It will not help us in the long run. It might give us short-term catharsis, but the tit-for-tat stuff, it's only going to hasten the demise of the Republic and put us on a fast track to actual civil war, and it's going to hurt us politically. Donald Trump is about to start speaking in the... Oh, wait, no, he's not. Never mind. They're doing a civil...
I was about to say, I think he starts at 9 o'clock.
Lil bro, I'm just... I hate a heart. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Invited into the chamber yet?
They're walking in slowly now, but like, do you understand my counter argument to the tit-for-tat thing? Like, do you understand like where I'm going for? Like, why I get very kind of gun shy about Gavin Newsom running on a platform of I'm going to direct AG to investigate Donald Trump.
Yeah, of course I do. You don't think it's necessary. You think that there's a risk of greater retaliation, that it would like a tit for tat would just lead to a race to the bottom.
I think it will hurt. I think it will hurt us politically. It's not a question of if, it will hurt us politically if we do that.
Yeah, I'm not sold on that yet. I think it depends much on what the tit for tat would entail and what the campaign would look like. I agree with you that certain things like the textbook example that we used to talk about if Joe Manchin doesn't agree to a certain thing, I'm going to have the DOJ investigate his daughter. Like, yeah, I think that would be just politically disastrous. But I think
tit for tat within a liberal framework is good. Like, tit for tat means redistricting in California and redistricting in Virginia. I think not.
And it does mean prosecuting lawless behavior and stuff like that. So yeah, and anti-corruption measures and things of that nature. So again, I think it depends on precisely what is being discussed. So I understand your concern, and I've always understood your concern, and I do agree that it's a huge risk at a minimum. I still broadly support tit for tat of a certain type because I do think it's necessary. I think that the right in this country operates to the degree of ruthlessness that it does.
What would be other examples of tit for tat that you want to see? And I'll probably agree with you on a lot of these, right?
Yeah. I mean, you gave the example, gerrymandering in the absence of a national gerrymandering ban. That's one example.
I think we should. I think we should go beyond. We should go beyond tit for tat with the gerrymandering thing. Like, I think we should ruthlessly gerrymander and get like 10 extra seats if we can do that, because they had an opportunity to codify a ban on partisan gerrymandering. They didn't want to do that. They picked a fight. And so I think we have a moral obligation to like fight that fight as aggressively as possible. We should go beyond tit for tat on that respect, right?
Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's probably the only way to, again, like incentivize them to come to the table to back a national gerrymandering ban. Again, expanding the courts as an example. I do think, again, public...
Wait, what the fuck is this? Hello? This is just a suck-off session?
Relentless investigations into not just Trump, but Trump's family, prime time, televised, none of this behind the scenes shit. I'm looking forward to that. And then, yeah, I do think prosecuting members of the Trump administration, once the Trump administration is over for corruption.
That shouldn't come from, I'm saying that should not come from a political party. That should come from prosecutors. That should come from the attorney general, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like I would argue that's a political process, because you would either openly campaign on accountability or expressly campaign on appointing a.
You get 100K easy on which thing I could run. I still have a bunch of the snitch scanners. I don't know what events are coming up though.
An attorney general who would pursue such an agenda. So you'd either, as we've talked about before, you would either be very open about it, very publicly, supporting prosecutions, or you would keep your mouth shut, but knowingly pick a person in a political process that you would expect would do the things that I'm talking about. So I do think it's, that's why I said it just depends on how you package it, depends on how you go about it. But I do think that sort of tit for tat is necessary. Let me put it like this: if Trump pardons everybody out the door, which I think that's extremely likely, I would be shocked if he didn't. Although he didn't pardon himself on the way out the door in term 1, so he was surprisingly restrained. He pardoned like Manafort and a bunch of others.
He'll
But
do it this time. He'll do it this time.
I imagine the incentives are much more different, or much more supporting of a mass pardon. I think we'll be in deep shit. If that's the case, because all that does is all it does is set the standard at that point, because you can't really do anything about a pardon. The only thing I can think of that you could do about a pardon are two options. You could maybe get a constitutional amendment, maybe, but for all the reasons I just explained, I think that would be a challenge, because you would need supermajorities in both chambers and then 3/4 of the states to ratify, and I'm not sure we could even get those margins to curb a corrupt pardon tool.
I mean, it might take 40 years, Josiah. That's the point.
Yeah,
it might take 40 years. It might take 50 years. It might take 100 years, right?
Yeah, so there's that, and then maybe the only other thing you could do is, again, by packing the court with non-conservative justices, that if there's any sort of legal challenges to Trump pardoning himself or others, that they would invalidate the pardon. Those are the only workarounds. Like that, the pardon is kind of a skeleton key, right, to lawlessness, and you combine that with presidential immunity. It's basically a get out of jail free card, right? And I think if he invokes that, and there's no meaningful way to address it, like there's no punishment, there's no accountability for him or his family or the people he pardons in his administration on his way out the door. When I say that we're in deep shit, I think that at that point the race to the bottom will continue to accelerate, because that sends a signal to other corrupt politicians, particularly corrupt Republicans, that all you have to do between presidential immunity and pardons is just get to the big office in the first place, and then for 4 to 8 years, man, they can go ham. They can have meme coins, shit coins, stable coins, deals with other countries, and between presidential immunity and the pardon tool, they can get away with fucking murder.
Okay, so what happens then? I mean, like, are you proposing something if he pardons everybody, or
hell yeah, he is.
Short of that's what I'm saying. I don't know where we go from there, and that's increasingly likely, because again, if he pardons everybody, there's no way to criminally prosecute them for the behavior he pardoned for.
That might happen.
And no, of course, yeah, Jesus, I think that's increasingly likely, and that's why I can't speak for Stephen or Pisco or Rashad or other people, but I can tell you that is part of the reason why I'm so cynical, because I don't know how this country moves on from that, because it's not just that Trump would get away with murder. It's again what it incentivizes for future Republicans.
I mean, I think listen, we need to be comfortable not knowing what the future holds.
No,
we need
don't.
We need to be comfortable being knowing that there are potentially dark paths ahead, but I think it's really important that we stay in the present and make as good a decisions as we possibly can in the moment. And if we start making decisions that I consider to be bad, or I'm defining bad in this respect as illiberal, I think those are bad decisions. Those bad decisions will pile up and then continue to pile up, and eventually I think the whole house of cards comes crashing down. So like I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think it's helpful. I don't think it is protecting us against my worst case scenario if we start to go down this like illiberal path. But I'm also saying that recognizing that there may come a day where all bets are off and it's on like Donkey Kong and we're doing a civil war. I mean, I would never tell you like just accept the if we were really sliding towards a fascist takeover, if he seizes voter machines, or if he tries to dissolve the Congress, it does a military coup, that's a really tough situation. Do I immigrate? Do I Minecraft myself? Do I take out my Colt Anaconda 44 and we're in a different kind of situation there. But I think at every step of the way we need to stay present and make good decisions. And generally speaking, Donald Trump has personally enriched himself, no doubt, through this insane government corruption, especially with like the meme coin and everything.
$1 to $5 billion in just 1 year.
In my mind, I am preparing myself for the possibility that he never faces accountability for that. He may die a rich man, having never seen the inside of a prison cell. That's possible.
I guess I'm with you. It's not just possible. I would say at this point, if you held that anaconda to my temple and forced me to bet, I would bet that on balance of probability it's likely to happen. But the thing is, as much as that would sting, yeah, well, that's the thing. As much as that would sting on the merits of just Trump alone, I think that there's that second part which automatically entails, which is if Trump gets away with it, I think it automatically triggers the second thing, which is it then sends the most definitive signal out there to other corrupt grifters.
I get it.
Either party.
Not ideal.
Like basically, it is a necessary condition, I think, for the republic to be in any sort of healthy state, for Trump and his family and his allies to face some level of accountability, not just losing elections, right, but after they leave office, some sort of accountability by way of the law. Otherwise, I think we are on the decline, and I don't see a way to correct that. I don't see a timeline where Trump gets away with it and the republic, the country gets better.
Well, listen, it's one day at a time, brother. Like, I can't. There's no, I don't have a magic. No one can tell you exactly what is going to happen, and if that day comes, and we'll take that challenge in stride. And I think Donald Trump represents a pretty unique challenge. This is definitely a challenging moment for our republic, but I look back at the last 250 years of history. This is not the first challenge that we faced, and on balance, we are heading in a direction that I would say looks like progress. There were a lot of people that faced no accountability for their traitorous, treasonous actions after, the Civil War. And now I have an interracial relationship and there's no laws against it, right? Like, they're still racist, but they, mostly lost. Like, they very overwhelmingly lost. I mean, we have fucking Bad Bunny doing Super Bowl halftime shows, right? Like, there's remnants of the Confederacy, and there's lessons that should be learned from the Confederacy, I think, but the moment that we're in right now, I think, is like we still have about fucking 20 to 50 to maybe even like 300 steps before we're in a situation where we're in a civil war, and then we have to maybe like forego the Constitution in some cases, right?
Yeah, well, but that's part of the problem too. Is like I take your point about the Confederacy, and a more modern example I think is the pardon of Nixon, and I think historians, maybe not so much with Reconstruction. I mean, Reconstruction was kind of aborted, right? It effectively was DOA after President Lincoln was assassinated because, his successors really didn't carry it through. Yep. And, even the 14th Amendment disqualifications, like Congress eventually, I think just a few years later, passed like a mass pardon allowing, ex-Confederates who were disqualified under the 14th Amendment to resume office. And so I think because there wasn't like this systemic program to, eliminate the legacy of the Confederacy, that had massive negative implications down the road. It was kind of like a half measure. Remember Breaking Bad, where Jonathan Banks' character, why am I blanking on his name? The old bald guy, Mike, where Mike was like, how he chose the half measure. And then the same thing with like President Ford's pardon of President Nixon. Really bad. There are a lot of. Yeah. I mean, I think in hindsight, like there was a time, I think, I don't know what the polling is, I can't remember, but I think eventually the polling became popular for Ford's pardon of Nixon, but now it's regressed again. The American people look back on it like, that was probably a bad message to send. And so it's like, then you look at Brazil and South Korea, two very recent examples of what they did to their insurrectionist wannabe dictator dipshits, right? Yeah, and so that's what I'm talking about. And again, going back to your question of, you asked me, do you see why I have a healthy fear of the tit for tat? And I told you I do. Given what we discussed, do you understand why, others like myself have, see the tit for tat in some form as absolutely necessary despite the risk? Like, do you see the flip side to that?
I understand your sense of urgency. I think in your mind, you think that by doing something like having Newsom run explicitly on a platform of investigating Trump, you think this is in service to a larger project of preserving liberalism in your own way, ironically. But it's my view that I think you're misguided. I just disagree with you. I think that these actions would only, further erode the guardrails and put us even more down that path. That's the big difference of opinion that we have. And no, I don't think we can reconcile that, but I'm good with you having a different belief on this. Like, I apologize if sometimes the banter maybe goes a little too far. And so I don't want you to get the sense that
it just didn't read. It just didn't read as banter. Like I said, I accept your apology. I took it at face value just based on many comments that you said. And I also wasn't looking at your face when you were talking about it. I'm
I feel so bad for Hutch. I feel like it feels like he's stepping on so many people's toes lately. I just. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I just don't hear Josiah interact with him too much now since he's not on the Live and Learn, so it's hard to say.
listening to your audio, it seemed like it was, you know, it seemed like it was genuinely condescending. And so if it was banter,
I mean,
if it was pure banter.
Sometimes I wonder a little bit. It's hard to know for sure, but like I wonder if our gaming background plays into that at all. Because Hutch is. Was Hutch ever? I'm not making accusations. No, never mind. Because he played FPS. There were slurs associated with that game, but I'm sure he would never went down that road. But I'm sure he's heard and said a lot of rough stuff coming from that background. And then same thing with me in pro gaming. Like it's just like a really rough world. Whereas Josiah seems like he comes from an incredibly normal, ordinary world of normal, ordinary people that aren't like going crazy against each other online. So I wonder if he just interprets it a lot more harshly than maybe Hutch would imagine he would. I guess maybe, I don't know.
No, I've been known to condescend from time to time. Yes, but I think I don't know. In my opinion, it kind of goes both ways. Like, but I choose not to take that. Like, for me, that's not off limits. And you know, where I guess this is.
Were you trying to be mean in Pisco in your last conversation? I couldn't tell. If you couldn't tell, you couldn't tell. I think if I wanted to be really mean, I think that would have been a way rougher conversation. I think I was being pretty chill, but who knows? Maybe that's not how it came off. Who knows?
This is us just like establishing boundaries, right? But
well, no, I mean, it could be. I think part of the problem is maybe it's because I don't think I condescend you. I think that, you know, you are certainly I feel you're much more aggressive with me than I am with you. But I also feel that way about a lot of people. And I usually like to keep my powder dry, and it could be just because I like to go harder on the right than the left. And maybe that just needs to be part of it. And, you know, I just need to be willing to respond.
I'm staying up for a response to the State of the Union. The VA governor's doing it. The responses are so boring. Maybe I will. We'll see.
Kind, and you, if I think you're condescending me, then I just fire back on those terms. So it's just, we talked about asymmetry earlier. I don't want there to be an asymmetry in our relationship. If you condescend me, I have the right to condescend you. And if you don't want that, then don't condescend me. Does that make sense?
I 100% think that you should respond in kind if you feel that I've unreasonably condescended you. And
perfect.
Like I felt like the dynamic that I had with like the pod, not just the old cast, the new cast too. It's like, you know, we do, you know, kind of full send, and that is part of the content, part of the appeal. And I would never tell you guys not to like full send on me or go hard on me.
Came up as being nice through gritted teeth, but not gonna lie, I don't know why you wouldn't have gotten full unhinged. The difference in faith was psychosis-inducing. Well, I have to be careful because while Pisco's talking to me, there are other people that are like feeding him lines. That's why in the middle of our thing, like different talking points from the Justical community would come up. Like, oh, you're here just to make my community good for you, or moderating. You want me to moderate all criticisms of you out of my community. Like there was no like reasonable tie for some of the things that he was saying to any part of our conversation. But it was obviously there were people that were DMing him things on Discord, like giving him lines for the combo. So if I started going unhinged and screaming at him, in his mind, I imagine it would justify some of the things that he was being told. Yeah.
And we can just hash it out that way, and you know.
Yeah, I want to be clear. I don't think you've ever imposed that on us, and I can't speak for anybody else. You've never said or suggested to me that I can't go hard in the paint on you. But I know it bothers you because you've said as much when you feel that you're being misrepresented or strawmanned or taken in bad faith, or somebody has a reductive view of your beliefs. And I feel the same way. And so, like I said, just for me, it's about symmetry. If you don't want that done to you, don't do it to me. But if you're prepared to have it done to you, then go right ahead. I like having that sort of, even keel balance. And but no, listen, I accept the apology. It was done and over with as soon as you clarified, so we're good. And I think the conversation has been much more productive since then. And I'm not even looking at the screen, so you tell me when Trump shows up.
He's coming soon. It's real soon. It's about 10 minutes. But the VP's there, the House Speaker's there, so I assume he's going to start walking in soon.
Yeah, he's going to do his little tour there. It takes like 40 minutes, it seems like, to get to the lectern. But as far as the one thing that, again,
is there any value in not writing off Pisco as ideologically captured into the pocket of Justical? No, I already have. But I try not to talk that way because I want to be able to communicate, like, at least to my audience what's happening over there, and then maybe to surrounding audiences what's happening. Like, there are a lot of people that have kind of noticed it. I think it's come up a lot in the Chud Logic stuff recently, and then Brandon Buckingham made a whole video on it that I think encompasses a lot of it, but I don't know if I'll get time to watch this today or not. But I think more and more people are kind of noticing a lot of the commentary community is like shifted away from this like very, very weirdo, toxic-y, like Justical Queeman, Perry, purple guy or whatever. And then a lot of the Discords are seeing how weird it is. So yeah, but I figure Pisco's for a combination of psychological reasons is lost to that. But it's good if other people can at least see what's going on, I think.
I came in here to ask you about as far as like the Trump thing, and you did address it, but I didn't get a chance to respond as far as like Trump being weak. And again, we touched on this earlier, but I didn't get a chance to really dive deep because of time constraints. I think the disconnect for me, I can't speak for anybody else, is, well, I agree with you that Trump is more of a paper tiger than he wants you to believe. And I certainly agree with you, too, that we have to be careful about how we speak of Trump or the MAGA movement because he is a fascist and an authoritarian. What does he want? He does not want to be mocked, and he wants to be treated not just as the most powerful person in the room, but truly invincible. I take your point entirely there. And certainly in 2025 and 2026, Democrats have been overperforming and Republicans have been losing elections very predictably. And I also agree with you that all else being equal, he is facing a shellacking in November. Now, I guess I'm too much of a cynic to be as confident as you are because, we're still waiting to hear about Florida gerrymandering. Virginia gerrymandering is kind of in limbo now because the court struck it down.
Like we're going to win that war, though. It looks like, I don't know, the pollsters that I follow seem to think that we're going to come out the better of it.
Yeah, no, again, I think all else being equal, that's true. But then the other thing is, and again, maybe Pisco could weigh in on this, but I think the Supreme Court the United States Supreme Court is about to make a ruling on what's left of the Voting Rights Act and stuff like that. So all of that. So all of that is to say, I would still bet on us retaking the House. I just don't know why, but by what margin, right? The pollsters that I've seen, for example, I think I've even seen Locke say something like that we can't bank on the sort of 2018 wave that we saw, that, the margins are still not quite there yet, that it seems unlikely that we'll get 40 seats, right? So it seems more than likely that we'll retake the House. We don't know by what margin. The Senate is increasingly in play, but still slightly favored towards the Republicans. So take all of that at face value. But the thing, I guess the disconnect here is Trump is simultaneously weaker than he wants you to believe, but he's still very powerful. He is the most powerful man in the world, and he can, as I think Pisco explained.
You got to set up a talk with Hutch to hash out your disagreements. Hutch keeps strawmanning your position. I don't know if he's strawmanning it. I think I said everything I needed to say earlier. Like I think that he just doesn't think we're as far gone as I feel like we are, and he feels like really strong electoral victories will be enough for, I guess, like writing the record or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Like that if we win hardcore electorally coming up, that's going to be good enough. I mean, I would say the same if it was like we had like 75 seats in the Senate and like 2/3 of the House, and the next president was like 70% of the popular vote went to a dumb thing. I'd be like, okay, the American people woke up and realized. But I don't think that we managed to barely squeak by in another election and we've got a divided Senate or something so we can block some. I don't think that's enough. What's the craziest thing Trump will say today? I don't know. What are people looking for him to say? Probably, I imagine the two important points are going to be something new about tariffs and maybe something new about Iran. But other than that, it's probably literally just going to be every single campaign slogan dipshit thing that this guy said for his entire fucking presidency.
It was either yesterday or in a previous conversation you all had, I thought it was yesterday, that the presidency is the most powerful of the branches in terms of the practical day-to-day implications, in terms of agility, in terms of day-to-day reach, right? So he has a lot of power, plus he currently does control both chambers of Congress, and though he's not able to offer much by way of an affirmative, productive legislative agenda, he can stop anything the Democrats want to do for all intents and purposes, right? Like there are no real investigations with any sort of teeth into his corruption or anything else. So, and then, of course, you get to the Supreme Court, and we don't need to relitigate that. I think in some ways it's the most powerful of the branches, and he's got a 6-3 conservative supermajority. Yes, the tariff decision was great, but it was also kind of doing him a political favor, right? Because you could make the case that the court was trying to save him politically from himself and get rid of the tariffs. So there was a silver lining there for Trump. He just chose not to take it. And for the most part, the court has ruled in his favor. And so I think the disconnect is I think sometimes maybe your analysis does not offer or does not evaluate the areas where Trump is strong and powerful and dangerous, right? Well, sometimes I get the impression that when you say he's weak, it comes off like maybe you think he's impotent. And I think there's a way for both of these things to be true, that he is as weak as you say, but also incredibly powerful and incredibly dangerous in other ways that have people terrified. We're only 1 year in.
I think there's a fundamental difference in terms of how we just think about these things. I'm much more, I would say, I don't think about like the fact that he's president for the next 3 years. We can't really do anything about that. That was baked in November of 2024. As soon as it became clear that he was going to be the president, that was it. I mean, I accepted it that night. I mean, I got to a place of like, I wasn't happy, but I got to a place of acceptance about it that night. And so I think about things in terms of not about like, just me in my life, just like personally in my life. I used to spend a lot of time thinking about the worst case scenario that could play out in my life. And you're this like booming content creator. And so I know you know what it's like to be in a really good situation, but you're just consumed with like, oh my God, what if it gets really bad? Like, I'm sure you've had that thought like 1,000 times. And
that's my life, bro.
Right.
Yeah,
so like, I know so I know what that's like too. I know exactly what that feeling is like. And I know what it's like to worry about that in terms of like my own life and my own like mental health or my own career path or my relationship or whatever. And I'm at a point in my life now where I really don't operate that way anymore. And so all I'm thinking about is like, okay, what's the next thing? Like, what's literally the next thing that we can do to check this president? And so I've been looking at special elections in this way. It's just like little by little, like inch by inch, every seat matters, every win matters. I'm thinking about the off-cycle election in November. That felt fucking euphoric. That was like such a shot in the arm. I felt so much better about the state of things in this country after that night. And I'm thinking about the midterms. And so I'm just focusing on what can we do now to make this better. And what we can do is win a mandate from the public to check this administration. And I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to take back the House, and I think we're going to have fucking daily subcommittee hearings, public hearings, grilling this administration and further hobbling them and blocking their ability to do bad legislation like the One Big Beautiful Bill. And, you know, I'm not going to make any predictions for 2028 yet, but I feel pretty good about it right now. And I think that we're on, I just feel so much better about the situation. Fully acknowledging, by the way, that he's hurting people. He's doing real harm. And so I think about that too. Like, I think about people that have been really harmed. I mean, like, I won't get into specific details, but bro, like, concerns about this administration definitely directly impacts me and the people that I love and the people that I care about. And there's times when I'm fucking furious about that. And maybe I don't talk about that enough, and so it gives me people like the wrong impression of maybe people think I'm being too cavalier and too dismissive of the danger that he poses, but I don't. I mean, I live that stress, and I live that, and I'm angry for the way that he's hurting people that I love and their family, and you know, these kinds of things. And so I don't know if that explains my process, but I'm just thinking
no,
about
it does.
Like, you know,
it does. Like I said, I think that's probably the disconnect for me. Again, I can't speak for anybody else. Like, Trump is weak, yes, but he's also powerful. Yes, like he's not just weak, and he's not just powerful. He's both
weaker than Biden.
in different ways.
He's weaker than Biden was at this point in his term. Like, unquestionably weaker, way weaker. And yet the way that he's talked about is that he's like somehow strong in a way that Biden wasn't. And I think
he is. I think he is in the sense that, and I mean, I certainly agree with you that in a lot of ways he's weaker than Biden. I think where Trump projects strength, and why this is reflected in the polls, and why the vast majority of Americans have this impression. You know, like there was a polling about this Democratic Party, strong, effective, you know, all these things, and the Republican parties, you know, by double digits, leading the Democrats in strong and effective, even though they're also seen as more radical and all these things, is because there is a ruthlessness and a cruelty to Trump and the Republicans that Biden and the Democrats did not. So I agree with you that on, you know, it's almost like you know, who was I'm trying to think of like a good Game of Thrones metaphor, but one's not jumping to mind immediately. But, you know, cruelty and a willingness to use your waning power can look stronger than someone who is more powerful but exercises restraint, if that makes any sense.
Lord of the Rings, the guy that's eating the grapes, that guy.
Tom Bombadil or whatever, that might be it. I don't know, but I think that's what it is. But anyway, I know he's about to speak soon, but again, appreciate the conversation. Appreciate you clarifying as far as like the Trump weakness stuff, and yeah, we're good, buddy.
I appreciate you coming in and just like, I mean it. I appreciate you coming in and being honest with me about that stuff. I don't mind if you use your big voice with me. I do apologize. I really do apologize. I feel bad that I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass. Like, I like you a lot, bro. I want to be friends with you.
Of course. Yeah, likewise. And the friendship's not in jeopardy.
I want it to go over years, man. I want you and I to still be talking like 10 years from now. And 20.
I don't understand how they're so triggered with each other. Or I guess Josiah's triggered? I don't know.
20 years from now, okay?
100%. We're good.
And there's not a lot of people that, I just want you to know, I don't like most people, okay? Like, I'm selective about like who I want to be friends with.
I know, and you were very, very transparent about that when we first talked about Live and Learn. And the last thing I'll say is this: again, you don't have to publicly respond, but what I said in that text, to be thinking about it, because I think that would be very relevant.
Yeah,
you just think about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa, wait, what? Wait, was that red? Do we know what that text is? How are you not noticing what's happening? Josiah's attacking Hutch because of Pisco. He's trying to throw it back at him using the same words Hutch used on Pisco. No, I don't think so. Stop.
And the last thing I'll say is this: again, you don't have to publicly respond, but what I said in that text, be thinking about it, because I think that would be it's very relevant.
Yeah,
you just think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, buddy.
All right, man.
All right, I'll talk to you later. All right, see you, buddy. Bye.
Lambda Rail. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for 9 months. Dodge Redania with $5. Before he leaves, tell him the Hornets suck. Damn, I missed my opportunity. I apologize. Warhood with the primer Swanberg with $5. Pardons should be overridable by Congress the same way that vetoes are. Ooh, I like that idea. Honestly, I think we should just get rid of the pardons. But Jelly Enlo with 64 months. Michael with $5. Live stream Hutch State of the Union. Let's go. Swanberg with $20. Acquiescence to judicial review is a norm, not in the Constitution. The question of ignoring the Supreme Court is one of undoing another norm. Not saying I agree with it, but Josiah is right that there's nothing binding the president to the Supreme Court. I think I knew that. Or maybe I didn't. I don't know. Advice giver with 80 months.
Hold on, I'm eating. Fucking loser. Are you ready for the most boring 3 hours
that
of
he plans to go in front of Congress and tell everyone about Hutch's left curving penis.
Come out like Tony
you guys
Stark
way
and
know
you
know way too
and then he's
much
gonna, like,
about my
have a screen
fucking
behind
penis.
him and he's gonna throw his hands up and then there's bombing.
This is years of not having any kind of filter.
I think he's about to hit us with the ultimate burger.
You guys hit me with some really
But he might hit
intimate
us with the
details of my
chest,
life
so we'll
sometimes, and I'm like,
the ultimate burger.
He's gonna rant for 3 hours, which is gonna be funny to see because it's 9 o'clock. This is an old fucking man. He's doing worse in health than Biden was. We might see him die on stage.
Oh my God!
But
In
I
a
hope
video
not.
game.
But I hope not.
In a
But I
video
hope not.
game.
Yeah. Did you make the hot shot or the cantina or whatever?
Well, I'm gonna farm that. That's what I'm doing now. I just want to stay in hot shot, I guess. Fuck it. So I need to kill ticks.
Oh, there's another week?
No, it closed in like 6 hours, I think.
Oh, got it. Okay. And expeditions in 6 hours?
No, it starts in 6 hours.
Got it.
And then it's open for a week.
Oh, 4 hours. Yeah, 5 hours. Yeah.
Hello, my friends. How are we doing
What's
today?
up, Dan?
You know,
Doing good.
not much.
Hanging
Or wait,
around,
you didn't
chilling
say.
out.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
No, we didn't ask how you were doing.
God damn it.
We're bad friends.
I'm sorry. I thought you would have asked, and you know you didn't, but that's okay.
Yeah, shrimp-a-las.
Shrimp-a-las.
Why did you take so long to start streaming today, sir?
Your mom wanted to hang out.
Oh, can we do a bingo card real quick? Bingo card creator.
Yeah, there's one on the subreddit.
Is there?
Is there really?
I think so. Somebody liked it.
Bingo. What's the free space? Is it trans?
I feel like it should be Biden, no?
There's so many free spaces.
Newsom's got a bingo up too. We got Nikki in the audience. I love my blacks.
Whoa.
I asked IRI this, but I don't think he knew the answer. Do we still have any people in El Salvador?
What, like military people?
Oh, like in the prisons? No,
Yeah,
he means in the prison, I
prisons.
think.
Yeah, like any of the immigrants that they swept up and sent to El Salvador. Any
Yeah.
of them still there?
Most of them, right?
I don't know. I think that's kind of crazy if that's the case, that they're still there.
And?
Why?
Because they're not from fucking El Salvador. I can't imagine, like, I stay on an extended stay to the UK, and then they send me to, like, Guatemala. I'd be like, what the fuck am I doing here? Why am I in Guatemala?
Well, you shouldn't come illegally to the United States. That's the punishment.
I guess. By the way, on your UK trip coming up, I do have some information for you. Saying, what was it? Goy something. You can't do that. They arrest you for that.
Oh, Yid.
Oh, Yid. Do not say Yid Army.
Yeah, don't say Yid Army. That's true.
If you say that, you go to jail. They arrested a man for saying that. I'm not joking. We watched it today. They arrested him.
Well, it's because they were Arsenal fans. They were Tottenham fans. They were fucking mad that they lost.
How can that be possible? I can't believe. Can you get unironically? Can you get a license to say Yid Army? Is it possible?
I don't know.
Like-
I think it's just because it was around like a football match, and
Yeah, I think they
have like weird
consider
laws
like assault
around
or
it.
whatever, right?
I don't know. They have weird laws around the football shit.
Like maybe you can get like a comedian license that allows you to do it.
Boy, bro, I got my comedian license.
I mean, I know it, like this is a joke, but like, yeah.
He's fucking late. It's 9 o'clock already.
This
He's
motherfucker's
gooning,
always
bro.
late.
He's
He's
injecting right now. He's getting the fucking. They've got the cocktail to get him fucking spiced up for it. This might be the last State of the Union he ever does.
Give me the Biden cocktail, whatever he had. But make it double.
And they give him 2 vanilla ice cream cones.
Hutch calls out DGG for not being lived enough.
Uh-oh.
Did he really, or what happened?
I still don't know what the fuck happened in that whole thing. I tried to go through it, but I couldn't understand it because I'm dumb.
He just thinks we're too doomer.
Oh, that being realistic? But wait, what does that mean?
What is Pisco's chat?
Mm.
Too mean?
They think the women I fuck are too young.
Oh, okay. We're too doomer. They're too mean. It's like fucking Little Red Riding Hood over here.
What?
I got my preschool stories mixed up. The bear one is what I wanted to say. Goldilocks, yeah.
What? Oh!
There.
Uh-oh! Oh, our two favorite guys.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
I'm clapping. And
I can't
coming.
believe they're making him walk up there.
Did you buy his watch today, Moot?
No.
Jader Fernanda, did you buy his watch?
There should be no phones allowed in this fucking place.
Why?
It looks so stupid.
They're literally members of Congress. Hey, is that one guy who fucked his staffer until she set herself on fire here? Or did he decide to stay home today? Sorry, that's dark.
Wait, what?
He's the designated survivor.
Wow, thank you, Nuclear Giant Cock, for the 5 gifted subs.
I'm watching the stream. Shut up, chicken.
Nick Shirley's there? Thank God.
Is he really?
It's better than the Tyler Oliveira or whatever the fuck his name is. That was something else to watch today.
Oh, that lady's got evil eyes. Holy shit.
What do you mean by that?
She looked like a fucking demon had crawled in her. Release the flag?
Which
What the
flag?
fuck does that mean?
You don't even know?
I don't know. The lady had like a thing on her lapel that said release the flag or raise the flag. Maybe it said files?
Wait, did Schumer smack it down? Who was it that...
What, at volleyball?
No, there was like, he had this little thing that unrolled that said something. And the other guy, well, I think a Democrat, was like, no, we're not doing that here. I don't know.
You're corn popping.
No.
Wait, what did it look like?
Uh-oh.
Oh, hey,
Three more
that's
justices.
Roberts? Amazing guy.
Ah, there he is.
He's like, I
There's
need
my
some,
guy.
oh, Kavanaugh. Amy. Wait, did he not shake some of their hands?
No. Nope, he
wait,
didn't.
wait.
No, he
Wait,
did
what?
not. Red Astronaut says that I'm right, by the way. Thank you.
That's Roberts, right? And then...
Yeah.
I don't know what he looked like. Oh, no, no, no. I think he got them all. No, no, he got him. He got him.
He got 'em all. He got 'em.
He got him.
There they are, my generals. We're gonna be going in soon.
Oh! Fetterman.
Fetterman?
Still
Yeah.
searching. With him and RFK's powers combined, they can create one full human brain.
Fetterman should just swap sides. Just walk over there.
This is... How off script will he go? Will he stay on...
Fetterman should just swap sides. Just walk over there.
This is... How off script will he go? Will he stay on...
Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States,
Didn't get her flowers, by the way. Oh, Erica Kirk's there.
Wow.
Second Lady of the United States,
Uh-oh.
Less claps.
That's not my culture.
Oh, hold on.
that?
She's not the right color. What's going on here?
members of Congress, and my fellow Americans. Our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
Yes.
We've done it.
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
Is he going to make it? Three hours?
I bet he goes.
When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and
God damn,
wars
I
and
can't click
chaos
fast enough on
all
my
over
board.
the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
Wow.
Oh, bingo. Unironically.
You okay?
No, I got bingo.
You're making some noises.
Historic something, free space, a turnaround for the ages, crowd chants USA. And inflation is down. That counts, right?
Yeah.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure.
Jesus oh, Christ. My God.
Oh, my fucking God, man.
Hey, they're like Kash Patel in the locker room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far.
By far.
Never been better.
In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
I mean, that's just...
Not even one, Dan. Prove it. Prove it wrong. Oh, my God, we getting slides for this? Hell yeah. 0.
Sponsored by Law & Order.
What is that Law & Order thing?
But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country.
Oh.
Not a single illegal came over.
Name one illegal that came over.
Mr. Mutin?
He's not even here.
Oh, he
The
overstayed
flow
his visa.
of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year.
Oh, what is down 56%?
Fentanyl,
Whoa.
sir.
The Fent reactor. How are we going to power them?
And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years.
Wow.
1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was
Fred.
born. Substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration.
Wait, is his
and
dad
its
still
allies in
alive? No way,
Congress
right?
gave us
No.
the
He would be like
worst
100 years old. Okay.
inflation in the history of our country.
Dad, come out here. I
But in
love you,
12
Dad. Come
months, my
here.
administration
He's in a
has
fucking test
driven
tube.
core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%.
1.7%. Core inflation is down to the lowest level. Oh my God.
Holy shit.
We got a graphic and everything. Hell
Economy.
yes.
Economy, this one.
I feel like the inn should have been on the
Gasoline,
second
which
level.
reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85
Oh
a
my
gallon for
God.
gasoline.
$1.85.
He saw $1.85.
Hell yeah.
He saw it.
That's crazy.
In many states.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office.
Wow.
1 year.
Clappa.
And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values
Biden.
of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both.
That means me, Steve, not you, fucking rentoid.
And we are going to keep it that way.
Keep it that way.
The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks,
53
and
all-time
retirement
records.
accounts for
Wow.
the millions and
Crazy.
millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion.
That's the
pouring
number
in
right now.
from all
18
over the globe.
trillion.
Is the Dow at 50K? Can somebody tell me?
Oh, it's over 50K. And you're definitely super gay.
Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference
What a difference.
president makes.
That's all him, too.
Biden could have done this.
Nope.
Say it.
A short time
Biden
ago,
absolutely
we
couldn't
were
have
a
done
dead country.
And now we're
now
the hottest
we
country
are the hottest
on the
country
planet.
anywhere in the world. The hottest.
The hottest.
Everyone wants to fuck our tight country pussy.
What the fuck, Dan?
I mean, that's what he wants to
Bit
say.
weird,
He's
Dan.
thinking it. He's thinking it.
Dan, what?
Don't act like you're not thinking it either.
As thousands of new businesses are forming in factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time.
Damn.
It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger.
Ooh,
Nobody
bigger,
can
stronger,
believe what they're watching.
thicker, veinier.
American oil production
Throbbing.
is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
Woo! Venezuela. Free. Is it for free or do we buy it?
Oh, well, we just own that country
We
now.
stole it.
Okay.
We're pirates.
Based.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill.
Clean
I
coal.
love the slogans. They're so cool and funny and relatable.
They're all very sexual, also.
What?
Drill, baby, drill. You know,
are you
like,
okay?
what- I'm fine. Why do
More
you keep asking me
Americans
if
are
I'm
working
okay?
today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector.
Oh, come on, private sector? You're going to tell me this is sexual?
Whoa. What do you say? This is sexual. Just kidding.
God damn it.
We
It
ended
is.
DEI in America.
Yes! Finally, the war against DEI is finished.
We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
Have they lifted him or they just cut him off?
Listen, they're not
And
paying
for
out
all
anymore.
of
That's
these
all that
reasons,
matters.
I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is
Better
strong.
than it ever has been.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country.
What?
Until you
This
came
is-
along,
this really
we're just
happened.
always losing, but
This
now
is a
we're
real
winning too
conversation,
much.
Mooten.
And I say, no, no, no. You're going to win again. You're going to
It's
win
sexual.
big.
I
You're
don't
going to
care.
win bigger
This is
than
what he's
ever.
saying
And to
with
prove that
Melania.
point,
They're gonna-
to prove that point,
We're gonna-
here with us tonight is a group
Come on,
of
Iran.
winners who just made the entire nation proud.
Uh-oh.
The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
I thought he was about to bring
Where's
up the
Chad Patel?
J6ers.
He better be there.
Dude, if he brought in the
Jesus
J6ers,
Christ,
that would be
dude.
crazy.
Can you imagine if he brought up the two people who killed like Renee Good and
Jesus.
the Peretti guy?
Moot, that is way too far.
What's wrong
I
with
thought
that?
that's what he was gonna do. Do they have seats or are they to leave?
Who?
The hockey players.
They can stand, bro. They're hockey players. They're on their skates all day.
Just stand in the back there.
Problem?
Go ahead.
God, you can tell it's a good State of the Union because of how much clapping there's been. USA! USA! This is freaking epic!
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Oh, they agreed?
Are they about to walk out too?
Who?
No, they said soon coming to the White House.
Yeah, but they're not there because they said they didn't want to go before. They had other obligations.
They had shit to do. Who gives a fuck? It's just hockey. Who
They
cares,
were in
man?
the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Oh my God. Palapa.
Mr. Minton loves sports, by the way. He fucking jerks off to this show. Notice how he's not saying anything? He's doing it right now.
Yikes. A sports enjoyer? Oh my God, yes! Sports!
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question.
Epic.
But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given
To Nick
and
Shirley
which
as
has
well?
been
Just kidding.
given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12. It's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Yes! Hockey freeing! Yes! Hell yeah.
Really?
What? Oh, I'm
They're
sorry.
supposed to give that to like fucking war heroes, not to this
That's
fucking
called the
goalkeeper.
Medal of Honor, you fucking boomer.
For playing fucking hockey?
At the Olympics.
Great
I would sell that
athletes
shit on
have
eBay.
gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, Nick Shirley's a lock for that, baby.
I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
That is definitely not true.
It is. You're jelly.
And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term. And I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
So many sports things.
Bigly.
Hugely.
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight He is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Wow.
He stands up quicker than Trump.
So, buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one? As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
At the same time? Holy fucking clap them.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it.
He's
they
saying
said,
on script,
wow,
man.
that's something. Tonight,
Imagine if he got off
Scott
script, it
and
would take
Millie
for fucking
Kate
ever. He
are
probably
here
didn't want that,
together,
right?
reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
Too big to rig.
True.
And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans.
Wow.
What is this shit on the right for people who can't fucking hear?
It's their slideshow, bro.
All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts.
Nice. Not partisan at all. Okay. Based. King.
They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
Wow.
Just get rid of the tax.
True. No taxes at all. That's going to be his next promise.
Just tariffs.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America.
Wow.
Really?
On the interest on the loan, it's fucking worthless. And I think you have to itemize it.
Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and her expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half.
Holy clapper.
Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan.
Poor.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it.
Trump accounts?
I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man.
Careful, you almost lost it.
Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell,
Private
who have
individuals.
donated
Kinda
$250 million to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
A little weird, but okay.
They're great people. You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Brad. Good job, Brad. Jesus fuck. Okay.
So with modest additional contributions,
Is that the Dell?
these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing?
It's a lot.
Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling.
Some of those judges here now.
But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement.
I thought he liked the Supreme Court
So
thing.
despite the
Totally...
disappointing ruling, these powerful country saving, it's
I know, it's being
saving
sarcastic.
our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading
God,
to a solution
can we please get a
that will be
fucking
even stronger
camera
than
on the
before.
justices, please.
Congressional action will not
One
be
of the other
necessary.
networks might have
It's
it.
already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created
Trump invented the word
the
affordability.
increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem.
Yeah, you tell him, Trump.
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%. Madam Secretary, thank you.
Thank you.
Cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost.
Trimple.
Trimple eyes.
I thought he'd rant a lot more.
He needs his claps. He doesn't have to.
In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term. What? Strange things happen.
What?
I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way.
Epic.
And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000.
No, sorry, he never
got it
names
for
the
under
name.
$500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
I'm not praying for her, and I don't care.
Based.
He just lied.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership.
What?
With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
Okay, you got a few Dems up for that.
And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon.
You'll get one.
Buyer one.
We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year.
Damn.
As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she was here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody, even on this side, was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information.
Stoke some racial tension too.
And in
Okay.
actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
Not by Nick Shirley?
What? He'll be the deputy fraud investigator.
Oh, good.
Hopefully.
Send Nick around.
What?
Send Nick around? Nick Shirley? Send him around the states.
He'll get it done. Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget.
Wait.
The Somali pirates who ransacked
Which kind of fraud are we talking about here? Wasn't this supposed to be Elon's job?
Large parts of the world and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception.
Who's fucking with his mic?
Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
Delilah.
Delilah Colden was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again.
Oh, no.
But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening
why was she driving?
with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a
Fuck
great
her up.
inspiration. Please stand up.
I don't know if she can stand, Dom. Jesus Christ, Dom.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location.
Is that true?
That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
There's no way you're allowed to do that. I can't believe that.
What, get a CDL? As
Yeah,
a
there's
fucking
no
illegal
way.
alien? I have no idea.
And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible.
Terrible.
Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times.
Jesus.
Lizbeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
Asmongold is crying right now.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border
is me.
Right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off.
Uh-oh.
All cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy,
GDP.
actually. Now they have closed the agency and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to
The 30th annual Honolulu Festival is back, bringing the cultural spirit of the Pacific Rim to life with music, dance, art, and joy from around the world. March 14th and 15th, enjoy exciting performances at 4 locations. Enjoy the Waikiki Grand Parade and breathtaking Nagaoka fireworks show over Waikiki Beach. Come celebrate 30 years of cultural harmony, aloha, and goodwill. The Honolulu Festival. Don't miss it.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Seriously? You know, it'd be faster if I used Scribe to show you how to do it.
cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States. And also
you funded, they have like 20 times their old funding. What are you talking about?
We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice.
Okay, we got another one.
We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislature to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement,
it's
then
cold.
Stand up and show your
How
support.
did they make the drink cold?
First duty of the American government is to protect American citizens,
Yummy.
not illegal aliens.
Hey, hey, hey! This is just juice? Hey, put vodka in this. I'm putting vodka. They gave me a damn mocktail. All right, I fixed it. I fixed. There's no way you put vodka in it that quickly. Okay, I love you. You're beautiful. Wait, what are we clapping? All these people clapping for racism? Is that what we're doing? I saw the fucking Tourette's discourse. I me to a rocket and fire me at
You should
Atlanta.
be ashamed of yourself. Not
I'm kidding.
Standing up.
That was a joke.
You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None.
Okay. There's like a lot of categories, but okay.
And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
I thought the polls were all fake.
Not when they're good.
Oh, got it.
And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot.
A lot.
Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Want them to shovel snow, but
what?
If you apply for that job, you need to show two original forms of ID and a social security card.
3 forms of ID?
Yet they don't want identification for the greatest
never mind.
privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
There we go.
Oh, so you don't want honest elections with citizens voting? You want illegal
No,
to
I
vote?
just like you said anything else. Made me laugh.
Oh!
You got that soundboard ready, Moot? No?
Nope, you fucked it up. Missed the moment.
You know, we can.
That could
do
have
the
saved
soundboard
our
too,
country.
The reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to
illegals
cheat.
to
There's
vote.
only one
The
reason.
Jews.
What?
They make up all excuses.
Not everything's about the Jews,
they
Dan.
say
Yeah,
it's
Trump
racist.
loves
They
the Jews.
come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get
Shut up,
elected is
piggy.
to cheat.
Ooh.
And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John.
Stop it, Ja.
Ja Rule.
Was he talking to Kavanaugh there?
He's talking about Ja. You wouldn't get it, Moot.
And here is one
John?
more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't
That's
it?
crazy.
Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A
Ooh, no one wants to be in
left-wing judge
Maryland.
refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and
her parents went to
suffered
jail.
terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up.
So beautiful. No more transgender for everyone. Thank God.
Destiny Rule 5.
What?
You said so beautiful.
I was talking about Trump.
And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about that? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you. They're crazy.
Are you okay, bro? Saddam, is that you? Hello? And they
He's
why
about
are
to
they
be like,
standing
"Come
and
on, let
clapping
him
for
rant."
that? Oh my God.
He needs to start standing them up and saying the following stand up and leave.
True.
The same way Saddam did.
We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh?
Thank God.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it?
A movie star.
Woo! Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God.
Ever the Christian Donald Trump.
Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man.
Oh, we got to get both sides standing for that man, right? What? The liberals like assassination?
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred. Really
Candace Owen documentary
martyred
out tomorrow.
For his beliefs.
Ooh, uh-oh.
His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
She was standing, Donald. Okay.
She's still got the demon look.
Yeah, always.
Charlie.
That's such a fucking joke.
What? You understand his spine was so strong it literally deflected the bullet, right?
Been through a lot. In Charlie's
I'm not
memory,
making
we
it up.
must
She
all
said it,
come
not
together
me.
to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Oh, all of us? Oh my God, is he going to do a unilateral call for
Coke?
He didn't qualify, so that kind of counts, as long as he doesn't make it unique to the left in his next sentence.
We love religion,
There we go.
and
okay.
we
That
love
counts.
bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to
It's
see.
just because it's on the speech.
Above all, unleashing America's
Hey,
promise
listen.
requires keeping our
We'll
community
take what we can
safe.
get.
We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zuretska.
Was that the
In
Ukrainian woman?
2022,
I'm
she
just-
and her
I'm
beautiful
sorry,
daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman. Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte?
What the
Last summer,
helly?
23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was
Oh,
released
vintage
through
memes
no
now.
cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body.
Wait, was that guy out on
No
bail?
one will
I thought that
ever
guy just
forget
wasn't
there were
in
people
prison.
on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died
Jesus
instantly.
Christ.
She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
Did they find her, or they find the guy who did it?
What? Yeah, instantly.
I know. Well, then what does he say? We ensure justice.
Because they're going to pass more
Never
legislation or
happen
something.
again.
Yeah.
How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars,
And the
and
Democrats?
importantly, that they stay there.
They don't even care.
Unironically, the Democrats should just start screaming, "You're a pedophile," nonstop. Just
That's
drown them out.
incredible.
Like, literally, that's it. They should.
The Destiny strat. Hell yeah.
Do you disagree?
No, I just said hell yeah, didn't I?
Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success. New
DC,
Orleans,
Washington, DC.
Louisiana, big success.
Big success.
And our nation's capital itself,
Big.
Washington, D.C.,
Zero
where we have
crime.
almost no crime
Mention the
anymore
restaurants.
in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago.
100! He
a
solved
good
all
amount.
crime! Clapper!
Democrat crime.
Well, yeah, who do you think commits the crimes?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
They don't like to hear that. One of sick people, one of the brave service
Democrats.
members who
sick.
helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be
She did it for the love of the
lifted. She
game.
was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been
Oh,
in
I
our
remember
country.
this one. Whoops. Didn't he come in? That guy came in under Trump,
the
right?
uniform of our nation. She was shot. He traveled here
Just to
because he
kill
didn't
her?
like people wearing our uniform. He was
Really?
sick and deranged. Shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it.
Died to defend capital. That's what I heard. Who's clapping right into their fucking microphone? Stop.
Probably fucking dumb.
It's
Trump.
probably Trump,
Retard
actually.
Trump.
True.
So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night. And she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone. But his mother said, no, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying. And after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right.
Who's he?
Oh, that's him. He made it. Now he's a Republican voter. What do we have? Fetterman, RFK, Trump. How many brain damaged Republican voters do we have in here?
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
Whoa. Wait, can you get that doing law enforcement stuff?
He can give it for any reason. It's Trump.
But I mean, normally is it ever?
I'm pretty
imagine
sure
it
it's
must
only
have.
in the military. But I have no
Well, he
idea.
was, because he was a National Guardsman, right? I just didn't know if you could get it for.
No, you cannot. It's the National Guard. Stolen Valor, DEI medal.
Dan, you could get a Purple Heart.
For what?
I don't know. Apparently, fucking anything. Go get shot.
I don't want to.
Oh my God.
We love you all. love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia.
Just say fucking 800. Who gives a shit?
Sick people.
Oh, you think he's just making it up?
Cambodia and
Yes.
Thailand, Pakistan and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said
Billions
the Prime Minister
dead,
of Pakistan
the
would
Earth
have died if it were
extinguished.
not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's
my
just
God.
about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared.
This is the second time you've gotten spawn camp there, huh?
Yeah.
Not good.
And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People are like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%.
What?
And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. That was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer.
Sexual name, by the way, again.
Wow. Everything can be sexual if you try hard enough.
I mean, it's not really too much of a leap there.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference...
Clap, is a full-scale ground invasion.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Far.
Are they? By far?
Ask your mom. Ooh.
I'm asking you, dipshit. You know anything about fucking foreign policy?
What, you think the president of the United States just fucking lie to us, Dan?
Yes, that's why I'm asking you, a streamer.
And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve.
Couldn't it be Pakistan?
We have the most powerful
Pakistan
military on earth. I rebuilt the military.
What are they
going to
do? Send caves at us?
We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong. Because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called Peace Through Strength, and it's been very, very effective.
Holy clappa.
So thanks to Republicans in Congress who are investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason.
Doing it for the love
Because
of
as
the
I
game.
said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO.
That's crazy.
Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up.
That's
now
crazy.
5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently.
Can we get some goddamn claps for our brave boys?
And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for one more dollar, we can have $1,776. It's going to I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar, I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
Damn.
And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January,
we took him down? Huh?
Yeah.
In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched. They saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby, it's becoming so important.
Pop up. Holy shit, hell yeah.
And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice.
Good job, guys.
And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down.
Everyone look under your seat. There might be a relative that was previously detained.
That's amazing.
The sound of Trump's clapping.
Amazing. I know.
It's like him clapping cheeks.
Okay, have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation.
Some real ass shit,
protected
guys.
by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter.
Really? It's your brain.
To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing
How are you going to step on the gas without your fucking leg,
Eric
Dan?
was thinking about.
Use your
Then,
other
even
leg.
as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen.
Oh, no.
Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs. Of the bullets, and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in.
Come on in.
In what?
In the room.
Oh, Jesus fucking. Wow. That guy's he's locked in right now.
These are boring because Trump's on fucking script.
So we have a surprise.
Uh-oh.
For Eric and Amy.
Oh, a brand new car?
In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call.
Another
of
Purple
duty,
Heart?
I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with
Big
our nation's
kitty.
highest military award, the
Golf
Congressional Medal of Honor.
Like the video game.
I mean, he's got the Medal of Honor, but you know.
Wow. Look at that brave man.
Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you.
More clappers.
Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight
He
we've
said-
celebrated many truly extraordinary
God
American
RFK didn't win.
patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go.
Uh-oh. Nick
He is
Shirley? No.
One more heroic
No way,
American
right?
aviator,
Nick couldn't.
Okay, no.
Navy
Oh,
fighter
okay.
pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets, to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
What?
Another one.
He's given out a lot of these. We must have more brave Americans under Trump. Hell yeah.
I bet the other Medal of Honor award winners are like, this motherfucker. That shit's supposed to be exclusive. He's just fucking giving them away.
Wait, what do you mean? I mean, you can always give them out, right?
I'm saying that if you were a previous recipient, you're going to feel like it's being watered down, you know?
Or what do you mean?
By what, heroes?
What part of what I'm saying are you not picking the fuck up here?
Well, are you saying that they're going to lose them, or like if he gets impeached?
Oh my God. No. Forget it.
I just don't understand what you mean.
If he gave out 100 Medal of Honor awards tonight, do you think the previous and current owners of Medal of Honor awards would be pleased?
Yeah, you'd still have yours.
Okay, never mind. You know what? Just fucking kill me. You're so stupid. Just fucking... God.
Why are you so mad?
Just because I'm dealing with stupid people. I'm sorry, let's just all sit here in silence, watching them fucking clap and give out awards to retards.
Maybe you're the retard, Dan.
I mean, yeah, and?
You think our military members are retards?
Yes, especially military members.
Oh, so they're not heroes.
No, they're not.
Why don't you tell us which one you would take their Medal of Honor back from, Dan? Why don't you go ahead and get that
this one
in the record?
This guy right here and the helicopter guy. I don't think he was brave. I don't think he thought he was going to get shot. That's a fact. He was in a helicopter. He was like, no fucking shot. I'm getting shot. This is easy fucking deal. And he's like, ah, shit, I got fucking shot. What do you want him to do? Just die? Of course he's going to land the fucking helicopter. What other option does he have besides landing? He's the fucking pilot. It's either land or fucking die.
I don't like the way you're talking about
I
our
always
military
wanted
heroes,
the
Dan.
Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday.
Freaking epic, dude.
But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you.
Clapper. Dan hates people that serve their country, by the way.
Thank you.
Wait, do you think if Trump gave himself a Medal of Honor, would all the other Medal of Honor
is a long
recipients feel
time
even
in the
worse,
life
Dan?
of a nation.
Yes.
But in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of
Why?
history.
They still have the medal.
Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his
You know, I'm going to say
last
it right
breath.
now. I bet that 100-year-old
Just
guy
a
isn't even
single
fucking
long
impressive.
human
He's probably
lifespan
just a fucking
separates the
Trump dick
giants
suck with a
who
big
declared
fucking Trump and a
won
fucking
our
MAGA sticker all
independence
over
from
it.
the
And that's
heroes
it.
who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into
You know
the
who the
pinnacle
heroes
of
are?
human
The real
civilization
heroes?
and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most
What? You okay,
powerful,
Dan?
most successful
I'm fine.
nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies, and we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel, and then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Am I free?
You're free now. Dobby.
That was the most boring State of the Union ever. Yeah, I fucking missed.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't even hear it. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I saw something funny. You can link me the damn response. I'll watch 3 minutes of it, and if I'm not immediately captivated, I'm fuck off. Fuck that shit. It's the most boring shit in the universe. The only thing more boring than the State of the Union is watching the responses to the State of the Union. I'd rather watch the fucking big booby, big titty YouTube girls that used to do response videos on fucking YouTube 15 years ago when that was a thing.
Oh, Naked News.
No.
Remember that?
I don't.
You probably don't remember that. It was a thing. It's called Naked News. They like read the news, and they slowly started undressing.
What? I think this was just,
What are you talking about, Dan?
Yeah, I think this was just...
that was a fucking real thing.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Dan.
Bet me money then.
No.
I don't get it.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
What?
No, I mean, if you don't want to bet money, I understand. It means you have no conviction for what you're saying.
Maybe for you.
Yeah, for me, you have no conviction.
Maybe for you.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, for you.
Are you burping out, Dan?
No, I'm fine.
Really? Prove it.
I'm proving it right now.
Link me the Democrat one. You got 3 seconds.
They probably went to bed. This was the longest State of the Union ever.
Wait, nakednews.com still exists. Holy cow. Hold on. Can I get their take on the... State of the Union?
America loves you. America loves you. America loves you, Trump. America loves you.
Initial, just an initial.
Is he signing autographs?
Thank you very much.
My president.
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. President, outstanding speech, sir.
Mr. President.
Here you will. He's getting on. He's good.
She did good. They love the insider trading stuff.
Great guy. How's he doing? He's a youngster.
He fell asleep a couple times.
You did amazing. You really did.
Amazing.
Great job, Mr. President. Thanks for your leadership.
Oh, wait, is that her?
God bless you. God bless you.
No, that's the senator.
Fantastic. That's a big statement coming from you guys.
Great job. Great job.
Yes, sir. Love the finish.
That is right. Home run here.
Great job.
Thanks, Greg. Great job. Thank you, everybody. Great job. Great speech. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
That was the best speech.
No, thank you very much. Really, the best ever?
The best
that's a nice
ever?
coming from you. That's a big statement.
Ever?
There he is. Great job on television.
Also the longest president.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Thank you very much.
Still need to talk to you. Congratulations, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. President. That's great. That's great.
Thank you, sir.
Can we go out?
The chair declares the joint session of the two houses now dissolved. Declares the joint session of the two houses now dissolved.
Wow.
All right, buddy. Let's go. This is kind of low.
Unofficially, President Trump's speech was an hour and 47 minutes, the longest on record.
Wow.
Now, we've got about 5 minutes before the Democratic
So
response.
young, so
We're going to
youthful.
show you the numbers. We're going to take your calls a little bit later. You can see the numbers there. We want to get your response to the President's State of the Union address. 202 is the area code for all of the numbers. 748-8921 for Republicans, 748-8920 for Democrats, 202-748-8922 for independents. Now, if you want to send a text message,
I'm calling.
you can't get through on the phone lines, 202-748-8903.
What if you can't get through on the phone lines?
Again, that's
I got
for
a text.
text messages only. Please include your first name and your city, if you would, and we'll try to get to some of those as well. Well, we are here on the set to take your calls and to have a conversation with our two reporter guests. We have Marissa Schultz of the New York Post and Deanna Nerozzi of Politico joining us on the set.
You should
Marissa,
be. If you cared
you
about our
listened
country, you
intently,
would.
and you have pages and pages of notes there. I'd
He's
love
a
to show the
Canadian.
audience those. But
so,
what's the
He doesn't
headline
care.
right
You don't think our politics affects Canada?
He started off his
No.
speech by saying, "We're winning so much," and I think
Then
he
you're
carried
dumb.
on that theme
Problem?
throughout the speech.
Yeah, Dan, you sound
It
like you're
started by
a big
him
dummy.
honoring heroes. You had that
I am.
dramatic entrance for the Team USA, the hockey team. He immediately decided he was going to award a medal to the goalie. And then these
speech was
medals
so
just
long 'cause they couldn't
continued
stop
all
clapping.
throughout the night.
Yeah, 'cause it was
from,
freaking
a
epic.
100-year-old veteran
He couldn't continue.
to a daring
Sometimes you just gotta
pilot to
do your thing.
the wounded National Guard soldier Andrew Wolf, and then he honored the family of Sarah Beckstrom, the National Guard soldier who was shot and killed in Washington D.C. So it was a theme very much of patriotism, winning, and we're going to honor heroes. And then on the flip side, it was very much a campaign speech. He was trying to flip the script on Democrats regarding affordability. And he went through President Biden's record on things like immigration, rising inflation, and he looked Democrats right in the eye and he said, "You caused that problem. You caused this." Things like rising healthcare costs, he said, "You own this." So he was trying to take back the narrative that had dogged him a bit in his presidency and in his approval
right, this
ratings
sucks. I'm outta
on
here.
things like economic issues.
Deanna Nerozzi, Politico, your headline.
I think
The K. I'm until 11:10. The Democrat shit hasn't started. I'm out of here.
the headline would be a changed Donald Trump with a question mark. Because I think, as we saw, I think the biggest surprise was just how measured he was for about 75% of his speech. I was expecting a little bit more back and forth with the Democrats, but I don't think I counted any new insults or nicknames in that
Mr. Mooten
speech.
fucking
He didn't
leaves
go
and doesn't
after the
tell me
Supreme Court
he's taking
justices.
tomorrow off.
Everyone was
Wait,
wondering
maybe he
how
already
he was
told me,
going to
I don't
handle
remember.
that.
He did.
He
That's fine.
barely talked about the tariffs, and he barely talked about international things and really focused on domestic. So, again, question mark. We'll see how this goes forward, but this may be his new approach to the midterms.
Now, in less than a minute, Governor Abigail Spanberger of Virginia, just elected in November, will be giving the Democratic response from Williamsburg, Virginia. She'll have a small audience with her. We will bring that to you live, and so we might abruptly
She do the
go
last
because
response, or am I making that
It's
up?
supposed to start in about 30 seconds, and we will bring that to you immediately. After that, though, we will be taking your calls.
Oh, that's
now,
my
if you've
slot gun.
noticed, if you've been flipping through the C-SPAN channels, you've got us on C-SPAN.
All right, good night.
There's
Be
C-SPAN
careful.
2, which was just sights and sounds, no commentary, no conversation. And then on C-SPAN 3, we were showing some of the alternative State of the Unions that some of the Democrats were holding, one on the National Mall, one at the National Press Club. After the Democratic response, we will be here to take your calls and to hear from our two guests. Now, beginning now from Williamsburg, in just a second, you're going to hear Abigail Spanberger, former CIA agent, former member of Congress, just elected to the governorship of Virginia, first woman governor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening and welcome to historic Williamsburg. We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. In 1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room.
Wow.
The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world.
Wow. Now that's what I call a clapper.
And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home,
Yeah.
3 questions.
Okay. Have
Is
your
the
shit gotten
president
cheaper?
working to make life
Oh.
more affordable
Yep,
for
that's
you
one. Number
and your
2.
family?
How do you feel
Is
on
the
ice?
president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad?
Fuck.
Is the president working for you?
Oh, okay.
As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia.
Really?
And I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small business.
Where is he? He's right here. Where are you going? What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
How you
Good, how are
doing?
you? Nice to meet you.
I know you. Bro? What's going on?
I don't remember this, bro.
Austin Powers.
Yeah.
What is this, right? You know that?
How's it going?
How are you?
Remember him?
Where?
You don't remember me? No, but you know why you're here, bro.
Where?
You gonna take a seat?
Yeah.
No, you go. We just want to talk to you for a second.
Yeah.
How are you? You trust me. You don't want to go outside. This is better.
No,
we just, listen.
He want you to sit first.
No,
yeah, I'm late. I scrolled down. Yeah.
Oh, really?
You sit there. Yeah. All right, I'll sit down too. What is this?
Huh? It's a show.
Yeah, we're doing a little double date.
What do you do? Let's watch. What is that? AP?
What do you got? So what? Diesel.
Diesel?
Okay.
No, brother, we don't want to get you in trouble. We're just trying to find out why you came here to meet a minor. You were so sketched about it. We know all the evidence, so don't play sticker with us and don't lie. Just be honest with us. What's going on?
Yep. I didn't know that she's a minor. I just want to be cool.
You didn't know she was a minor?
No, really quick. You can read, right? No. Shut up. You can read, right? Yeah, but... Okay, there you go. Shut up. You came here to be a minor. Fuck you. I can say what you want. You can read, right? What does it say? What does it say? Read it out loud. What does it say? What does it say? Read it out loud. Read it out loud. What does it say? Read it out loud. Bro, read it out loud. Read it out loud. What does it say? When I was texting her, I was driving with my family. So I didn't pay attention 9 to 9.
You didn't pay attention that she was underage, bro. Why did you send dick? Why did you send dick?
My English is not perfect, bro.
Yeah, that's your English is okay. It's good enough. Why didn't you ask? Why did you send the dick pictures and they were disappearing and you were so sketched out? What's the reason behind that? She told you how old she was, and you were.
100% I didn't read that line, bro.
Yes, you did.
Come on,
what
brother.
about this right here? You've never sucked what does it say?
You never sucked a dick like this because you know she's a minor. So.
No, I didn't know she was a minor. I was just texting, bro.
No, bro. Come on, don't lie to me. We all have.
Tell me, what does that say too?
What does it say?
For a minor, for a 16-year-old. What are you asking for?
What did he ask? Say it out loud.
Just admit it. Send me a picture of your ass and pussy, babe. So 16-year-old. Sir, I know, but. So now you know. Now you're admitting she was, right? I know what.
How old are you?
30. Yeah. 31. Yeah, there we go. Keep going. We're lying about because I just done. Alright. You've never sucked what does it say?
You never sucked a dick like this because you know she's a minor. So.
No, I didn't know she was a minor. I was just texting, bro.
No, bro. Come on, don't lie to me. We all have.
Tell me, what does that say?
You never sucked a dick like this because you know she's a minor. So.
No, I didn't know she was a minor. I was just texting, bro.
No, bro. Come on, don't lie to me. We all have.
ABZ, you won't care what a viewer thinks, but the people who are not trolls want you to go. Paul is begging you, nobody else. He trusts you, trust him.
I do trust him. ABZ, we each get our own fucking shack, dude. Come on.
Yeah, that is cool as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, fuck it, dude. Let's do it. But we have to get the shot though. Both of us.
The what?
The shot. We can't. I don't think we can go here without the shot.
Yeah, we're getting the shot, man. We're getting the shot tomorrow, and when we land, we're gonna get the shot.
But my point is, they're not gonna let us in unless the.
Tom Khan's a great guy. Love Tom Khan. Hopefully see him soon. Ramadan is here, and I have a flight pretty soon. Tom Khan. He talked about the Clubhouse. What did he say? Did you guys see this? I did not see this yet.
This recent scandal about him.
Tom Khan. He talked about the Clubhouse. What did he say? Did you guys see this? I did not see this yet.
This recent scandal about him.
Also, I was young. I wanted to be a cop.
You know, we're not trying to get anyone in trouble. We just want to make sure you're not dangerous for children, okay? Okay. Why are you doing this thing? Shit food doesn't even sound good.
W. Yeah.
Why are you doing this thing? Shit food doesn't even sound good.
W. Part of the family. Can they see the skyline if you didn't? If you didn't, can they see that? Did you watch Corning?
I got
Fine. Big female. I'm very curious because my Instagram is 99.9% male.
It was just a week. I'm sorry.
But your weak moment would have ruined a kid's life. You would have put him in danger you would have scarred him. You don't know what you could have put them through, dude. Do you not understand? Shit pisses me off. I have a very close friend that was a victim of this, and it changed his life forever, bro.
So was that?
You were a victim? And then what, you're repeating the cycle now?
Not what I intend. It's just something that, again, I get on that app to get with people my age. I've never done this shit before.
But
I promise you,
listen,
like my mom and my dad that are alive.
What?
On my mom and my dad that are alive, like I'm swearing on them. Like I've never done something like this. It was a weak point.
But a weak moment doesn't mean anything. I have weak moments. He has dark. We all have dark moments, dude. Listen, God can only judge you. I can't judge you.
No, but I'm repenting to you, and I'm looking to you.
What about all the parents out there? They got to worry about their kids online, coming across someone like you, because the kid doesn't get attention at home, and so now he's reaching out to people, external, validation, and then here he comes across a grown man who's willing to get on his knees in a steak and shake in a bathroom and blow him. You see my problem?
Steak, that's crazy. I just realized this. They're doing this in a steak and shake bathroom. That's like the most vulnerable kid. Like that's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty much raping. You're putting your kid in the stall.
I don't. I promise you. You can check my records. You can check everything.
They wouldn't care about the records, bro.
New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flip state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know this story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more. And that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power.
Stop the cap.
But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation. May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
Is this who they're run? Oh my God. Is this who they're gonna run? I think we got it, boys.
And that was Democratic
No aura.
Governor Abigail Spanberger of Virginia talking.
No aura.
In Williamsburg, the Democratic response, she went about 15 minutes or so. Now, Marissa
No
Schultz,
stamina.
you called the
No
president's
aura.
speech on one hand, an election speech.
What the hell is that? Holy shit.
Campaign speech.
Yes, and it's notable that she was the one that was giving it. She, Abigail Spanberger, she won Virginia by 15 points. She picked up seats for Democrats in
It's a man,
in the state
baby.
legislature. So she is supposed to be the example of what Democrats can do in 2026 in November. And
Nice. Good speech. All right, let's see. Is there anything else?
In our spotlight, the Democratic rebuttal. Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger.
Because there's no indigenous people there.
Oh, okay.
Like, the hotels down where I just showed you is run by the indigenous people. So we'll see them. We'll do activities with them.
I see.
And then we go here, and this right here is the Amazon River. So then we take, I believe, if I remember.
So now the new thing is making fat guys content?
Go through here.
Why not watch my cooking show? Nah, my yayin.
Or I think we go down here. We go to Iquitos, and then we travel an hour to Nada. And then from Nada, that's where the port is. And it goes through, I don't know, like the fucking Amazon here. Fucking the jungle. Fucking rainforest.
While Hawaii's public employees were hard at work, politicians in Washington handed billionaires massive tax breaks. Now Hawaii lawmakers may need to cut essential public
Okay, we have to stop. River, get on out of here. Okay. I'm gonna read donos. You. Okay. I'm gonna read donos. Crawling in my skin and small violin. Thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Meowshi, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Maybe the real snake eaters were the guys we sucked off along the way. So true. The Ghost Maker, thank you for the $5. How about an economy where we buy beans with Raytheon stock? I mean, we're kind of getting there right now. Sayonara, thank you for the very kind $15. No, we're not doing that. Candy Lax Shaky 09 and the Ghost Maker, thank you for the $5 all. What style beer is slightly furry? It's cider. Slightly Furry is a cider place. They're a local brewery that only opened up recently, but they've been doing so dang good that recently they've been able to sell to grocery stores.
Everyone has been through some.
With millions of listings on apartments.com
and homes.com.
you're going to find virtually any place you can live.
It'd be quicker to list the places you can't, like
the tarmac and the bakery, the business end of a driving range. So far. In a decommissioned Soviet space station.
In the Mariana Trench.
I need to pee.
Or in the path of a haboob.
What's a haboob?
That.
but otherwise.
If you can live in it, you're going to find it on apartments.com
and homes.com. The place?
To find a place.
Does he need attention? He's scratching at my door, meowing. You need attention? You need to be loved. Oh, so nice. Kind of nice, huh? Oop, oop. I don't know about up there, Neo. Don't leave. Oh my goodness, he's gone. All that? New emote of kitty cat? All that? Quickie cat, quickie cat. All that, and he already ran away. Okay, this playlist is really bad. What is this? How is this music? We'll try this. We'll give it one last try. Good night, Onala. Good night. Take it easy. Hi, Devoted Bee. How are you? Uh-oh. What do you mean y'all tweaking?
What? This guy's acting like he's playing with his girlfriend? Is that real? Got some floaties and some good bevs, you. Completely all natural right now. No floaties, no antihistamines, just neti pot, eardrops. Yo, I use eardrops and then I use Q-tips today and my ears are definitely still dirty. So something's up with that. Hey man, just wanted to let you know I'm enjoying the stream. Almost on a 100 watch streak. Thank you, Argalon. I appreciate that. That is actually sick. You know we're not eating Taco Bell today, man. I would kill for some Taco Bell though. That'd be sick. My guildmate got banned for farming Woods of Fire. A lot of people are saying that if you're farming something, you just get reported by the bots. Is this real? What's that, Priest? Nice. Great birch here. Full cheap. Blind mage. Full penny. Cranking. Trinkets. I cloaked here. They should have cloaked a little earlier, potentially. My banish just broke. Trolling. Just gonna banish here behind the box. Full cheap. Keep my wounds, please. Full kitty, most damage. Bro. Kill him! Nice! Am I dead? Gouge mage, gouge mage, gouge mage. Jesus, bro, this priest just gets destroyed. He gets terrible RNG. No resist, no anything. Sub-prime thing to resub. We don't have Blink Strike. No, we have the PV weapon, though. Q-tips are bad. Guys, how are you cleaning your ears if you don't use Q-tips? What do you do?
Hey, how you doing?
Also, I think my AirPods are dead. They don't work. Water pick? Finger? Neti pot for ear? Guys, how do you actually, like, clean out your ears if you don't use a Q-tip? Wax falls out by itself? Guys, I swear if you aren't cleaning your ears and you use a Q-tip, you will get a massive dopamine spike. Your toes will literally start tingling and shit. Those camera cleaners. You guys know what I'm talking about. You get a serious, it's like a G-spot in your ears. Especially post-shower. Dude, where are all these people coming from? I need to get some water. You guys are making my brain hurt. We need some food. Jesus, we need some food, bro. Guys, we are raiding everything tomorrow. We're hitting Karazhan, Ghouls, and Mags, I think, going for the Biss. Tomorrow might be the day we get everything. And then after that, I guess we're going straight to midnight, bro. We're actually gonna have all new content. For the first time, all new content in WoW in years. Literal years. Literally from like OnlyThings start. I've been playing classic WoW. And now we're gonna be hitting retail. And seeing what's going on with that. Because I'm trying to think, like, what's the plan going forward? I'm thinking we rip up midnight. We keep playing TBC weekly, like raid logging, I think. Getting some arenas here and there. I mean, guys, there's no way we would end up back on Classic WoW, right? In the near future here. I mean, that would be insane, right? If we somehow circle back to vanilla. Right? I mean, it would be a bit, right? Like, maybe midnight actually just takes over. Maybe midnight takes over. I hope we don't have to go back to vanilla that quickly. But we will see. I mean, do you guys think the servers aren't going to go up instantly? Oh, actually, I guess there's OnlyFans 3 at some point too. I'm down for Classic Plus. Yo, once the food comes, we'll have to watch some clips, maybe the rap video, and we'll just chill for a bit, do some reacts. Guys, Czar didn't stream today. S-Fan saying he's at Blizzard HQ. Fritz is at Blizzard HQ. So what the hell is going on? Why are we not invited to anything? What's going on with that? Am I not like a good representative of the game? Do I not have good ideas? Do I not have any input on what's good and what's bad? Like, yeah, they invited all the part-timers. That's weird, no? Fucking really weird, actually. Alright, corn dog's going in, my boy. I've got a disgusting radii here. Absolutely filthy radii, but these guys are geniuses. Oh god, we're sapped. Oh shit. Fuck, he vanished, he vanished, he vanished, he vanished. He pre-banned, he pre-banned. Oh! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking... Corn, press everything, my boy. Oh, we're dead. Nah, bro. No, 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 no way. No shot. No! Wait, winnable maybe. Wait, let me get out of this. Let me live this. Let me live this one time. TBC WoW, bro. TBC WoW. It's the most TBC thing I've ever seen. That's okay. Let's not think too much about it. Let's just call it what it is. TBC moment. Let's call it TBC moment. Got himself uninvited to the next event. Guys, do we need to switch up our brand identity or something? Like, honestly, I feel like maybe it's your guys' fault. So maybe Blizzard comes in here and sees how some of you act and react and what you guys say. And they were hesitant to, because of that. Wait, Fritz is here. Blizzard HQ is dope. Tempted to leak everything. Can you give us a hint? What's going on? Suasive in that 5 gifted. Yo, did you see Czar there? Or no? Or was he not there? Because S-Fan said he was there. S-Fan said he was there, not Czar, but Czar's not live. Considering if S-Fan's there, maybe Czar's not live. Czar never missed a day. Yeah, we were chilling. Oh, so you guys are all hanging out, huh? Fritz, S-Fan, and Czar. You guys, I don't know, you guys getting dinner or something? A couple ice waters, maybe? What's up with that? Why'd everyone get invited except us? I don't know. What is going on here? Guys, if I was out in SoCal, I'd be turning up right now. I'd have the margaritas in hand. I'd be calling anyone I knew in Southern California. Hey, can you pull up? Hey, it's been a long time. What are you doing? I'm with Fritz. Come through. You guys ever use that line? Yo, I'm hanging out with Fritz. trying to hang out. It's like, suddenly start texting back. Okay? No, you wouldn't. Okay, bro. Yo, Merlin, why don't we queue today, man? Let's get some Mage Rogan. This is why they didn't invite you? Guys, I have tons of great ideas for the game. I have an idea of how they can fix TBC. Is, you know, maybe fix the stealth. Maybe don't let me get sapped every single game. Ooh, pre-sword mirror, pre-sword mirror. Yeah! Breach trinkets. Keep that road, keep that road, keep that road. No way. No fucking way! We just got blackout stunned off the goddamn thing! Oh god, we're paying stuff. You're kidding me, bro. Sap is fun. Keep shot. Energy stick. Oh, Kenny. Careful, corn dog. This is going extremely well. Vision off this. He dodged my first rupture. Got that one. But it's full fear, it's full fear, it's game, it's game, it's game. I can't sap because of Fiend. Pre-med cheap into full Kenny. Kill that rogue, he's got nothing. Full Kenny. Boom, step, I'm in there. Game. Sapped again? What do you mean sapped again? Bro, the dude blackout dotted us off the sap, and then the rogue re-stealths. That's the start of the game. And then for some reason, he finds me first again. Minute 38. Our food's heading to us. That's good. Oh, we gotta clean this up, man. Our food's heading to us. That's good.
With millions of listings on apartments.com
And homes.com.
you're going to find virtually any place you can live.
It'd be quicker to list the places you can't, like
The tarmac and the bakery. The business end of a driving range. So far. In a decommissioned Soviet space station.
In the Mariana Trench.
I need to pee.
Or in the path of a haboob.
What's a haboob?
That.
but otherwise.
If you can live in it, you're going to find it on apartments.com.
And homes.com. The place?
To find a place.
Knock, knock, Capital One Bank guy. I just moved into the neighborhood. Can I borrow some Wi-Fi?
That's what the Capital One Cafe is here for. Open 7 days a week at most locations.
Oh, can I use your ATM?
Yeah, anything for a neighbor. What's in your wallet?
Ooh, that looks good.
Subway's new protein pocket. Over 20 grams of protein, crisp veggies, and tasty sauce for just $3.99.
$3.99? Did you just say $3.99?
$3.99? What? $3.99? $3.99? $3.99?
Hey, what's that?
Nobody tell her.
Subway's new protein pockets. Over 20 grams of protein for $3.99. Try all 4.
That is Biss. What's the song? It's called Empire of the Sun, Cherry Blossom. Can I join for some arena? I tried Tuesday and got owned. Yes, we can play. What do you play? Durette? Oh, Paladin. Shitty. Forgot. Phase 2 and 3. Everyone's farming gold since they don't like. So if you're playing TBC, are you like farming gold? Damn, dude. Maybe what if we did it where, like, let's say I look at my gold right here in my bags, right? I've got all this gold. What if I tried to play the game without the gold, right? We'll role play. Like I'll put the gold like in the guild bank or something, and then we'll try to like authentically farm for our enchants and gems and gear, and we could do that. We could just farm gold with it. That could be sick. Farming gold is not boring, bro. Dude, farming gold is like, it's just like real life. It's like a slow, consistent, steady thing, and you're working towards goals. And it's like a never-ending grind that you have to do forever. Otherwise, you seemingly can't survive. So it's like it's a nice simulator in that sense, right? It doesn't feel good when you put in the time and effort, get the money, and use it for something for your character. Like what? That's called delayed gratification, guys. That's also a very, very big thing. It's a very big thing. Just edging this guy really quick. Shit. 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 Poke, had to. Shiv, got mage. Bro just pain stuffed. I'm lining. I'm literally losing him. I didn't do anything, bro. Stacking wounds, stacking wounds. Cheap. 4 wounds. Line. 5 wounds. 5 wounds are up. Bro's in a lot of trouble. He's in a world of hurt. Yeah, sure. Bro. If it is, I'm lining the shit out of my guy. He dispelled pain sub. Yeah, I'm gonna go mage versus team, bro. I feel like if we go mage versus them, I just simply am not gonna die ever. That is true, Merlin. I see what's going on there, huh? Okay. Okay. Bro isn't gonna sleep tonight knowing he's not part of the crew? Guys, we are part of the crew. We have our own career, man. I work 40 hours a week to be working 40 on WoW. That is insane. Go mage, get all 3 poisons. Let's just go mage next game and just stamp them out. Unless the priest starts burning us. I bet they had some crazy mocha and walked downtown a bit. Dude, I actually don't drink any caffeine, so I probably couldn't even hang out with them if they went to like a coffee shop or something. It's like, I can't just be hanging out at coffee shops if I don't drink coffee, you know what I'm saying? It's like being an ex-drinker and going to the bar. You don't find anyone at bars that don't drink, right? Wouldn't make any sense. Well, technically in decaf caffeine, there is still caffeine in decaf. So decaf is kind of a misleading term. Officially quit my old job. Damn him. Alright, on to bigger and better things. That's what's up. Hot chocolate goes hard. Yeah, maybe I'll get back on caffeine. Maybe that might be good for me. Start caffeine up again. When's the next 5 tournament for soda popping? Maybe on retail. Jazzbeck's in that, right? Okay, you could use a bev. No, I'm not drinking for a while. But with this new humidifier, it is a game changer. DPR genius. Shit, this guy is his name is literally that he's a genius at this comp. He's behind us, he has to be. He had to be down. Got it. Read his ass like a book, bro. Oh, can he? Hello? Ooh! I knew exactly where the rogue was. If I ran in and sapped that priest, the rogue had to be back. We pretty much mind gamed him. We actually mind read him. This guy is not the DPR genius. We are. Minus 17 for that priest. That's a tough loss. Wait, that priest is the #1 priest in the game right now? Yo, Matt with 10 get these subs.
Be good.
Guys, give me some W's right there. Jesus! Is uninstalling TVC and full sending it on midnight? I'm not uninstalling TVC, but I will be sending midnight, and I will also be raiding on TVC. Are you leveling all classes to 90 for midnight? I hope I don't have to do that again, but we will see. Maybe in time. But I definitely want to play Rogue first and get PvE gear and PvP gear for Rogue. Mythic, I don't know about Mythic rating, but you know, we'll see. I just opened Twitter. Tally's already prepping up his food for midnight. Look at this. Does any of this look good to you guys? He's got Quest protein chips, Crunch bars. I don't even, are these candy bars? Popcorn, chips. I mean, I'm not sure about this food for the grind, but maybe it's some powerful fuel, perhaps. I think that has to be rage, but you guys trolling? Yo, why is my fucking WoW just crashed? Wait, we're back. Bro, what happened? Oh, here we go. Jesus. Okay. K-Dog and Cuddles. It's adorable. They have such cute names. Careful, corn dog.
This fucking game is so unannoying. What the fuck? How is that possible?
God, it's the most TBC thing we've seen, man. Yep. Corn Dog DC'd, we were lagging that game. Look at that, we can't even count that, man. Wow. You know what, my WoW crashed too. That was we can't count that game. That was ridiculous. Time to queue. Put down recount? Bro, do not be giving me that shit. Put down recount. Did you not see that bullshit that just happened? Okay. G's for now, corn dog. I appreciate you. My bad on the losses. I trolled corn dog on the losses, bro. That's my bad. Hey, good sesh though. Good sesh though. Let's switch it up. Who the fuck? What did this guy say? Oh. Stop going to G2G gold, bro. 4 and 6 and 5s. Hit some heroics, low bro. Yo, back off my GM. Yeah, you let this guy talk shit to me? I'd smack you down in the arena. If I could queue, I could fight players as low as you without it being considered some form of a reportable offense. Unlike the shit you accuse me of being a G2G, whatever the hell that means, affiliate. Fuck you. I'm not saying that. Guys, we be able to type back to this guy in game? Of course not. It's ridiculous. Let's show him something though. Just saying, little bro. I mean, you know. I mean, that's, sometimes you gotta do a little money spread on him, you know. That's what it is. I ain't touching that dirty money he calls it. Guys, we're playing right now with Merlin. Me and this guy got Gladiator back in season 11, Cataclysm. That is where it all began. Maybe it was like 10. Were we playing in 10 at all? I don't remember. I met this dude on the server. He was a Mexican guy. And then we met Hoisty, who was an Australian guy. What, dude, we could play with Hoisty, he's on the wrong faction, this idiot. Yeah, Merlin was a Mexican dude. And then he lived in like Modesto or something. And then Hoisty was in Australia. And Hoisty wouldn't tell. Hoisty was our healer. Oh, Merlin's Portuguese. What? I mean, dude, there's a dude at my gym who maybe looks like you. Merlin randomly became a bodybuilder though, too. Like he put on 100 pounds of muscle. I don't know what the fuck happened. But yeah, Poisey basically had to hide that he played WoW with us from everyone in his life and would randomly disconnect, especially when there was women around. He was extremely ashamed of it. And now Poisey's married and just posts stories all the time of he and his wife. Yeah, dude, that was long ago. Look up Mochak. Every time I go to a rave, I look like him. Who the hell is Mochak? Bro, what are you talking about? You say you look like Mochak? Has anyone ever heard of Mochak? Let's see if we still got it. Let's see if we still got it on the mage road. 2 unks grouping up? Bro, Merlin, how old are you? We're not unks. I'm not an unk. Well, wow, Merlin's on some unk shit, that's for sure. Merlin has Grand Marshal title? Both stealth? Well, obviously they're in stealth, bro. We're in stealth too. Got one. I got the druid. Rogue no cloak, bro. Rogue no cloak. Shit. Yo, is it rogue or what? I sat this, by the way. Bro saps me. World's kind of getting worked right now. Druid's got trinket. Rogue has no cloak. I think it's rogue, bro. Just sheep his ass off me. It's good. Blind. Cheap. Oh, this is completely my bad, bro. I kind of choked it. Please. Oh my god, that was so bad. We Riku. Don't count it. Maybe we should have just went rogue. We should have leave the game. Don't count that shit. Riku. Holy shit. I mean, what a disgusting game. We're not counting that at all. We should have just went rogue. We should just went rogue. We opened a rogue. Wanted to do it. Do what?
Knock, knock, Capital One Bank guy. I just moved into the neighborhood. Can I borrow some Wi-Fi?
That's what the Capital One Cafe is here for. Open 7 days a week at most locations.
Oh, can I use your ATM?
Yeah, anything for a neighbor. What's in your wallet?
Ooh, that looks good.
Oh, Subway's new protein pocket. Over 20 grams of protein, crisp veggies, and tasty sauce for just $3.99.
$3.99? Did you just say $3.99?
$3.99?
What? $3.99? $3.99?
$3.99?
Hey, what's that?
Nobody tell her.
Subway's new protein pockets. Over 20 grams of protein for $3.99. Try all 4.
That game was a win. We're not counting. Bullshit, man. I don't know how he's out of combat. Yeah, I swear the opener was cooked because he stealthed it. We would have been fine there. We'd have had pressure on both. Yeah, I was kind of trying to CC Druid there. Or I guess we would have had to sheep the rogue go Druid if I found him, but that's unlucky. Player revives, we'll see. We're running up 2s right now, old school style. Oh shit, what do we do? Don't like it one bit. We're just banished our shit. I'm deep in the pocket here. I'm behind him. I got him. Full cheap. Walking him. Hook oil. Merlin, I'm not gonna lie, I just completely gapped these people. I did everything I could, man. Full cheap. Jesus, what a perfect game for us, huh? Gouge him. Full kitty. Finish him off. Merlin's getting kicked. He's out. What a nasty game. We had the mind game on the stealth. We knew exactly where that guy, by the way the lock was running, I knew where the rogue was. And we found him. We immune the coil. Played it perfect. I guess it was DR. Nova Pet probably resisted, man. That rogue got his top damage was me attacking him. Me pulverizing him was his top damage. Probably unlucky, just TBC shit. Oh, now it's TBC shit, huh? But when I lose, it's me being washed, huh? Okay. Rating, we're on the up. Dude, how does this guy have this name? Meow Puss God. Bro, this is the most like old school name I've ever seen. Dude, who is naming themselves this? Like, is it a joke? Is it not a joke? I can't even tell. This guy doesn't even have all of his gear socketed. I mean, yo, so some of these people are looking broke. This is bad. Boyce's pulling up on our lair. Why did that guy play Horde? What is he doing? Dude, is it insane that it's you and me and us still playing 20 years later? Was there more people playing back then, Merlin, or is it actually was it the same? I can't remember. Yo, Wallahi, please unskip this song. This seems more populated. Was PvP not that popular? Unlucky to met sub. Wallahi, what does that mean? You have 12k gold. It's time for some altruism. Pay for that guy's gems instead of making fun of him? What? Pay for his gems. He's Horde. Otherwise I would, but I can't. How's your gear, Merlin? Let's see. Gloves of the Aldor. Boots of Blasphemy? I mean, you're missing some enchants and your gear's looking... I mean, is your gear any good? You're looking a little weak here. 7 spell damage gems. No shoulder enchants, no head enchants. Is everyone just playing TBC with nothing? What's going on? Yo, Rogue is frame 1. Rogue is frame 1. Yo, should we sap the priest and try to fake open priest? Nice, they're giving up. If they sit here, we can just take full advantage of them here. Our food just got here, by the way. What the fuck? He's on me, Nice. Nice. Good. Wow, what great positioning. Bro. Merlin. Wait. We got him again. Here we go. Cloak. Cloak fear on him. Kick priest so fast. Great sheep, bro. Finish. Bro, I got the CC, bro. Just do that damage. Ah! Beautiful game. Lucky win. You joking? Somebody's doing this up. Dude, it's pouring rain outside and my DoorDash is wet. I couldn't like put it under a jacket or something. Jesus. What am I supposed to do with this? Okay.
Yo!
Get up. Holy shit, my hair is literally falling out. First game with Merlin, I'm losing hair. How was the humidifier? Honestly, amazing. Dude, what? Miyagi, what'd you get? Guys, I put the humidifier on last night. It was insane. It was so weird. I was like able to keep my eyes closed and sleep through the night. Am I nervous? Bro, I'm not nervous. What? Are you? not getting performance anxiety. Listen, because the humidifier is insane. Okay, it's I can't exactly tell what's different, but it is different. I'm breathing. What's the rating at? We're peaking right now. Merlin is 1868. And I am 2010. Got that Spite Blade. This Spite Blade is insane. Completely insane. What was your 5's rating? 1841? Oh, it's locked Druid, bro. Fuck, we gotta find the Druid. He's out. Druid's out. Druid's out. He trinkets. I bought him. I bought him. Merlin, we're good. We're good. We're good. Just get ready. Save everything. Oh, we kicked him? Okay, let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's go. Right now. Go. Cheap. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're like that, bro. Kicked him on Fury instantly. Kicked him on the way. Got him. Weird. No way. No way. No way. Merlin, play aggressive. Play aggressive. Got him, baby. That is what we like to see right there. Okay, we blind the Druid when he's half HP, and we just cheese him off that. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. We just got right in there on him. Yep, we knew it. We knew we had to run him down there. We knew it. I've watched this channel a month, so the first thing I hear when I come back, humidifier, insane. DoorDash guy should have used his own jacket to cover my food. Pain needs to clean this trash up in my hallway. I miss it here. We need someone to clean this up. I mean, I already did my part. I bought it. And I installed it. I need to get some just... Dude, I'm about to go to the grocery store tonight, too. Because I'm, like, out of bananas and protein shake material. Just not good. Dude, Joker D5's patch? This is the dumbest thing I've seen. This is so troll. Yo, I think we have to eat tacos after this. We might need a slight food break, Merlin. Get a quick meal in, rich piano style. Still aside. Is it Hunter Rogue? The hell is this? I think they're both in room. He's flaring. I'm on. They're on me. No, this game is so bad. Okay, my fault, bro. Wait, maybe Merlin wins. Close, 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 man. That was a good try, man. That was a good try. Okay, if that happens again, I simply have to not do that. Unfortunate as they say, yeah, it's a tough situation in TBC. That does happen. It does happen. Bro, the TBC server is so bad. It's crazy. It's like, I feel like anytime I vanish, my shit breaks or like I get hit at the same time. I don't know how many times. It's crazy. It's only by other rogues too, normally. Oh my god. Holy crap. Bro, this asada is like wet. This is insane. Let's taste it. Don't think I'm so watched. I can't play retail. Oh no, dude, retail's gonna be lit, man. That is spicy. Holy shit. What the fuck is on there? Bro. What fucking dick puts that on my tacos? What the hell is that sauce? Is there even a oh my god, what the fuck? Look right now. I gotta blow my nose. I can't even find it. Oh. Holy shit. Bro, that's not onion, bro. They got some green or black sauce on there. That shit looks like death. Okay. Alright. Holy crap. Okay. Bro, how many seconds is this, bro?
Helping Adrian Brody prepare for his role as a TurboTax expert has been interesting. We do people's taxes so they can relax.
Yeah, I know, but it's taxes. So when do they cry?
No, they don't cry.
No crying.
They just go home happy.
Can I cry?
Hot or cold, day or night, slow or fast, high or low, fact or fiction, quiet or loud. What if you didn't have to choose between either or?
No? What the hell is this sauce on here? I'm gonna taste it. I'm gonna see.
They have 4 warriors. Go, 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 go. Last. I'm flame striking them. Nova. Oh my god, they died so fast, bro.
Bro, is this 5s for most people? I mean, everyone runs in. All 10 players run in and attacking. This is so troll. Market there at sub. Joker D is like Czar level zoomed in too. Does he normally play like this?
Years, go.
Why is his screen so close?
Last. I'm flame striking them.
So dumb. So dumb. What is this? Oh, big clip, big clip. Look at this. S-Fan mentions Classic Plus to Holly Longdale. S-Fan flew out there talking to Blizzard. Fritz talking to Blizzard. We don't know if Czar is there or what's going on. I think he was. Let's see. Let's watch this clip.
Maybe it's like you have the more like, some people might have something really off the wall that they're looking at, and then somebody else might look at something and it's like more of a like traditional kind of like classic sort of look, and then maybe plus something else, maybe.
Interesting.
Maybe. That's fun. We'll talk later, my friend.
Well, now I'm
You're not
curious
going to get the answer you want, yeah.
What?
Well, I think we are ready to reveal our winner for our judges. Holly, if you would do us the honors of revealing that winner.
Yes, we're going to plus this up a little bit, however.
Plus this up?
And they really wanted to share some honorable mentions of the...
So S-Fan's asking about Classic something with like plus something. And then she said, they'll talk later. So what's going on, guys? I mean, look at this panel. This looks serious here. So something has to be happening, right? There's got to be. You guys didn't hear it? There is no stop. Maybe if we ever get lunch, I'll tell you. You don't know shit, Starforge. Shit's unedible. Okay, we'll review that later. Let's go to the rap flip. Let's watch the rap video. The true TBC experience, guys. Let's see what it looks like.
A few weeks ago, the Burning Crusade came out and I thought I did everything right. When I crossed that dark portal for the first time, I was prepared. I had all the gear. I sat in battlegrounds for days pre-capping honor. I begged like shameless streamers to go into it as a top 1%er, and I had a plan to min-max my leveling by pressing one button for 20 straight hours with the same group. It all worked and I was successful, but I felt dead inside, like an OnlyFans girl, and this wasn't the World of Warcraft experience I had wanted, and I knew I had to change. So rather than staying ahead of the pack and farming my pre-raid biz sweating harder than Ms. Kiff's lawyers every time he goes live, I decided to do it all again.
Why is he showing me and then showing Mizkiff? What? Is that insane?
Sweating harder than Ms. Kiff's lawyers every time he goes live, I decided to do it all again. To play a class I've never played before, one that others doubt in my ability to push one button.
Rav, I saw your video, bro. You lasted about 2 seconds on a mage. This class is not for you, bro. Stick to playing easy shit like Hunter and Rogue Little Gup.
One without any prep or gear, to play the game the way an MMO was intended to be played, to experience it as a world that is based around Warcraft.
It's not as spicy. That was a sabotage-ass fight. Whoa. Why am I randomly in the video? Has nothing to do with what's going on.
Alright, so I quickly learned why the sweaty ass strategies of spam dungeon farming are the knees of the bees when some of the quests in the open world have a negative drop chance. Not an hour into my journey and I'm supposed to loot a copy of the unredacted Epstein files from one of these Baron Nashers, and let me tell you, I was taking down more flailing wieners than Bonnie Blue on a workday. Here's a list of
that last one was like kind of went over my, I don't know, what did he just say?
Someone explained to Zaryu what a porn star is so that joke lands when he's watching this, but anyways, I eventually teamed up with a local to the Mud Hut clan who also was fed up over the random numbers that were being generated for us, and that's when I had an idea.
Hey, listen!
Let's just commit a little hellfire homicide and surely it will be the next drop. So we both nailed our one-button rotations against one of those minion commanding midgets, and if I was right and the very next mob dropped it, then everyone watching from Horde Nightslayer owes me 100 gold. You can mail it to Ravioli. Make sure you
gotta be
spell
editing.
it correctly. Last time too many people spelled it Pikaboo like dyslexic morons, and I didn't receive any of the gold. But anyways, a few minutes later, after learning the power of world PvP, I picked a fight with the sole goal of some mage mains in chat telling me nice cock. I've never heard that saying in game or in real life, but when my lack of mage mechanics became apparent, I had to rely on my long-time WoW mechanics. Now I vowed I wouldn't dungeon spam, but then the guy who Herod's girl tells him not to worry about informed me that when I don't walk into Outlands in full tier 3 there are actually massive upgrades I can get, so I agreed I would do them all once. Turns out the sweaty pre-made groups I spammed with didn't represent the quality of players you get in pugs a week into the X-Pack. My tank pushed his taunt button once every 3 to 5 business days, so a single spell would have them running to me like I was Kai Cenat hosting a meet and greet in New York. To absolutely no one's surprise, the group wiped more than a guy with a bad case of diarrhea, and after waiting 6
Why
eternities
is
for my
Brett
priest
so
to take
bad?
the scenic route back to the dungeon, and we now knew the mechanic for next time.
It's so hot.
Psych. Very next pull, Bear Tits apparently found taunt on his non-bear form action bar, and I was truly living the authentic TBC experience now. I found a new group which was a step up despite our warlock hell firing on single target boss fights, as if Condom Factories sponsor this man to just exist, as his presence is enough to make people not want to procreate. And that's when I figured the good players are probably doing Blood Furnace, as that's the spam designation in all the sweat guides, and here's when I learned what it's like to be a mage in groups.
Waters, por favor! Gonna need more than that, my friend!
I'll take a sip.
We thirsty! My inventory need more mana! Slurp,
This
slurp!
water sucks.
Why trade busy?
That said, all the pain and all the pugs was worth it when eventually this dropped.
Ooh.
With the new power of a staff, I stumbled across some motivation that showed I clearly wasn't pushing myself hard enough in this class. I figured I could
Holy
watch
shit,
a
I would
polo
kick
or
that
two and
blizzard
learn the
so
ways.
fast.
Or I could just kill that little show off, and if you've ever seen the movie Elf, let's just say it turned the midget into an angry little Miles Finch.
Angry elf.
I ran around jamming my forearms into pretty much every key on my keyboard, showing the world that I've clearly never played this class, nor do I know the first thing about actual PvP in this game. As you can tell, I was shaking as I was pushing some buttons that I've never pressed before in my life, like Cold Snap and Frost Ward, hoping to get some nice cock compliments from a warlock that showed up and proceeded to not help me at all, like an absolute dipshit. But the fact that I won this goes to show just how bad most WoW players are at this game.
Whoa.
That said, Karma was apparently summoned straight to this peninsula of Hellfire, as later that night I made it to a quest that was not easy for a boosted loot mage with no clue how to play the class, where you'd have to defend a levitating butt plug for like 6 minutes until it ejaculates, while imps spawn in increasing numbers, and sometimes it just decides to disappear altogether.
Bruh.
But in my second attempt things were going well until this happened. The repercussions of picking a PvP server were hitting me harder than one of Emmy's plushies hits Ms. Kiff during a fight about viewership numbers. Of course, a level 70 with no way for me to outplay, as I'm hoping to just survive long enough, as I try to remember what my keybind is for Ice Block, hoping that will be what makes him go away. Somehow to my surprise it worked. He was gone, but I wasn't in the clear. He left me with less health than a chain-smoking COPD patient, to the point where I wouldn't survive the waves ahead. It was looking bleaker with every spawn, my health getting low, my hopes even lower, until my faith in humanity was restored. My previous attacker returned, apparently reformed like a 2016 Tyler 1. He fended off the demons that would have had me succumbing to the exact wounds he inflicted minutes before. I almost couldn't believe it, but I didn't have to. I just needed to survive a few more seconds for this gem to start jizzing and I'd be done.
Please kill him.
What do you expect from someone who plays a female human rogue?
Hey! Deep inside me, I was crying.
All of a sudden everywhere when I was
What
earning
the
a
fuck was I
reputation of
talking
someone
about?
who can't fight, but I wasn't gonna let a group of idiots from
Huh?
Ellen bully the guy who got lemon pepper wings jingles stuck in everyone's head.
clipping me crazy out of context.
There were times where I'd offer to keep the peace, unless some douche canoe would choose to fuck around in front of me if he wanted to find out and learn that you don't steal a tag that's just poor manners punishable by frozen waterboarding. But my golden rule never to be broken was that I would always aim to kill one particular class, rogues. And this created some epic battles.
Cheat him. One guy's cloak. Banish. Cheat him. Oh my god, my fucking keybind just didn't go off.
As I put myself in more and more situations that required me to push more than just one button, I learned new mechanics of my class. Like how I could heal my teammates by dueling them and then turning them into a sheep. This also launched the chapter in my life where I stopped fighting the other faction, and offered to heal them instead in a segment that I would like to call, the Vibe Check Test.
Stay here.
Bro, am I missing it?
All you want.
Bro, those damn tacos were spicy as hell. What the hell was that? Guys, let me rewind a sec. Where is it? Cheat him. One guy's cloak. Why is he listening? Cheat him. Oh my god, my fucking keybind just didn't go off. He's got my voiceover.
As I put myself in more and more situations that required me to push more than just one button, I learned new mechanics of my class.
I'm dueling him?
Like how I could heal my teammates by dueling them and then turning them into a sheep.
Wingstop lemon pepper all flats?
Lemon pepper, all flats.
Lemon pepper wings.
Tastes so good.
Wingstop lemon pepper all flats for Lake?
Seriously?
Wingstop's here.
Hot. Or cold. Day. Or night. Slow. Or fast. High. Or low. Fact or fiction. Quiet. Or loud. What if you didn't have to choose between either? Or
Quick, where are your keys? Is the front door locked? Did you leave the stove on? Not sure? Then try Neuromag from Life Extension. It's formulated with a special form of magnesium, well studied for brain health. So boost your brain game. Try Neuromag today.
It was at this point where I learned about a thing called spell cleaves, where a council of mages can all get together and all push the same button and the results are magical.
What a joke. This is what Czar was doing, acting like
Until you
rogues are
realize
easy.
it requires 2 brain cells instead of 1 and your group wipes 5 minutes later. The best mage leaves you, replace him with a guy who takes the concept of down-ranking spells way too seriously, as he's apparently only ever using rank 1 of everything, as he's about as useful as a sandpaper dildo, who you then replace with a warlock who doesn't understand the concept of a reflect mechanic, so he kills your tank. You decide to wait it out like a moron, only for the group to wipe again 5 wasted minutes later, as you think, okay, nothing else can possibly go wrong.
Oh my god, Mouse died!
And that was the sign to go back into the open world. My handy dandy rested XP guide with all the optimized leveling routes that you can get with an insane discount using my link below was now taking me to the worst quest on the beaches of Terrakar, where you have to wait an entire pregnancy term for these 5 dwarfs to spawn so that you can escort them to their digging club event. But it turns out if you sign up for a spell cleave at the same time and accept the invite, you may or may not be left severely pissed off. But hey, at least the group didn't turn out to not be a spell cleave, with a totally not AFK hunter, and a tank that butchered the second pull as you ran out. Quoting your favorite line from OnlyFans Season 2. As you disband. Side note, I spent the rest of that night killing every alliance who finally thought it was their turn to accept the quest, because something deep inside of me is seriously wrong from playing League of Legends for 10 years. It was at this time when I reached Nagrand, the most beautiful of zones, and unlocked Ice Lance, an ability that would make questing 10 times better. So you know what I did? I signed up for another spell cleave, still having no clue what I'm doing as the designated mage. Desk hopped my blizzard way too early. The group gave me the cold shoulder until I was promptly removed, which may or may not have resulted in some colorful conversations as I was
How about just tell me WTF the poll will be, and I will do it fine. Pussy ass bitch. Wasn't my call. Sorry, man. Tell them on behalf that they are all losers. Moron, can't communicate, then blame others. So Rav is really living the gaming experience. This guy loves TBC. He's leveled multiple characters, and he's arguing with people in dungeons.
shocked with my own faction couldn't even pass the vibe check, while everyone on the alliance
See, if this was retail, he'd be getting a week suspension for that.
was somehow catching on. But at the end of the day, the range of emotions from all these experiences is what makes WoW so good to me. For me, it's not about racing to run out of things to do, it's about the memories I make from taking my time. It's about those times in Netherstorm where I thought it was funny to slowly melee a druid down who was on a timed escort quest. It's about remembering how I did the last quest to hit level 70 with res sickness because of the amount of failed spell cleaves I got kicked from. It's about the kids throwing temper tantrums because they think they own the land on a farm spot,
Dude, go away!
which only made me want to steal the tags even more.
I hope the Alliance camp you!
Something about making him kill the mobs that I tagged right before him was just like a drug to my toxic soul.
You are a special type of a-hole!
Forcing them to pay me to leave their spot, knowing damn well the second I leave someone else will be there to piss them off.
I just got rid of a mage!
It's about the two alliance who are yelling at you in some indecipherable gibberish that you know means if you steal their tag when this quest mob spawns they will kill you. Only for you to steal the tag and prepare for the clutch moment you'll remember for way longer than the 65th blood furnace you spammed, and that, if you ask me, is what makes WoW so great.
Jesus.
Lemon pepper wings!
Wow. How was that, guys? Great video. Let's get back online. Let's get back on the game here. Let's get back on the game. That was a great video. So also 115 subs today, 11,500%. Wait, 2K is upon us. Wait, show back? Wait, one show back clip and then we'll queue if Merlin's here.
Buckeye! Oh my god, we did it! 2K! We fucking did it! Let's go! Oh my god! Yes! Yes! Dude, the fucking blind heartbeated! The blind fucking heartbeated! Come on!
Okay, he's not higher rated than us. We are 2 points higher than him. All is well. All is well. Jesus. Jesus. Let's get it.
Hey, how you doing?
Nobody gets hyped like that for retail. We're gonna bring the hype back. What do you mean? We need to get excited about this shit, man. Let's do it. Bro, my brain is on fire after those tacos. Why the hell are they so spicy? That should be illegal. I thought I was getting some regular ass asada tacos. Instead of some spicy ass. Need some hair on your chest, son. I've got hair, son. Drink water. I am. My water filter's going out too. Yeah. Why are you a wannabe white dude? Yo, what? Let's get in this game, man. Let's get in this game, man. Seriously. What the fuck is going on here? More like we have a good game. Let's have a great game. Ooh, Priest lock. Yo, it's Priest. He's troll. He's troll. We gotta go Priest, man. When you call me Mexican, dude, Mexican and Portuguese is similar. Can't stop shit, bro. They're in combat. They're in combat. Perma. Perma combat. Sap block. Sap priest. Sap priest. Let's cook. Let's cook. Bro, resist. At the vanish coil. At the vanish coil. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Get fear. Yo, we're fucking dead, by the way. Yo, we're dead. Yo, we're not counting this game either, bro. We cannot count this game. Get us out of this game. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was... They had combat the whole time. I mean, it's just, we're not... We gotta get a sap block or something. That was... Shobek is now higher rated. Okay, well now we're gonna play again and we're gonna actually try this game, okay? We're not gonna count that shit, guys. That's no park, man. Shit. Qs are hot. Qs are hot right now. Crank lock. Alright, we can go lock. If we sap priest, I like that. Sap priest, we go lock. He's got no shield. Can't sap the lock. I like it. All right. I don't need no. Listen, Pika, I lived through you. Now that I am old, I can't be having us lower than Shobek. Okay, yeah, my bad then. We'll just do better then. Okay. Guys, we're at 119 subs a day, man. Guys, we raid tomorrow all day long, and then we go straight into midnight. Straight in there. Is sub good for midnight? It might be. Waffle getting CS? No, I shouldn't have cloaked when we did. We just needed like one setup. I didn't think they'd be in combat. I don't know if we could invis there or something, but I guess he sees you in invis, huh? No, we'll just go lock. That's fine, if that happens. If I sap one and the other target's available, we're going the other guy. It is what it is. I think they get combat forever if that happens. But they messed up. The priest messed up. Keep up, give me in. Let's get it. I think him sending his pet on you puts him in combat. Alright. Is that LOS? No, I think locks just have combat bug. It's just disgusting. If we Nova the lock down below, that could have been good, I think, too. Yo, we could actually sit here if we want. Or we can try to find him. If we sit back, Blizzard the entry. Think it's double road? Could be Druid road. First stream, you better show me something. Alright. Maybe proc a little Blizzard action there. Maybe defend the gates here on us, huh? And then we can wait for the eyes. When the eyes get close, we'll make a run for it. What comp do you guys think this is? Double Rogue or Rogue Druid? Merlin, no ice armor is kind of crazy versus double rogue, potentially. I doubt it's double rogue. They would have opened, I think. Okay, I'm about to make a move. I'm about to make a move. I'm going to move to a right eye, I think. It's a druid. It's feral rogue, feral rogue. Kill his ass, Merlin. Kill his ass. Do your thing, Merlin. Do your thing. Kill his ass. Kill his ass. I'm dead, bro. Good luck, dog. I'm not dead. I'm alive. You ruptured. You ruptured. You ruptured. Winnable. Kill his ass. God. Volcany. Nothing you can do, Kaze. You're done, bud. There we go. We'll take it. That was good timing there. They were actually Horde. We could have ran in and double we wanted, man. Perfect. Should I have sat that cheap shot? Maybe I'm jumping the gun a little too quick on my cheap shot trinkets, huh?
Sub Club members can get any footlong for just $6.99. Every irresistible sub is packed with tons of crispy, crunchy veggies. And you can plus it up with even more fresh flavor with Subway's irresistible signature sauces. And check out all the fresh sliced meats they're packing into every sub, like the footlong BMT with a whopping 54 grams of protein. And now buy any footlong in the app for just $6.99. Great bread, great meats, great sauce, great deal. Use this code in the app to get your $6.99 footlong today. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
Whoa, what's his deal?
What's his deal? He saved a Metro with no activation fees. Got one line of unlimited 5G for $25 a month. And the best network. And taxes and fees included. And a 5-year price guarantee. And keep the phone you love. Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro.
You're telling me you didn't know your fiancé was in a devil cult? Seems kind of hard to miss.
By surviving hide and seek, you've triggered a new game.
I'm not playing!
You have to compete.
Ready or not to, here I come. Rated R.
Alright, what do we got here? Oh my god, these double stealthers, bro. Should we move to the bridge? RDRR? Are you saying that for me or you? It could be Mage Rogue too. Sus. I'm gonna stay near you here. Wow, I have no idea, bro. I have zero fucking clue what's going on. This is. Let's get to a cheese ass corner or something. It's Feral Rogue. It's Feral Rogue. You 1v1. You 1v1. Spam me cheap on Rogue. Spam me cheap on Rogue. I'm spamming it. Got him. I cooked, bro. I cooked, dog. Fuck. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad. Okay, how do we win this? How do we win this? He went one way. Oh my god, he went this way. Are you shitting me? Am I dead? I'm actually dead, bro. What? Alright, my bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. We can't count that game. That was an unlucky game. Maybe I should have opened Feral earlier or something. I think I could have won the 1v1 too. When the roguelike vanished, I should have just prepped for the 1v1. I think I could have like... And then my vanish broke because I was like, oh, he can ferry me, and I should have maybe just like not let him get away. But I think I should have been safer. Wait, Poisty's here. Look at him. Has Poisty been playing? He's 9-3. Damn, this guy's still got it, huh? Poisty has 15 strength on his gloves. Yeah, this is... He's got shoulder enchant. He's got helmet enchant. He's full geared with everything. What? I wonder what this guy's queuing. There's no one looking for partners on board Nightslayer. Arena dead as an MF. You gotta just work with what you got, bro. Find anything. Find anything and just get in there and queue. It's not gonna be optimal. Has anyone been watching the European streamers? Are they playing TBC Arena? Because I'm thinking TBC Arena is a little rough. The most fun I've had so far playing TBC is 5s. 5s is actually lit as hell. It's crazy. 2s and 5s. 5s is actually just the best bracket in the game by far. R&B 3s, that could be good. Just can't play with P-Dog. Should we find a new healer? Guys, this was us right here. Back in the day when I was like 13 years old or something. Just playing with these two guys. Damn. And we're all on TBC now. No, it's not 3 unks. It's not 3 unks. It's just... We must have known what was going on. That or we were not... We couldn't get good at any other game. I don't know. Wow. There's a priest. He's Horde, man. Don't run away. Dude, it feels like there's just daggers inside my mouth still. Like, this is horrible. It could be double resto starting in stealth. You think so? Back before I had fatigue and joint pain. Well, now that I have my humidifier, I'm gonna start catching up on sleep. The DJs, yeah, the RLS. Bro, Arena's so different now than it was back then. It's crazy. Priest rogue, they're human. Okay, he might go for some MDs. Look at a rogue. Got him, got him, got him, got him. I think we clean rogue. Well, cheap. Nice. Blanket into sheep, maybe? game is so fucking fuck. Oh! I'm alive! I'm alive! Oh my god, I'm alive! Holy! These guys are just so lucky, man. The server, I feel like I'm doing things and I'm doing it too fast for the server to even respond to. So I just get fucked every time. Every time I do these weird trinkets, these weird vanishes, I just always get pulled every time. It's crazy. It's insane. It's just disgusting. Seeing an old montage of you. What is this? Are you slipping in your old age? No. I'm not slipping. It's the server, bro. My shit just doesn't work. Alright, this game. You guys want to see some good gameplay? I'll show you some good gameplay right now. Alright, I'm going to play this shit perfect. I'm going to play it absolutely perfect. I mean, I got the rogue out of stealth. I mean, I did this. I did that. It's like... Don't lie, you are old now as well. I'm 27 years old. I'm in the best shape I've ever been in. I'm evolving the game. I use a neti pot. I use eardrops. I have a humidifier. I'm a grown man. Alright, there's no way around that. But I am still primed. I am primed. I am I can't be any more primed, man. Upper 20s art, guys. The roaring 20s like the Gatsby. Oh, here we go. Okay. Now, we can have you 1v1 the warrior, or we try to set up druid. I think druid. I like druid. I can cheat gouge druid for us. You just CC warrior. I kind of like it. Merlin, you're on the druid. You gotta go see. Oh, fuck. Oh, gosh. Okay. Get him. More stops. Full cheap, full cheap. Get him. Warrior can't do shit. He can't do shit. Finish him, finish him, finish him. Oh my god, full sheep again. Beautiful. What an awkward game. Wait, I guess he was in stealth. He couldn't see anything because I was like, I wanted to just cheap gouge the druid. Maybe I should have popped out and.
Be good.
It's a tough one. We'll take it, man. I'm blind, bro. Yeah, I was like, wait a second. That's. Okay. That was an awkward game. It'll be better now. What's that shit you have on your floor? I get timed out, Pokey. Yeah, put some poisons on me. Let's do wound on the main. Let's do crippling on the offhand. Why not? I got a resist on his roar too. I got very lucky there. It went per 5-0. Yeah, it's not a good game for me. Next game is gonna be pissed. There's no bots talking to each other in chat. What are you saying? Bro, there are? What are you saying? Here we go. Yo, this team is pretty troll. I feel like we could go mage and win, or priest. Sat mage? Alright, I'll sat mage. We'll clean him up. Oh, he's going stealth. I can't get him. Hello? Okay, we got block. We should maybe reset, I think. Could be good to like run. I think we need to run. We need to run. Yeah, get the hell out of here. I can just sap the mage. We're good. Let's prep. I can't sap this guy. I don't know how. Oh, we got hit by Blizzard. That's how. Mage jumps. A cheap. Blind Priest. That Kinium. That's second block. Second block. We just take our time. Expose him. Merlin. You got block. Kick him on Arcane. Yeah, it's cheap. Hit him. Doing the most. Doing the most. Cloak. Kill him. He siestas me. Oh my god. What a massive sheep from Merlin. Shot him. Shivved him. Wow, he dotted me. Are you kidding me? Merlin, good luck, my boy. I'm eating. Oh, Merlin wants to kill him. I'm in there. Get him. Nice. Jesus, that was a sketchy game. That's a minute 30. Bro, Chili, what? Yo, what? What is this? Let's time this guy out, man. This guy's frying me. Wavy, how we doing?
Time is money, friend.
I know his HP. Bro, Chili, what? Yo, what? What is this? Let's time this guy out, man. This guy's frying me. Wavy, how we doing?
Sub Club members can get any footlong for just $6.99. Every irresistible sub is packed with tons of crispy, crunchy veggies. And you can plus it up with even more fresh flavor with Subway's irresistible signature sauces. And check out all the fresh sliced meats they're packing into every sub, like the footlong BMT with a whopping 54 grams of protein. And now buy any footlong in the app for just $6.99. Great bread, great meats, great sauce, great deal. Use this code in the app to get your $6.99 footlong today. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
Time to settle in and settle my stomach.
There's a tea for that.
Peppermint has an unmistakable aroma and brews into a soothing tea that helps relieve digestive discomfort. Traditional medicinals, where wisdom meets wellness.
He said rogues are getting deleted. Yeah, I'm sure that's what he said. Yeah, I'm sure, bud. Win. Lithium. Think of that resub. Winner went 2s because back when we did it, MR wasn't even that good. That's actually true. I was playing a lot of Priest Rogue back in the day. I feel like it'd be brutal trying to play that again. I don't know any of the strats on TBC. There's definitely ways we can like play every game to give ourselves the best chance to win. And I just have no idea how that goes at all. Oh shit, it's Lock Rogue again. These guys are... They're gonna find us. I might pre-ban low-key. I pre-ban, I'm looking rogue, Pre-ban's gone. They outlasted my pre-ban, bro. I'm so... What? Bro, get on this lock. Kill him now. Holy shit, he left the game! What an awkward game. How did he find me? Jesus, bro. It will take it. We're 2025. We're above Showback. Very, very good. Wait, Merlin's 1921 too. Tight one. Mage carry as per usual, guys. I mean, we have a good team dynamic here going on. Okay. Good dynamic. Some good shit. I got my weapon. I did. Guys, maybe tonight I gotta sit in my bathtub. Tomorrow we might be streaming all day. It might be a long stream tomorrow, guys. I'm talking like 12 hours minimum. And then maybe we do a marathon going into midnight. Like literally just 24 hours every day, minimum. Maybe we just like sleep on stream too. I can sleep on the floor. Set up a little air mattress down here and shit. That shit could be tough. I even think that's up. Maybe have some guests show up too to the place. Contribute to the stream. Team effort, subathon, midnight-a-thon, one might say. Or imagine one thing that'd be kind of funny is playing midnight, streaming until midnight. You guys get it, right? Playing midnight at midnight. Probably no one's done that. Could be one of the first. Could be. Let's have a good game here, man. Very funny. Hey, we still got it. You are hilarious, bro. Thank you, man. I like thinking that some of you guys laugh at what I say. Yeah. Boy, that chick at the gym knew that some of you guys think I'm pretty cool. Impregnate someone with these jokes, Merlin. Let's not even. What are we saying? What? Let's lock in. Let's lock in. Ooh, it's Hunter. It's Hunter Rogue. Okay, I'm not gonna let that bullshit happen again. Run in. Run in. Run in. Oh my God, he's so fast. He's so smart. I'm dead. Merlin, you gotta play aggro as hell on him. His vanish broke. Holy shit, I'm so dead. Dude. You got him, Merlin. Yo, unlucky, bro. Unlucky.